Some stories claw their way into existence because the silence around them became unbearable. This is a third-person retelling of Baby Doll by Hollie Overton, a gripping psychological thriller inspired by the real-life horror of the Cleveland kidnappings, where 3 women were held captive for a decade. As an identical twin herself, Overton couldn't stop imagining the unbreakable bond between sisters and what it would do to both of them if one vanished without a trace. She drew from her own childhood experiences growing up with an addict in the family, weaving in the raw aftermath of trauma, resilience, and the painful return to a world that has moved on without you. First published in 2016, Baby Doll became an international bestseller, captivating readers across 11 countries with its unflinching look at survival and its hidden costs. Its author, Hollie Overton, is a seasoned television writer and producer known for her work on acclaimed series such as Shadowhunters, Cold Case, and The Client List. With Baby Doll as her powerful debut novel, she established herself as a master of tense, emotionally charged storytelling that lingers long after the final page. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into the Paramount Plus television series Girl Taken, released in January 2026. Please note, the visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they're here to help you visualize the moments as they unfold, so bear with my request. By the end of this journey, you may find yourself questioning how far love and pain can stretch a human heart, and whether true freedom ever comes without a price. At the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its real-life roots, details from the screen adaptation, behind-the-scenes insights, and a few hidden discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. Lily braced in a dim room as she always did for the scrape of metal on metal, the rusted deadbolt that sealed them in for another week, another month, another year. Tonight, the sound never came. Only silence stretched through the hours while her mind circled the lock. Beside her, Skye sighed in her sleep. Lily smoothed her daughter's jet-black hair, eyes flicking to the yellow stuffed monkey Rick had given her for Christmas. She hated the toy, yet let Skye keep it. They had so little else. Why hadn't the lock clicked? She told herself to stop obsessing and sleep, knowing Rick would rage if she appeared tired. The stomach flu had left her raw these past weeks, but that didn't explain the missing sound. Rick never made mistakes. He was too precise. Perhaps this was another test. Or perhaps, after all her efforts to prove she belonged to him, he had finally trusted her. The possibility left her frozen with what-ifs. Skye stirred again. That small movement was enough. Lily gathered her courage, slipped from the bed, and crept up the steep wooden stairs, stomach knotted tight. At the top she hesitated, imagining Rick waiting with his Cheshire grin and warning finger. Her last escape attempt had nearly killed her. She almost turned back, but one glance at Skye's innocent face steeled her. She had to try for her daughter. She turned the knob. The door swung open. Silence greeted her in the preserved winter cabin, with its plush fur rugs and solid oak floors. No movement, no breathing but her own. Moonlight poured through white silk curtains onto endless pine trees. Lily raced to the front door and stepped outside for the first time in years. The vast snow-covered horizon stretched before her. She was truly outside. The silence here felt peaceful, alive with possibility. Somewhere beyond lay her family. She spun back inside, nearly tripping down the stairs, and scanned their clothes. Nothing suited the cold. Rick had insisted she stay beautiful, so only thin pajamas remained. She would rather freeze than waste this chance. Skye still slept. Lily shook her gently. Baby, wake up. We have to go. The child sat up at once, eyes blinking away sleep. Is it time for our adventure, Mommy? Lily had always painted their life as happy and complete, just the three of them. But on quieter nights, she spun tales of Paris, Morocco, Indonesia. Now she nodded. Yes, chicken, but we must be quick. Sky reached for the monkey. Lily told her they had to leave it. The girl protested, eyes wide, but eventually set the toy aside with a tender kiss. Lily layered Sky in multiple pajama pants and sweaters, then wrapped her in a fuzzy down blanket. Hold this tight. She dressed herself the same way, hands shaking with the fear that Rick could return any second. One last task remained. She pried up a loose floorboard, retrieved the yellowed note she had written years ago as a new mother, and tucked it into Sky's pocket. Remember the rules for the big adventure? Lily whispered. If I say run, you run. No stopping. No looking back. Find a policeman in uniform and give him this. Sky repeated the instructions bravely. Lily lifted her tiny bird-like daughter into her arms and carried her up the stairs, glancing one final time at the damp 400-square-foot room that had been their hell for 8 years. She vowed never to return. Outside, the frigid air whipped her hair and stung her face. Sky gasped and clung tighter, shivering hard. Lily felt only fierce joy as snow crunched beneath her slippers. Chicken, this is the beginning of our great adventure. Sky stared at the white expanse. What's that white stuff, Mommy? No questions now, Lily said sharply, the tone unlike her. Do exactly as I say. She began walking, then jogging, then running, despite aching legs weakened by years of stillness. Branches scratched her face, but old cross-country rhythm returned. She ignored the pain, heart-hammering, and pushed forward until they reached the main road. The sign read Highway 12. Horror surged through her. She was less than 5 miles from home. The realization nearly dropped her to her knees in rage and frustration, but she forced one foot in front of the other. Focus on this moment. Sky whimpered from the cold. You're such a brave girl, Lily murmured. Mommy is so proud. Darkness cloaked them as she ran on. Today marked a spectacular day, the first in over 3,110 days. A silly game she and her twin sister Abby had started in 7th grade to track beautiful, dramatic moments. The day they made varsity track. The day they passed their driving tests and shared banana split blizzards at Dairy Queen. The night Wes asked her to the movies, when he confessed his father's latest DUI and his mother's death. And Lily listened as no one else had. They missed the film entirely, talked until she nearly missed curfew, and ended with his kiss. That year with Wes had been one spectacular day after another, until the Tuesday in September when everything changed. Lily kept running, adjusting Sky in her arms, the memory burning as she pressed deeper into the night. Lily's arms burned as she ran, the memory of that Tuesday sharpening with every step. Abby had demanded her black sweater, insisting Lily had lost it after practice. Lily denied it hotly, but Abby's face flushed red, lips thinning in that familiar, annoyed line, and she refused to believe her. The fight escalated fast. Abby calling her a fuck-up, Lily snapping back that Abby acted like she was perfect just for being 6 minutes older. Abby declared she would never lend her anything again, then stormed off, taking the car since it was her turn to drive. Lily told herself she didn't care. She could ride with Wes or call their parents. Twin arguments always sounded vicious to outsiders, but they meant nothing. One minute insults, the next curled on the couch scrolling Facebook and planning the weekend. She had assumed this fight would end the same way. She could never have known it would be the last time she saw her sister. Her arms ached now. Lily shifted Sky higher, kissing her cheek and murmuring steady encouragement. She stayed off the main road, ducking at every set of headlights, desperate for warmth before hypothermia set in. They had to be close. Rounding the bend, she gasped at the sight of the Welcome to Crested Glen sign. For years, she had hated it, hated the suburban trap it represented. Dreaming instead of skyscrapers, coffee shops, hookah bars, off-Broadway plays, and a loft in the West Village with Abby, the Riser twins taking on Manhattan. Now the sign filled her with fierce joy. They were almost home. She picked up speed, whispering to Sky that everything would be okay. Just keep going. Don't be a pussy, Rick told himself as he navigated the snowy back roads, refusing to let stress make him careless. Between classes, his wife and the girls, he had stretched himself thin these last months, but he could manage with better time discipline. He cranked the satellite radio. The Rolling Stones filled the car. The music failed to soothe him. He had been deep in a lesson on the Beat Poets with Lily and Sky, hating to leave them, but 2 days away was already pushing it. Missy had shown up unannounced at the cabin once before. He could not risk that again. His phone buzzed. He knew it was Missy before he answered. Through the Bluetooth, she whined that it was nearly 3 a.m. and he had promised to be home early. Rick explained he had gotten lost in the writing zone while gassing up the car and asked if she was warming the bed. She complained about the late hour and their early work shifts. He teased that she had better be wearing something sexy or he would be disappointed. She whispered love and hung up. He pictured her already on her 3rd glass of Merlot plotting a predictable seduction. Missy bored him endlessly. He hated when she called him Ricky, yet she never stopped. The whiskey buzz was fading into a headache. Manipulating her was simple but exhausting. Divorce crossed his mind at least weekly. The fantasy of telling her uptight father to shove his money, but it was too risky. She would hire a PI, ask questions, never let go. The only real freedom would come if she were dead, but that wasn't practical yet, so he tolerated her. Led Zeppelin came on. Rick drummed the steering wheel until his phone buzzed again with Missy's suggestive photo. Annoyance flared. He missed Lily already. Then the realization struck hard. He had forgotten to bolt the deadbolt at the cabin. He slammed the gas, hunting for a turnaround. So focused on getting back, he missed the patrol car parked on the shoulder. Sirens wailed behind him. Flashing lights filled the rear view. Rick fought the urge to pound the wheel. He had survived worse close calls, basketball buddies dropping by, the Hawaii trip with in-laws, Missy's surprise visit. This was just some local cop, and he was Rick Hansen. He eased to the shoulder, popped 2 pieces of gum, and chewed fast to mask the whiskey on his breath. Well over the limit, a DUI would ruin everything. The portly highway patrolman approached. Rick handed over license and registration, keeping his face neutral while the flashlight blinded him. The officer asked how fast he had been going. Rick admitted it was probably too fast, then smoothly apologized, blaming eagerness to get home to his waiting wife. He held up his phone, showing Missy's photo. The cop's frown melted into a grin. He called Rick a lucky son of a bitch, handed back the documents, and warned him to drive carefully so nothing upset the missus. They shook hands. Rick pulled away slowly, victory humming through him. For once, Missy had proven useful. If the cop weren't still behind him, he would have turned back to the cabin immediately to secure the lock, not from distrust of Lily, but from irritation at his own carelessness. Routines kept everything intact. He would check on the girls at lunch instead. Right now, Missy waited, and he had morning classes. Besides, Lily would never disobey him. He cranked the music louder. Maybe tomorrow after work he would buy Missy something nice. And something for Lily, too. Both his girls deserved a reward for perfect behavior. Lily's lungs burned, her thighs and calves screaming with every stride. Her arms trembled on the verge of collapse while Sky grew restless, whimpering for Daddy and begging to go home. Lily pushed forward anyway. They passed the old playground where she and Abby had once played for hours in matching pink snowsuits, running hand in hand as if they were one person. The swing set, monkey bars, and merry-go-round stood abandoned under snow. For years, Lily had forced Abby from her daytime thoughts, filling the hours with lessons, chores, and preparations for Rick's unpredictable visits. Only late at night, after Sky slept and Rick was gone, had she allowed memories of her twin to surface. Her smile, her laugh, their unbreakable bond. Soon Abby would be real again. Lost in those thoughts, Lily's foot caught a rock. She stumbled but caught Sky before they fell. Her arms felt like fire. "I'm sorry, chicken. I've got you. I won't let go." Sky clutched her neck tighter. "Mommy, we're going to get into trouble. Please, let's go back to Daddy Rick's." Lily kissed her forehead. Just be Mommy's brave girl a little longer. Around the corner, the house appeared at the end of the cul-de-sac. Sky blue shutters faded with age, the garden buried under snow, the old maple tree gone. Otherwise, it looked exactly as she remembered it after 8 years. She could almost hear neighborhood laughter, snowball fights, Abby helping her defeat their parents, and summer afternoons lying on the lawn with Wes, his arm around her waist as he first whispered that he loved her. A car horn blared, jolting her. Lily froze, certain it was Rick. Her legs had nothing left. Tears stung her eyes. Slowly she turned, bracing for the end of freedom. Instead, she saw a gray-haired retiree in a faded Toyota, concern etched on his face. "You okay, miss? It's awfully late and the little one looks cold." Lily forced calm into her voice. "We're fine, sir. Just going home." She strode purposefully up the sidewalk as if wandering in pajamas and blankets in freezing weather were normal. The truck finally drove away. Lily set Sky down and knelt eye to eye with her. "I know you're scared, chicken, but I need you to be brave just a little longer." "Okay, Mommy," Sky whispered. Lily hugged her tightly, then reached for the doorknob on instinct, wishing she could step back into her 16-year-old self returning from a morning run while Abby called shotgun for the shower. The door was locked, of course. She knocked softly at first, then harder until her hands ached, terrified her family might have moved on without her. "Jesus Christ, hold your darn horses." The familiar voice broke her. Tears fell instantly. The porch light flicked on, and the door opened. Her mother stood there, mouth agape, staring as if at a ghost. Until that second, Lily realized, that was exactly what she had been. Crying had always been forbidden, but Lily forgot every rule Rick had beaten into her. The broken girl from the basement vanished. With tears streaming, she threw herself into her mother's arms. "Mom, it's me. I'm home." Eve struggled to process the scene. This gaunt young woman in thin pajamas, hollow-eyed and clutching her while sobbing "Mom," could not possibly be real. Maybe it was another dream, the cruel kind where Lily appeared alive and hopeful, only for Eve to wake to emptiness or the nightmares of her battered body begging for rescue. But the girl felt solid, sharp-edged flesh and blood. Eve pulled back to study her face. Those deep green eyes transported her straight to the delivery room, and the moment she first met her identical twin daughters, no doubt remained. These were Lily's eyes. A mother never forgot. It was Lily. She was home. For 8 years, Eve had prayed for any answer, even a body, rather than the void. Now her daughter stood on the porch. A small whimper drew her gaze downward. A pale child, maybe 3 or 4, with bright green eyes and the same terrified expression, clung to Lily. The resemblance was uncanny. Lily was a mother? So many questions flooded Eve, but no words came. Lily whispered, "Mom, can we come in, please?" Shame hit Eve at their thin clothing and the freezing cold. She ushered them inside and shut the door, then pulled Lily into another fierce embrace. In her dreams, she had always stayed strong and said the right things. In reality, she fell apart completely. Lily had expected her mother to seize control the way she always had. Even-keeled Eve, the nurse who powered through an 11-hour shift before admitting she was in labor. But this woman wept helplessly in her old blue robe, thin-veined hands shoving dishwater blonde hair aside as if the motion could order the world again. Unacceptable. Rick would discover the open door any minute and come for them. Lily seized Sky's hand. "Follow me." She moved through the house with her mother trailing flipping lights until the pastel living room glowed around familiar throw pillows and the sofa where she and Abby had once curled up for hours. His warning still rang inside her. He would never let her go. She demanded every door and window be checked. Her mother insisted they were already locked, but Lily trusted nothing and verified each one herself. Downstairs finally secured. The walls closed in with photos. Her and Abby gap-toothed, awkward, frozen in time. No new images of her father or sister. She asked where Abby was. Her mother said she lived 20 minutes away. Lily ordered her to call the police at once, make sure Abby was safe, and send them here. When hesitation lingered, Lily's voice sharpened in raw frustration. Sky shrank back. Shame burned through her. She dropped to her knees, wrapped her arms around her daughter, and repeated the plea more gently until her mother finally moved. In the dining room, her mother spoke in hushed frenzy to the 911 operator. Lily held Sky close, promising warmth, dry clothes, food, safety that would never end. The words almost felt real until she looked up and saw the stranger standing on the upstairs landing. Tall, salt and pepper hair and beard, wearing only tight plaid boxers. Terror detonated inside her. Lily screamed, every buried fear ripping free. She snatched Sky's hand and bolted for the kitchen, yanking open drawers until her fingers closed on the longest, sharpest knife. Back in the living room, she leveled it at the man, body thrumming with a single clear thought. This house was hers now. She was in control. Lily's piercing scream jolted Eve. She fumbled the phone, muttering apologies to the 911 operator while cursing herself for leaving her daughter unguarded even for a second. She rushed back and saw Lily shielding Sky with a giant boning knife, eyes fixed on the man Eve had brought home last night. Some half-remembered stranger plied with Chardonnay and patient lies about her perfect twins. Disgust rolled through her at the memory of clumsy sex she had instantly regretted. The man asked who they were. Eve shouted at him to get out. He raised his hands and retreated upstairs for his things. She spoke quickly into the phone, demanding officers and Sheriff Rogers at the Reiser house, then hung up. She edged toward Lily, stopping short of the knife. She told her the police were coming and they would keep her safe. Lily said no one could promise that. Eve had no answer. She still knew nothing of where her daughter had been or what she had survived. Lily demanded the man's identity. Eve dismissed him as no one. Then Lily asked about her father, whether they had split, where he was. Eve's chest tightened. She told her he had died of a massive heart attack a few months after Lily vanished. Lily folded as if struck, a sob tearing out of her. The knife clattered to the floor. Sky tugged at her mother, begging her to stop crying so they would not get in trouble. Lily swallowed the tears at once, pulled Sky onto her lap on the cold tile, and began rocking her with low, murmured words Eve could not make out. Eve set the knife aside and sank down beside them. The three of them huddled together. To steady her daughter, she asked about the child. Lily nodded weakly and introduced Sky as her 6-year-old daughter. Eve marveled at the girl's beauty, so like her mother's. Morning light poured through the kitchen window. For the first time in 8 years, the sunrise felt bright instead of cruel. Eve spoke softly, telling Lily it was her mom, that she knew the news about Dad had shattered her, but she was right here now. Lily lifted her chin, straightened her shoulders, and took Eve's hand in a fierce grip. Then she threw her arms around Eve's neck and held on so tightly Eve felt her ribs creak. Eve melted into the embrace, memories flooding back. Lily crawling across the carpet as a baby, racing Abby, the gifted teenager on the track, the two of them baking cookies and fighting over batter, that last ordinary morning with a Pop-Tart in hand and a wave goodbye. They stayed locked together even as the front door clicked shut behind the nameless man slipping away. Eve fought down shame. The police were coming, and Abby still had to be told. She stood, promising she would be right back, and carried the cordless phone into the dining room. Fingers clumsy, she dialed Wes. The moment he answered, she told him Lily had come home and he had to go to Abby's house at once. The police were already on their way, but it had to be him who broke the news. She hung up before he could ask questions and hurried back to the floor. She gathered Lily and Sky into her arms again, rocking her daughter the way she had when she was small, whispering that her mom had her now and was never letting go. Abby fumbled through the darkness for her phone, her hand closing around it with practiced urgency. She never powered it down or let it leave her sight, clinging to the faint hope that one day it would bring news of her sister. That fragile thread was what kept her moving forward. She scowled at Wes's name glowing on the screen and silenced the ringer immediately. What the hell was wrong with him? It was barely 5 a.m. Could he not grasp that she needed space? Abby swallowed against the rising panic, shut her eyes tight, and pressed her thumb to her pinky while slowly counting to 10. The old therapist trick steadied her breathing even if she hated admitting it worked. She ignored the voicemail alert that popped up and pushed herself upright in bed. Going back to sleep before her hospital shift would have been smart, but irritation burned too hot now. Sleep felt impossible. Living alone still unsettled her more than she had expected, the quiet heavier since Wes had moved out. Yet it had been her demand, her choice. For the most part, she welcomed the freedom. No forced small talk about work or politics, no need to justify eating 2 breakfasts or staying in bed until mid-afternoon on her days off. This solitude let her make her own decisions, right or wrong, without performing for anyone. She rose and slipped on her gray terrycloth robe, catching her reflection in the full-length mirror. Disgust twisted through her at the sight. Round face, belly swollen and distorted. She had once been thin and desirable, the kind of girl who turned heads. Now she felt like a pig, her body held hostage by this alien invader growing inside her. Whoever claimed pregnancy was a gift was lying. She despised every change and kept imagining the horror on her mother's or Wes's face if they ever learned how she truly felt. Everywhere she went, work, the grocery store, the dry cleaner, strangers wanted to touch her belly and coo over every shift in her body. She couldn't understand it. Almost any woman with a uterus could have a child. 13-year-olds and addicts did it all the time. To her, it was no miracle, just a consequence of reckless behavior and poor judgment. Bad things always followed. She knew that from experience. In the kitchen, she flipped on the lights and felt the sharp craving for a drink surge through her. 5 months and 12 days sober, yet the urge still hit without warning, while washing dishes, checking a patient's temperature, or walking to her car. Some days she fantasized about driving straight to the liquor store, or loading a cart at Costco with enough to numb everything. But in this small town, someone would alert Wes or her mother before she even reached the checkout. She shook it off. If she couldn't drink, she would eat instead. She opened the fridge, stocked by her mother as if Abby were helpless. Baby carrots, hummus, cold cuts, fresh fruit. None of it appealed. Instead, she grabbed the chocolate creme pie she had bought the night before, the one she had promised herself she would share at work. Deep down, she had known that was never going to happen. This was another reason she had pushed Wes away. He would have judged her for eating pie first thing in the morning. She considered warming a slice and adding ice cream, whipped cream, and strawberries to make it look healthier, but said to hell with it and dug straight into the container with a fork. From the bedroom, her phone rang again. Wes, no doubt, this was exactly why she had ended things. The baby wasn't even born, and he was already suffocating her. Weeks earlier, the tension had boiled over when he had offered to carry her laundry basket, insisting it was too heavy. She had snapped that she wasn't helpless and that he should use her actual name instead of pet names. He had persisted with warnings from baby books about risks and complications until she handed it over just to silence him. Later, when he asked yet again if she was all right, she had exploded, telling him she couldn't continue like this, that she wasn't some house cat he needed to watch over constantly. She had demanded space. That night he had packed his bags and left the house he had bought for them, moving in with a friend. Now here he was, calling at dawn, his concern like an addiction he couldn't quit. The ringing finally stopped. Anxious and irritated, Abby ate faster, nearly finishing the entire pie. She knew moving in with him had been a mistake. He had told her repeatedly that he loved her, but she didn't want to be loved and had no interest in loving him back. Sex had been easy between them, intense and consuming, but anything deeper, romance, marriage, was never in the cards. Their first breakup had nearly destroyed her. When Wes left for college, she had already lost her friends, no longer the carefree girl she once was. Lily's disappearance had changed everything. She had relied on Wes to steady her through the dark thoughts, but alone she had turned to booze, drugs, and casual encounters to numb the pain. Over time, she had found treatment, earned her LVN degree, and landed a job in pediatrics at Lancaster General through her mother's connections. To the outside world, she appeared functional, even if she had never moved on from Lily. Wes had re-entered her life at a crowded TGI Fridays while she ate with her mother. Despite wanting to flee, she had stayed, and their easy laughter and familiar comfort had pulled her in again. Especially the nights spent tangled together, his strong arms shutting out the world. But she had seen the longing in his eyes, heard the need in his voice when he asked her to stay longer. She had ended it to avoid hurting him further. 3 weeks later, the pregnancy had revealed itself. For days she had driven past Planned Parenthood, debating, telling herself she owed Wes nothing and didn't want to trap him. In the end, she couldn't go through with it. She had told him over pancakes at IHOP, and he had immediately suggested they try to build a family together. She had gone along at first, moving in and attempting to play house despite the constant fights. Anything he did set her off. His tone, his breath, his monitoring of her eating. He had finally left, saying all she did was pick fights. He wasn't entirely wrong. After Lily vanished, Abby had realized she didn't like most people. Their chatter about prom, boys, and futures felt pointless when her twin sister was still out there somewhere. She knew in her bones Lily wasn't dead. They were twins, after all. Yet everyone else had insisted she accept the loss and move on to a normal life. Abby had rejected that normalcy as a lie. The town had mourned, schools had closed, counselors had swarmed, but eventually Lily became only a memorial photo, while life continued for everyone else. Abby took another bite of pie, trying once more to push away the memory of that damned sweater she had accused Lily of losing, the fight that had made her take the car and leave her sister at school. The doorbell rang, cutting through the quiet. "Abby, it's Wes. I know you're here. Your car is in the driveway." She froze, fork halfway to her mouth. What was he doing here now? When would he learn? "Abby, open the goddamn door." Abby raced to the entryway, flung open the front door, and froze at the sight of Wes flanked by what looked like half the Lancaster Police Department. Chocolate still smeared her face, She wiped crumbs from her shirt, hating how much she cared about her appearance in that moment. She told him she hadn't heard the phone and insisted she was fine, except for him showing up at dawn. A weathered cop stepped forward, hand resting on his weapon, and asked if anyone else was inside. When he moved to enter without waiting, she blocked him. Wes pulled her aside and ordered her to stop arguing and let them do their job. The tone in his voice made her flinch. Wes never spoke to her like that. She took in his uncombed hair, heavy stubble, and the ratty pin sweatpants and sweatshirt he slept in. He had clearly rolled straight out of bed. Neighbors watched from their yards. Something was badly wrong. She gripped the doorframe to steady herself and immediately assumed it was about her mother. Panic surged. She had ignored the earlier call while stuffing herself with pie. The spiral hit fast. Short breaths, spinning head, blackness closing in. Wes wrapped his arms around her and told her to breathe. She fought at first, nausea rising from the pie she had devoured, shame flooding her over the ignored call and the old guilt about Lily's sweater. He held on, whispering that she was okay until her breathing steadied. When he spoke again, his voice was grave. He told her Lily was back. Her sister had come home. The words slammed into Abby like a roar. She stood motionless, the phrase echoing in her skull. It couldn't be real. She shoved him away and accused him of lying. He insisted he had spoken to Eve and confirmed Lily was alive, exactly as Abby had always believed. After 8 years, 3,110 days, the crushing darkness inside her simply lifted. She didn't cry or scream. She turned and walked barefoot toward the nearest squad car in her stained T-shirt and pajama bottoms. Radios crackled around her as officers moved. Someone draped a coat over her shoulders. She ignored it and climbed into the back seat, forcing slow, controlled breaths. Wes slid in beside her and slipped boots onto her feet while an officer started the engine. The cruiser pulled away fast, sirens wailing. Wes took her hand. She let him. His steady presence helped her brace for whatever came next. She knew she would need to be strong enough for both of them. Thoughts of the reunion filled her head. She glanced down at her stained shirt and short red hair, shame burning as she wondered if Lily would see her as a fat slob or a failure who had done nothing with her life. They had once planned to escape to Manhattan together. Now Abby was just a small-town nurse and former addict who couldn't even dispense medication. The baby kicked hard inside her, and for the first time she realized she would have to explain it. How she had slept with Wes and ended up pregnant. She released his hand and told him Lily could not know about them yet. She needed time to explain everything herself. Wes looked confused and started to argue. She cut him off, insisting they both deserved this moment after so many years and that she would not let him ruin it. Hurt flashed across his face. She didn't care. Her only focus was protecting Lily. She would figure out the rest later, maybe even give him the baby if that made him leave. "Hang on, Lil," she thought. "I'm coming." Lily heard the raised voices from the bathroom. Eve trying to manage the swarm of officers, sounding nervous and unsure. She blocked them out. The moment the sirens had grown close, all she had wanted was to get dry and clean. She needed warm clothes and a few quiet minutes to prepare. She undressed Skye first, then peeled off her own soaked clothes and tossed everything into the trash. Water thundered into the clawfoot tub. Skye stared at it with wide, terrified eyes. The only showers she had ever known were makeshift and cold. Lily reassured her gently, calling her chicken and promising the bath would feel wonderful. Skye's lip trembled. She cried that she wanted to go home, that Daddy Rick would be angry. Lily's stomach dropped at his name, but she was too overwhelmed to explain who he really was right now. She lifted her daughter into her arms and lowered them both into the warm, soapy water. Skye wailed at first. Lily rocked her slowly, humming until the sobs eased and the little girl relaxed against her. Sky wiped her eyes and looked up in wonder, saying the water felt so warm she never wanted to get out. Lily didn't either. They stayed until the water cooled, then refilled it. They tried every shampoo and bath gel on the shelf, lavender, lemon ginger, pine scented. They lingered until their skin pruned, and Sky began to yawn. Even then, Lily wished they could stay longer, but the voices outside were growing louder, and she knew Abby would arrive soon. She needed to be ready. She lifted them out, wrapped them both in thick yellow towels, and marveled at how soft and clean they felt. She brushed out Sky's dark curls, then ran the brush through her own long blonde hair and braided it. She avoided the mirror, unwilling to see how gaunt and exhausted she looked. Carrying Sky, Lily walked to the old bedroom she had once shared with Abby. Eve had laid out blue jeans and a worn gray sweatshirt on the bed. Lily pulled them on, savoring the soft cotton against her skin. After years of being forced into frilly dresses, tight cocktail outfits, and lingerie that Rick chose, these baggy clothes felt like freedom. They covered her completely and made her feel invisible. Lily dressed Sky in an oversized sweatshirt and wrapped her in a blanket. The little girl fell asleep almost instantly. Lily carried her downstairs. From the landing, she saw officers filling the living room. Eve stood talking quietly with a tall, stern man in uniform. Lily knew at once he was in charge. He sensed her presence and met her eyes, his shock quickly masked. Eve hurried over to introduce them. "Lily, this is Sheriff Tommy Rogers. Sheriff, my daughter Lily and her daughter Sky." He told her it was very good to see her, but kept his distance, sensing her wariness. Lily scanned the other officers, their stares heavy with questions. Panic rose. The sheriff snapped his fingers. The men filed out and closed the door. Silence fell. Lily's arms shook from carrying Sky so long. The sheriff suggested she sit. She placed Sky on the sofa and sank down beside her, closing her eyes. Eve and the sheriff stepped aside, but she heard them clearly. "She hasn't told me anything," Eve said. "We need to act fast. I don't want to rush or upset her. If there was an abduction..." Eve's voice sharpened. Lily's eyes flew open. Doubt. He actually doubted her. The thought chilled her. Maybe he knew Rick. Maybe he was part of it. She stared at Sky, the need to protect her daughter crushing. Unease crawled through her bones. Then the front door opened. Lily knew instantly it was Abby. Abby stood in the entryway. "I knew it," she said. "I fucking knew it." Lily drank in the sight. Abby looked heavier, her once long golden hair now a short, vibrant red bob, but those green eyes flecked with gold were unmistakable. Abby let out a raw cry and launched herself across the room. They collided, clinging tight. 8 years, 3,110 days, dissolved. Despite everything Rick had done to break her, the bond with her twin remained untouched. Lily sobbed loudly, matching Abby's cries. Abby pulled back, stroking her hair. "You're so pretty, Lilypad. Your face, your gorgeous hair." Lily flinched. She hated that hair. Rick had loved it too much. She forced the memory away and told Abby she looked gorgeous, too. Abby laughed, calling her a shitty liar. Then her gaze dropped to Abby's swollen belly. "You're having a baby?" Lily asked, reaching out to touch it. Abby cringed and stepped back. Questions flooded Lily's mind, but Abby quickly changed the subject, saying they had time to catch up and that this moment together was enough. They hugged again. Abby rubbed slow circles on Lily's back, proving Rick hadn't destroyed her capacity for human touch. "It's okay, Sissy Bear," Abby whispered. "It's all going to be okay." Hope flickered in Lily for the first time. The reunion stretched until Lily noticed the sheriff waiting impatiently. Eve stepped forward. "Girls, I'm sorry, but Sheriff Rogers has questions." Abby glared. "Jesus, can we have a goddamn minute?" Lily asked for one more moment, then took Abby's hand and led her to the couch where Skye slept. She kissed her daughter's forehead. Skye stirred. Lily lifted her. "Chicken, there's someone you need to meet. Abby, this is my daughter Skye." Abby met Lily's gaze. "She's incredible, Lo. Incredible." Relief washed through Lily. Skye blinked in confusion. "Mommy, she has your face." They both grinned. Lily explained that Abby was her twin sister. Skye processed it slowly. "Skye, I'm your Aunt Abby. It's so nice to meet you." They shook hands. Skye asked if Abby was back from her big adventure. Abby kept smiling. "Yes, I'm back, and I've never been so happy to see your mom and meet you." Lily wanted to stay in this moment, but duty pulled her. She turned to the sheriff. He moved forward quickly. "I'm sorry, Lily, but the clock is ticking. If you were abducted..." Abby exploded. "What does that mean? If... Where do you think she was? A fucking day spa?" The sheriff tried to backpedal, but Abby kept pressing. Lily tuned out the argument. She looked at Skye. "Stay right here. Mommy will be back in a second." Skye lay back down, exhausted. Lily stepped away, out of earshot. Abby, Eve, and the sheriff followed. "It was more than an abduction," Lily said quietly. "A man held me hostage. He tortured me. For years I was his captive. Today we escaped." Abby squeezed her hand. Eve nodded encouragement. The sheriff asked if they should take her and Skye to the hospital and pressed for the man's name and description. Lily hesitated. Too many unknowns. What if some of the officers knew Rick? What if they didn't believe her? What if they were like him? She pictured the aftermath. Hospitals, questions, examinations, while the police played heroes. "What's today?" she asked Abby. "Wednesday, November 11th, 2015. It was a little after 10 in the morning. Rick would be in class right now, charming his students with weekend stories or complaints about writer's block or the Giants' defense, never mentioning the hostages in his bunker. "I know who he is," Lily said. "I'll take you to him myself." The sheriff stared, stunned. "Young lady, that can't happen. It's dangerous and completely against protocol." Abby cursed protocol and glanced at Lily for support. Eve stepped forward, voice firm, insisting Lily and Skye needed immediate medical care, food, and rest, while warning that the man could still harm them all. Lily fought the surge of resentment. Even now, after everything she had survived, they were stripping away her control again. She remembered how she and Abby had always closed ranks as children, backs against their parents no matter what. She hoped that bond had survived the years. Abby moved to Lily's side without hesitation. She reminded the sheriff that Lily had offered to lead them there, and that his job was to protect the family. Her tone carried a sharp edge Lily barely recognized, yet it worked. Sheriff Rogers relented and motioned for them to follow. Lily hugged Abby in gratitude, then lifted the still-sleeping Skye from the sofa. Adrenaline sharpened every step toward the door until she realized Abby had stayed behind, watching. Lily paused and reached out. Abby took her hand at once. Side by side, they walked out the front door, fingers locked, ready to end the nightmare together. This is real, Eve thought, as she followed her daughters outside. She watched them stride together and felt her chest tighten with fierce joy. Having twins had always meant birthing three things: the girls and the unbreakable bond between them. Losing Lily had shattered it, Now it lived again. She would remember this day forever. The memory of that September afternoon still clawed at her. The voicemail from Lily complaining that Abby had left her at school, the empty parking lot when Eve arrived, the unanswered calls, the sushi she had picked up anyway, hoping to ease the usual bickering. Dave had been on call. Abby had been doing homework upstairs. The slow realization that something was wrong had built into panic. Then a house full of police, neighbors, teenagers, press, and FBI agents. The interrogations, the polygraphs, the prying questions about her marriage and Dave's affair, the searches that turned up nothing, the national headlines, the slow, terrible acceptance that sometimes people simply vanished. Eve's own devastation had been crushing, but Abby's had been worse. Without Lily, the light in her older daughter had gone out. Lily had always been the glue. Now, arm in arm, the twins were whole again. Eve wanted nothing more than to shut the world out and hold them both, hold her grandbaby too, and swear no one would ever touch them again. But events were moving too fast. One moment she stood on the porch, the next she sat beside Sheriff Rogers in his cruiser. Tommy! She had not been this close to him in over 7 years. New lines etched his eyes and gray touched his temples. Yet he looked unchanged, while she felt age beyond recognition. Before Lily disappeared, they had been strangers. Afterward, he had led the search with tireless calm, the only one brave enough to tell her the truth when the effort ended. In the crushing quiet of her house, he had broken down, and she had kissed him in desperate need of comfort. The affair that followed had been reckless and brief. Motel rooms, cars, stolen moments, until Dave's heart attack forced Tommy to end it. He had called them good people and walked away. Eve had told herself it no longer mattered. She had thrown herself into work and keeping Abby safe, allowing only fleeting one-night stands. Yet now, sitting beside him, an old urge to kiss him flared, and she hated herself for it. She stared out the window, ashamed. Tommy's hand settled gently on her knee, a silent promise he was still there for her. In the rearview mirror, he studied Lily. When he asked where they were headed, Lily answered without hesitation. The high school. Abby gasped. Eve grabbed Tommy's hand and squeezed, bile rising in her throat. All these years, she had comforted herself, believing a stranger had taken her daughter. Now the possibility that it was someone they knew, someone trusted, twisted inside her like a knife. They drove through town in heavy silence and reached the high school in under 10 minutes. Tommy killed the engine and pressed Lily again for a name, warning that the man was disturbed and they needed to prepare. Lily remained calm. She said he only showed that side behind closed doors, then repeated that she would take them to him herself. She climbed out of the car. Tommy muttered a curse but knew better than to argue. Eve had seen that same unyielding look on Lily's face once before, knife in hand in the kitchen. Nothing would stop her now. All any of them could do was follow. Lily stared at Lancaster Day School as the car pulled up. Everything looked exactly the same. The American flag snapping high, the red brick and stucco, the large open windows. All of it felt painfully ordinary. She remembered the girl she had once been here. Athletically gifted, obsessed with perfect attendance and the honor roll, joining every club possible. She had embraced every absurdity of high school life. Now a cluster of wide-eyed students laughed and teased one another across the quad. A surge of frustration rose in her chest. She wanted to shout at them not to waste their time, yet she knew she would have done the same. Youth carried that privilege. Sky slept heavily in her arms. The weight of her daughter grounded her, even as another decision pressed down. She had never let the child out of her sight, but Rick was close. She could feel it. This was her moment to ensure his capture with absolute certainty. She refused to place Sky in the middle of it. Her mother would protect the little girl, and the surrounding officers would keep them safe. She turned to her mother. "Mom, Can you stay here with Sky? Will you keep her safe? Eve took the sleeping child without hesitation, promising to watch over her and urging Lily to be careful. Lily pressed one last gentle kiss to Sky's forehead, then took Abby's hand and moved toward the entrance. Sheriff Rogers and a swarm of officers followed close behind. An older woman with salt and pepper hair and a forceful gaze intercepted the sheriff near the doors, demanding to know what was happening. Lily assumed she was the principal, but didn't pause. She pulled Abby inside before anyone could stop them. As they walked the familiar halls, Lily felt the urge to tell Abby everything. They had never kept secrets from each other, yet now so many truths could never be shared. She offered her sister the chance to wait outside with their mother. Abby refused firmly, declaring she would stay by Lily's side all the way. That loyalty steadied Lily as they moved deeper into the building. Once they had ruled these halls in perfect unison, now they were opposites. Abby, tall and solid footsteps, heavy on the polished tile. Lily, frail, bone-sharp, steps light and hesitant. Passing the admin office, a sophomore class photo caught Lily's eye. There she was, laughing brightly in her favorite lilac sweater and matching headband. A gold plaque beneath it read, "In our hearts forever." They had believed her dead. They had thought he had killed her. Her pace quickened with fresh resolve. She passed the gym, sneakers screeching on hardwood as boys ran basketball drills. Classrooms blurred by, filled with bored students staring at their teachers. Finally, she stopped a few feet from Rick's classroom, close enough to see him clearly while remaining unseen. Sunlight streamed through the windows, catching his casually tousled black hair. Nearly 40, he still looked early 30s with his smooth, angular features. Designer jeans, black button-down with sleeves rolled up, skinny green tie. He smiled at his students, dimples flashing, eyes bright as if every word they spoke was brilliant. Even now, Lily understood why they worshipped him. His knowledge of the text was sharp, his charm effortless. She stood frozen, staring. The hallway noise swelled. Sheriff Rogers moved beside her as deputies and a security guard pushed forward, the principal trailing. Inside the classroom, a student spotted them and called out that the cops had arrived. Rick turned. Confusion crossed his face, then shifted into pure rage. Lily had once feared that look above all else, reading its warning signs to avoid the explosion that followed. Not today. She absorbed the fury and let it fuel her. She spoke to Sheriff Rogers, voice steady and strong. That man had held her captive for 3,110 days. Rick Hansen was the one who had kidnapped her, raped her, and fathered her child. He was the man they needed to arrest. The officers hesitated only a moment, reconciling the respected teacher with the monster she described. Then they moved with professional efficiency. They burst into the classroom and surrounded him. They placed Rick Hansen under arrest for the kidnapping of Lily Reiser and began reading him his rights. He showed no resistance, no visible emotion. As cuffs clicked around his wrists, he calmly told his students to get back to work. He expected them to have read the last 3 chapters by the time he returned. The students ignored him. Phones rose, snapping photos and recording video. Lily took grim satisfaction in knowing the world would soon see Rick Hansen's true face. She was so absorbed in the moment that she forgot Abby until she glanced over. Her sister's expression twisted from disbelief to horror. Abby doubled over with an anguished scream. Lily stepped forward to comfort her, but Abby shoved past, charging into the classroom. She flew at Rick, fists flying as he tried to shield himself. It took Sheriff Rogers and another deputy to drag her off. Abby collapsed onto the linoleum floor, weeping uncontrollably. Moments later, handcuffed Rick was marched out. As he passed Lily, he leaned close and whispered that she had made a big mistake. Baby doll. Lily rushed to Abby, watching her sister unravel, and wondered if perhaps he was right. Rick fucking Hansen. The name slammed through Abby's skull like cannon fire. Mr. Hansen, her English teacher. Noise swirled around her, but none of it registered. She saw an EMT she recognized from the hospital kneeling beside her, firing questions about how far along she was, any medications, urging her to squeeze a hand if she could hear. Abby couldn't focus. The revelation paralyzed her. Time dissolved. She felt herself lifted onto a stretcher. Lily gripped her hand tightly as they wheeled her down the hallway. I'm here, Abs. I'm here. The darkness pulled at her. Abby hated herself for not being stronger. Even as she fell, Lily's voice followed. I'm sorry, Abby. I'm so sorry. Why was Lily apologizing? Abby wanted to ask, but the black hole swallowed her completely. In flashes, she remembered the early search parties. Only days after Lily vanished, hundreds had gathered in the rain, teenagers, children, parents, cops, FBI agents. Dogs barked as the crowd fanned out with flyers and flashlights. Volunteers passed out coffee. A frizzy-haired woman had thrust a prayer card at her, promising God would bring Lily back. Abby had smacked it away, cursing her. Mr. Hansen had appeared, apologizing to the woman and guiding Abby aside. He had listened as she raged that God had neither taken nor would return her sister. She only wanted Lily back. He had hugged her. She had let him. He told her not to give up hope. They would keep searching together. For weeks he had joined the family on those searches. Forests, riverbanks, marshes, even Amish land. He organized grief counseling at school. He sat on their porch with her father, smoking cigars and quoting Faulkner. He sponsored fundraisers for the memorial plaque Abby passed every day. She had been grateful for his kindness, for the way he never treated her as crazy, for the times he stopped by her locker. Now that memory burned like acid in her chest. Abby heard Mr. Hansen's calm, compassionate voice echoing in her mind, telling her everyone was there for her and that Lily had loved her deeply. When the rest of the world had moved on, his words had kept her anchored. Lily's voice drifted in from somewhere far away, cracking as she begged Abby to stay with her, insisting he was going to jail and she was right there. Abby fought to hold on, but the edge of the black hole pulled harder. The same darkness she had once leaped into with booze, pills, and fleeting encounters. Doctors had spent years offering coping tools to drag her out. Wes and the baby had tried to lure her into the light, yet Mr. Hansen's voice returned, steady and kind, reminding her how Lily had been a fighter and asking if she would want Abby to quit. He had spoken that way in the hospital after her suicide attempt, always talking about Lily as if he truly knew her, as if he understood their bond. All the while, he had been the one holding Lily captive, killing their father slowly, twisting their mother into someone fragile and desperate, dismantling their family piece by piece. Abby owed Lily everything, but the darkness felt safest now. She wanted it to swallow her whole and let her escape the truth about Mr. Hansen. She was still thrashing when she felt the sharp prick of the EMT's needle. Gratitude washed over her as the merciful fog carried her away. Eve sat breathless in the car, watching Lancaster's most respected teacher, someone she had once called a friend, led out in handcuffs. It couldn't be Rick Hansen. There had to be some mistake. He had been the girl's favorite teacher, everyone's favorite. When he first arrived in town years earlier, the carpool moms had gossiped about whether a man who looked like that could actually teach. Eve had liked him immediately. His enthusiasm for his students was obvious. After Lily vanished, he had checked in constantly, stopping by the hospital after Abby's episodes with homework and kind words. This had to be wrong. Then Skye sat bolt upright, body vibrating as she clawed at the window and wailed for Daddy Rick to come back. Eve could only stare as officers escorted him toward the cruiser. This man, their family friend, had abducted her daughter. He had raped her and fathered Skye. The realization hit in crushing waves. She tried to soothe the screaming child, promising it would be okay, that Mommy would be here soon. Skye's cries continued unabated. If Rick heard his daughter, he gave no sign. He walked with his head high, face stoic, radiating the quiet confidence of a man who had been wronged. The sight of her granddaughter in such pain tore at Eve, yet Skye gave her a necessary focus. No matter what punishment she fantasized for Rick Hansen, her immediate duty was keeping the little girl safe. She understood the child's desperate longing for her parent. The love was real, even if the father was a monster. A familiar pinch of pain flared in Eve's neck and spread through her body. She pushed it down, focusing on the present the way the doctors had taught her. "Stop thinking about yourself. Stay right here." The squad car pulled away. Lily burst from the school, ignoring the crowd, and yanked open the door. She lifted the hysterical Skye into her arms, hugging and kissing her tightly. She reassured the little girl that there was no trouble anymore. Skye whimpered that she had seen Daddy Rick, but he hadn't seen her, asking if he was mad. Lily told her they were fine, that Daddy Rick had to go away for a while, but the two of them would always be okay. Skye sobbed into her mother's shoulder, still calling for Rick, but this time Lily simply held her and turned to Eve, gesturing toward the EMTs wheeling Abby out. Lily admitted she didn't know what had happened to Abby, only that she had lost it. Eve looked at her other daughter and shook her head. She explained that Abby got this way sometimes. Ever since Lily had been taken, she had struggled. Lily said nothing. She drew Eve toward the ambulance, where paramedics were loading Abby, who lay groggy from sedatives and kept whispering that it had been Mr. Hansen. Eve took Abby's hand and told her she was okay, that Mom was here and so was Lily. Lily whispered that she shouldn't have done this, that she hadn't thought, and she was so sorry. Eve saw the guilt on her face and told her not to apologize. Lily had a lifelong free pass as far as she was concerned. Besides, she could never have known how often Abby's breakdowns had become routine. It was done now. They could get both girls the help they needed. Lily was beginning to falter, pale, trembling, the adrenaline clearly fading. Eve helped her into the ambulance at the EMT's gesture. Lily asked if Eve was coming too. The EMT shook her head, explaining there wasn't room for everyone. Lily begged, eyes filling with tears, saying she wanted her mom with them. Tommy stepped forward and told Eve he would drive right behind the ambulance. Lily stared at Skye and Abby, exhaustion winning. She asked for his promise. Eve nodded and assured her they would be right behind. Lily hugged Eve tightly, Skye still in her arms, then sank onto the gurney as the EMT closed the doors. Once again, Eve found herself separated from her daughters. She wanted to pound on the ambulance, to insist she ride with them, but she let Tommy guide her to his cruiser. Dozens of students lined the lot, phones raised, filming and snapping pictures. Shame crashed over her. She had always been private. Even after Lily disappeared, Dave had handled the press. Now strangers would pry into every detail of Lily's ordeal. All she wanted was to escape the prying eyes. As they pulled out behind the flashing ambulance, Tommy shook his head in disbelief, calling it a goddamn miracle. Silence stretched between them while they processed what they had seen. Eve finally spoke, saying she didn't understand and never would. Tommy, a 28-year veteran, said he had never witnessed anything like it. He told her this was living proof that evil walked among them. A sudden fear gripped Eve. What if the ambulance driver was connected to Rick somehow? They had trusted him completely. Maybe others were involved. The thought was irrational, but she couldn't shake it. Why had she followed the rules? Why hadn't she forced her way in with her girls? Losing them again was unbearable. She ordered Tommy to stay close to the ambulance and not let it out of his sight. He gave her a startled glance but accelerated. Eve didn't care how she sounded. She told him to do whatever it took, just get her to her girls. Lily lay still as the medical team cataloged her injuries. Broken collarbone, sprained wrists, 2 broken ankles, broken jaw, 6 heel rib fractures, cigarette burns, ligament scars, vaginal tearing, extensive trauma, anemia, vitamin D deficiency, and visual impairments. The list stretched on. The worst damage had come early, when she still believed she could fight her way free. After 6 months in captivity, she had spotted light from upstairs for nearly 2 days and made her move. The moment she stepped out of the basement, Rick kicked her down the stairs. That beating had nearly killed her. It was the last time, until today, she ever considered running. Other injuries came from Rick's games when he got carried away. He would always apologize afterward, bathing her gently, splinting wounds with a doctor's care, and promising to be more careful if she just went along with his demands, a promise he never kept. She had forced herself to forget each wound, especially after Skye arrived. Now her body stood as a roadmap of his madness, every scar and limitation evidence of his depravity. Her body had become official evidence. A fleet of medical personnel worked around her. Dr. Lashley, an attractive resident in her early 30s with a warm smile and easy manner, kept Lily calm even when trembling overtook her during undressing or when sobs broke through the pelvic exam. The older RN, Carol, with her smoker's lines and tired eyes, held Lily's hand between charting notes. In the corner, a female detective photographed and recorded every detail. Dr. Amari, the chief of psychiatry, arrived mid-exam, a tall Middle Eastern woman in starched khakis and silk. She introduced herself and said she had just left Abby, who was now stable. She offered to spend time with Lily and Skye if they wanted. Lily shrugged and agreed it was fine. Dr. Amari assured her she could speak up if anything felt too invasive. Lily wanted to tell the doctor that nothing they could do would compare to what she had already endured. But she stayed silent. It was easier to block everything out in the warm, polite room. She had initially resisted the exam. Skye was terrified, exhaustion pressed down, and she hated leaving Abby. But Abby remained sedated, and Sheriff Rogers made it clear the work wasn't finished. They needed to document every injury, run DNA tests, and lock in her statement to nail Rick to the wall. Lily's doubts about the sheriff vanished. They shared the same goal, Rick's total destruction. She agreed. First, she had to convince her mother. She asked Eve to stay with Abby, insisting she and Skye would be fine and that she needed to know her sister wasn't alone. Eve resisted but finally relented and left for Abby's room, while nurses whisked Lily away for blood draws, x-rays, photographs, and more. The physical exam was grueling, yet watching Skye's exam hurt far worse. The little girl wailed the instant unfamiliar hands touched her, terrified by the lights, noise, and cold instruments. She begged Lily to make them stop and take her home. Lily's every instinct screamed to protect her child, but she knew this had to happen. There had been no medical care in Rick's world, no vaccines, no checkups. She had kept Skye alive with daily prayers. Now in the real world, Skye needed proper care, and Lily needed confirmation the girl was as healthy as possible after years of isolation. She soothed Skye through the tears, promising it would end soon and urging her to be brave. When the exams finally finished, nurses moved Lily and Skye to a private VIP room in the back wing. Officers took up positions at the door as a security precaution. Warm vegetable soup and toast arrived. Skye devoured everything, her crying finally easing. Afterward, Lily curled up in bed with her daughter under soft blankets. Skye drifted off quickly. IV lines delivered fluids and medications to treat their dehydration and nutrient deficiencies. Lily was dozing when her mother and Sheriff Rogers returned. She sat up carefully, not waking Sky. She asked how Abby was. Eve said Abby was asking for her and worried Lily was angry. Lily didn't understand why she would be mad. Dr. Amari stood at the doorway. Lily glanced at the empty bed and asked if Abby could stay in the room with her. They both needed to be together. The doctor agreed on the condition they both rested. Lily gave her word. Dr. Amari left to arrange it and reminded the sheriff to keep his visit short. Sheriff Rogers cleared his throat and explained Lily's full statement could wait until morning, but they urgently needed the location where Rick had held them. Hanson wasn't talking. Any details would help. Lily remembered the route in sharp detail. She described a cabin off Highway 12 that Rick used as an office, claiming he went there to write. They had been kept in the basement, reached through a back door. His wife likely knew the cabin's location, but Lily offered to draw a map. The sheriff handed her his notebook and pen. Her hand shook as she sketched it carefully and returned it. She asked if Rick had said anything. He hadn't spoken a word, but the sheriff assured her he wasn't going anywhere. She and Sky were safe now. He told her to rest and promised to return, first thing tomorrow. Lily thanked him again. He held his hat, looking at her with genuine emotion, saying they had worked hard to find her. All those years, and he was sorry they failed. But today was one hell of a good day seeing her alive. Lily smiled widely and told him it was better than good. It was spectacular. Eve half sobbed, half laughed, clearly remembering the old game between her daughters. The sheriff looked concerned and asked if she was all right. She squeezed his hand and said they were okay now. He tipped his hat and left. Eve wiped her tears and hovered over Lily, saying she needed to pull herself together. Lily reassured her. She was fine, and asked her to check when they would move Abby in. Eve agreed, but asked Lily to have the nurses text if she needed anything. Lily promised and hugged her mother tightly again, knowing she would never grow tired of these embraces. She would memorize every one from now on. Once her mother disappeared down the hall, Lily realized she was truly alone for the first time since escaping. This time, everything felt different. Rick was locked away. A guard stood outside. She wore clean clothes, had food in her stomach, and her daughter slept safely beside her. She had her life back. The thought was almost too vast to hold. Overwhelmed, she leaned back against the pillows. Her eyes fluttered shut. Images rose of Rick in shackles, lying awake in a grim cell while other inmates screamed at him, calling him worthless, a piece of shit, no one at all. She doubted any of them could match his depravity. A wave of unexplained sadness washed over her, sharp but fleeting, like something half-dreamed. She pushed it aside and let sleep take her. Rick was gone. She was free. That was all she had ever wanted. Rick lay on the cold metal cot, wrists cuffed so tight his hands were going numb. He kept replaying the day's events, searching for the exact moment everything had gone wrong. When he first spotted Lily outside his classroom in that oversized sweatshirt, blonde hair, and a messy braid, he told himself it had to be the other sister. His Lily would never break the rules or betray his trust. Then their eyes met, and he knew. That was his girl, standing defiantly in the hallway surrounded by police. The same look he hadn't seen in years. Before he could react, the officers swarmed him, wrenching his arms back and snapping on the cuffs while they recited his rights. Chaos erupted in the classroom. Students buzzed with excitement, phones flashing and recording. He understood instantly that the videos were already racing across the internet, yet all he could feel was the sting of her deception. After every lesson, every hour spent shaping her, teaching her to love him the way he loved her, she had done this, trapped him like an animal in front of the world. The betrayal cut deeper than anything. He had truly loved her. From the day she walked into his freshman English class, Fresh face, sun-kissed hair, dimples flashing with every open smile. He had wanted her. 15 years of teaching had sharpened his instincts. He could read every student at a glance. He had taken occasional careful flings with girls who meant nothing, easy distractions until the right one came along. Lily was different. Her goodness, her kindness to outcasts, the way she challenged ideas in class only made him want her more. He watched her toned legs at track practice, seethed whenever she draped herself over her worthless jock boyfriend. She should have looked at him that way. He convinced her to join the school paper so they could spend hours alone. Her bright laugh almost drowned out the endless talk of Wes. He nodded along, pretending interest, while inside he burned to be the name she spoke with longing. By the end of the year, he had decided she would be his. He knew Abby, too, from the other honors class, but her sharp edge held no appeal. Besides, he wasn't greedy. Lily was enough, taking her required preparation. He spent months turning the remote cabin into her home, building, shopping, convincing his wife the writing space was sacred and off limits. Thousands of dollars in careful lies, all for Lily. And now she had made him a fool. During the arrest, he had stayed ice calm, exactly as they expected him not to. He told the students to get back to work and finish the last 3 chapters. They ignored him, of course, but the performance mattered. Then Abby charged in like a wild animal, hitting and kicking. He thought how smart he had been to choose the other sister. Lily would never have let herself go like that. Yet the violence stirred something familiar from the early days of Lily's training. When the officers finally dragged the bigger woman off him, he wondered for a split second if he had picked the wrong twin after all. He had given Lily a child. One of the hardest choices he ever made. For 7 months he had weighed drowning it, abandoning it, burying it. In the end, he kept the baby because it was his, part of him. He had almost come to like the little girl. She was a small version of Lily. None of that mattered now. Lily had betrayed him like Brutus betrayed Caesar. He sighed. Regret was useless. Strategy was everything. He had always known the risks. 2 guards approached the cell wearing black leather gloves, faces hard. He recognized the hunger in their eyes. They wanted him to suffer. Bring it, he thought. He needed the distraction. As they stepped inside, he laughed out loud. Nothing they could do would hurt worse than what Lily had already done. That stupid bitch had already shattered his heart. Abby strained against the arm restraints, pinning her to the hospital gurney. She demanded the nurses remove them, insisting she wouldn't hurt anyone, and only wanted to see her sister. They ignored her. She knew she sounded crazy and that it wasn't helping, but the need to reach Lily clawed at her. When Dr. Amari approached, Abby forced her voice steady. She asked the doctor to tell the staff she was fine now. Dr. Amari sighed, resting a gentle hand on the restraints. She pointed out that Abby clearly wasn't okay. Abby stayed silent. She knew how this worked. Any word could be twisted against her. If she admitted anger, they would keep her locked away. If she claimed she was fine, they would cite the school meltdown. Dr. Amari unbuckled the restraints and sat on the edge of the bed. She asked what had happened, noting how well Abby had been progressing. Abby knew the doctor already had the full report. To reach Lily, she had to play along. She explained that Mr. Hanson, their English teacher, had taken Lily all those years ago. Seeing him today had made her lose control, but she was all right now. Dr. Amari reminded her of the duty to protect both Abby and the baby. Abby reassured her she would never harm the child or anyone else. The doctor stood slowly. She said it was good to hear and that she had already spoken with Lily. She was willing to move Abby into Lily's room for the night, but only if Abby took care of herself and the pregnancy. Abby agreed eagerly, promising anything if it meant seeing her sister. Dr. Amari warned that both women needed to start counseling right away. The adjustment would be difficult for everyone. Abby said of course they would, as soon as Lily was settled. Satisfied, the doctor left to arrange the transfer. Abby leaned back, relieved. She had no intention of seeing another therapist. The only reason she had ever needed one was because Lily had been gone. Now that her sister was home, she would finally get her life back. She was still picturing all the things she would do with Lily, all the stories she needed to share, when a familiar voice spoke from the doorway. "Abby?" Wes stood there. She sat up quickly, one hand moving instinctively to her stomach as her whole body tightened. She asked what he was doing here. She had thought her words in the squad car earlier had been perfectly clear. Wes ignored the edge in her voice. He said he had to make sure she and Lily were both all right, and that the baby was safe too. Wes moved beside her and took her hands. The familiar warmth of his touch stirred old comfort in Abby, the kind that had once steadied her after Lily vanished, when his towering frame had wrapped around her in the darkest nights. She had leaned on him for everything back then, but that was before Lily returned. Now his needs could not matter. She could not risk this secret. Lily had once loved Wes with her entire being, every plan, every moment revolving around him. It had driven Abby mad. She told him firmly that they needed space, for her and for Lily. He withdrew his hand, yet his eyes stayed locked on hers. He spoke of his love for Lily as his first love, insisting the situation wasn't only about Abby. He expressed concern for her, for Lily, and for their unborn child. Then said he would leave once he knew everyone was safe. But Lily had to learn the truth about them, and it would be better coming from Abby herself. He stood, leaned down to kiss her goodbye. She allowed it, calculating that giving in would make him go. As he left, guilt flickered through her unfairness, yet resolve hardened. She had to end this. A restraining order, perhaps. Her thoughts still churned when Carol, another nurse, arrived with a wheelchair to take her to Lily's room. Abby wanted to walk, but Carol refused to bend the rules and insisted she ride. Carol wheeled her along the corridors, chattering brightly about the miracle of Lily's return. Abby barely heard, her mind fixed on Wes. At Lily's doorway, Abby rose from the chair and watched her sister sleep, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. Lily's eyes fluttered open as if sensing her. Skye remained asleep beside her, drained from everything. Abby apologized for waking her, but Lily said she had only been resting her eyes. Abby told Carol to leave them. Carol hesitated until Abby sharply reminded her there were other patients needing care. Carol finally patted Abby's shoulder affectionately and wished them both rest before departing. Gratitude warmed Abby despite herself. These nurses had sustained her first as a patient, then as an LVN colleague, keeping her grounded and purposeful. She sat motionless in the wheelchair, searching for words. Lily decided for her, lifting the covers and patting the bed. Abby eyed her own swollen belly and protested there was no room, calling herself enormous. Lily told her to stop, insisting she looked stunning. The words nearly convinced Abby she wasn't hideous. She climbed in carefully. It was a tight fit, but they managed, with Skye undisturbed on Lily's other side. Once settled, Lily rested her head on Abby's shoulder. Quiet filled the room, broken only by the steady beeps of the monitor. Warmth and peace settled over them. Abby's chest tightened. She tried breathing exercises, but a sob broke free anyway. She wept for Lily's lost years and the suffering she'd endured. Lily rubbed her back gently, just as she had when they were children. Lily asked what had happened to Dad. Abby cringed inwardly, knowing the official story of a clogged valve hid the deeper truth. Some broken hearts simply stopped. She sighed and told her it was a heart attack a few months after Lily was taken. Dad had been their rock, organizing searches, giving interviews, refusing to let them lose hope. Then one day at work, he collapsed. They tried to save him, but his heart gave out. He no longer had the fight left. Silence stretched, heavy with shared grief. Lily then asked about the man she had seen at Mom's house today. Abby said he was no one important, that things with Mom were complicated. Lily pressed about how life had been after she disappeared. Abby hesitated, then admitted it had been terrible. So terrible. Lily noticed Abby unconsciously tracing the vine tattoos on her wrists that hid old scars. She asked what Abby had done. Abby pulled her hands away, insisting it was in the past and they should not dwell. Lily apologized for hurting her at the school earlier and for not explaining who the man was. Abby sat up, eyes meeting hers, and countered that the look on his face had been worth the ambulance ride. She had landed a few good hits herself. Their gazes held, then laughter bubbled up, building from giggles to full hysterics until they clutched their stomachs, breathless. Abby told her how much she had missed her. Lily studied Abby's hand and asked if she was married. Joy drained from Abby, replaced by cold fear. She shook her head and tried to deflect lightly, saying marriage was for old people. Lily pointed out the pregnancy. Abby called it a long story and suggested they had time for everything later. Dr. Amari had ordered rest. She began easing out of the bed, but Lily held on, asking her to stay and sleep there tonight. Abby needed no further urging. She settled back under the covers. They exchanged good nights. Lily's breathing soon deepened into sleep, her hand still clutching Abby's. But sleep evaded Abby. She stared at the ceiling, dread coiling inside. Lily had not yet asked about Wes, but she would. What then? Abby resolved to stay awake if necessary. She would not let anyone come between them again. Once her daughters were settled, Eve met with Dr. Amari to discuss a treatment plan. The doctor, a colleague of over 12 years, spoke candidly, warning that recovery would not be easy. Eve would need to follow the girl's lead while playing a vital supporting role. Eve promised she would do whatever it took to heal her family. Heading back to Lily's room, Eve spotted Wes in the waiting area, head in his hands, looking utterly defeated. She rubbed her neck, the old stress ache flaring. Past therapies and treatments had never eased it. One therapist had told her stress was a living thing that had to be exercised. She had stopped seeing him that day, unwilling to hear she held the power to fix her life. Now she felt real power. She was already planning the lawsuit against the school, the district, even the city for failing to protect Lily. But first she needed to check on Wes. He looked up, eyes bloodshot. He told her Abby was panicking, convinced Lily would hate her for their relationship. Eve began to respond that Abby had always been intense. But Wes cut in bitterly, then caught himself, pointing out they were having a child together. Eve urged patience. Both sisters needed time. She saw his frustration, yet admired how he fought to control it, a defense she had witnessed for years. Wes was a good man despite his rough upbringing. His mother had died in middle school, and his father, Joe, had been a useless drunk, unable to parent or hold a job. Their home had offered Wes the order and normalcy he craved. Lily had once been his salvation. Eve had worried they were too young at first, but could not object to such a decent boy. After Lily's disappearance, Wes had stayed. Eve had watched Abby spiral, first into reckless trouble, then into catatonic withdrawal and silence. Abby had blamed her for so many things, including Dave's death and her own poor choices with men. Wes had repeatedly pulled Abby back from the edge. Eve felt grateful when Abby and Wes began dating, relieved to let someone else shoulder the weight of keeping her surviving daughter stable. A twin was never meant to face the world alone, and if Wes could fill the hollow Lily had left, Eve would not stand in the way. She remembered the day before high school graduation when Wes knocked on her office door. They sat over coffee in the commissary at the same table she and Dave once shared. Wes fidgeted with an empty sugar packet, eyes down, and told her he had been accepted to Penn on a full ride. Eve beamed with pride, but he looked tormented, unsure he should go because Abby was staying behind. His thoughtfulness touched her, yet shame burned inside. Eve knew she had failed him. This kind young man had carried far more than his share. She told him firmly to stop, reminded him how hard he had worked despite everything, and insisted he could not surrender his future for Abby. He deserved this. He had to go. He left looking crushed by the decision. Eve had been certain obligation would keep him home, but he departed for college that fall. Abby stumbled at first, then steadied herself, returned to school, finished her LVN degree, and began therapy. The cracks remained: binge drinking, pills, fleeting encounters, repeated hospitalizations. When Wes reappeared and they spotted him at TGI Fridays, Eve sensed unfinished business between them. The pregnancy had not thrilled her. They were young, and Abby's sobriety fragile. Still, a quiet part of her hoped the baby might anchor her daughter. Now Wes cleared his throat, waiting for guidance. He said he was glad Lily was back, but could not let Abby shut him out. Eve understood Abby would do exactly that to shield her sister, yet she kept that to herself. She urged him to give her daughter a day or two. They would sort it out. He agreed to wait for now, but asked if there was anything he could do. Eve told him her parents and Dave's mother were arriving at the airport tomorrow at noon and asked if he could pick them up. He accepted at once, told her to send the flight details, and offered to handle anything else she needed. She called him a good man. He brushed off the praise and asked her to tell Abby he loved her. Eve promised, though she knew it was the last thing Abby wanted to hear. He left. Eve sank into a hard chair in the empty lobby, needing a moment before seeing her daughters. The next thing she knew, someone was shaking her awake. Tommy stood over her. She smoothed her hair, aware she looked wrecked, but he did not seem to notice. He shifted his feet hat in hand, face tight. He told her the FBI had been brought in to oversee the case. They were unhappy with how events unfolded at the school. There was a chance he would be sidelined. Eve's anger flared. She said it was his case, and she would fight to keep it that way. He raised his hands, explaining she needed impartial eyes on it, and that he would remain involved, just not in charge. She reached to shake his hand, but found herself pulled into his arms instead. He held her tightly. She breathed in the sharp mix of cologne and sweat, clinging longer than she should have before he stepped back. There was more. He told her 6 videos of Rick's arrest and Abby's meltdown were already online and going viral. It was a mess. She needed to prepare. Eve gripped the chair to steady herself. She said she could not handle it, nor could the girls. Tommy promised to shield them as much as he could. She saw the same steady kindness in his eyes that had been there the first day he stood in her kitchen and swore he would find her child. He had to meet the agents at Hanson's cabin, but told her to call if she needed anything. They stood in heavy silence before he left. Alone again, profound loneliness settled over Eve. She wondered how they would all navigate the situation with Wes and Abby once Lily learned the truth. Tomorrow would bring challenges she could barely imagine, yet right now she chose to focus only on the blessings. She had her daughters back, and she had a granddaughter. Everything else was meaningless. Their lives would be perfect from here on out. They had to be. Where is he? Where is Rick? That was Lily's first thought the moment her eyes opened at dawn. She scanned the room with the same frantic habit she had developed to anticipate his every shift in mood. Sky lay curled against her. The room had been crowded last night. Abby snoring on one side, Sky on the other, Mom in the extra bed. but now only folded blankets and pillows remained where their mother had slept. Lily's gaze darted until she spotted the note on the bedside table. She read the familiar cursive. Mom had gone to get a few things for her girls and would be back soon, with love. Tears stung Lily's eyes. She could not bear the thought of losing her mother or sister again and fought to keep the dark images from creeping in. She stretched, muscles aching from yesterday's desperate run, then eased carefully out of bed so she would not wake Skye or Abby. She crossed to the window. Until now, every thought had been consumed with keeping Skye safe and making sure Rick was caught. In the quiet early light, she finally let herself absorb the view. She watched the sun lift over the horizon in bursts of golden yellow, burnt orange, and deep red, a sunrise so vivid it seemed impossible. Below, the city stirred. Nurses clustered outside smoking. Worried families pacing with phones to their ears. None of them appeared to notice the beauty unfolding around them. She pressed her forehead to the cool glass. All of this could vanish in an instant, yet she cared more than she could say. This was not a single sunrise. She had a lifetime of them ahead. She pictured herself sunbathing until her skin turned golden, lacing up her sneakers in spring and running until her lungs burned. So many possibilities waited. She was free. She would have stayed at the window forever. But nurses arrived to draw blood. Abby stirred, still groggy, met Lily's eyes and broke into a wide grin, saying thank God it had not been a dream. Lily felt the same and told her so. They shared another smile just as Carol walked in. Abby told Carol to get lost. Carol replied that she had picked up an extra shift and asked whether Abby was coming for her checkup or if reinforcements were needed. Abby sighed, turned to Lily, and explained that the doctors wanted to poke and prod her to confirm she was not losing her mind. She asked if Lily would be all right. Lily said she would manage and urged her to hurry back. Abby promised she would. As Abby eased out of bed, Dr. Amari entered, carrying a giant white teddy bear tied with a lopsided purple bow. Abby motioned for Lily to help her into the waiting wheelchair. Leaning close so the others would not hear, Abby whispered a warning. The doctor planned to interrogate her to make sure she was not crazy. Lily looked at her sister and wondered aloud what would happen if she was. "You'll be in good company," Abby said, pulling a funny face. Lily burst out laughing, startled once again by how easily the sound came after everything she had survived. Abby reassured them she would not be long and asked Carol to confirm. Carol promised Lily that her sister would give the doctors hell if they dragged their feet, and that they would be back soon. They left, leaving Lily alone with Dr. Amari while Skye slept peacefully, thumb in her mouth. Dr. Amari explained they needed more blood and offered the teddy bear as encouragement. When Lily gently woke her, Skye immediately began to cry. Dr. Amari handed over the bear. Skye examined its bright eyes and crooked smile, then hugged it tightly and asked if she could keep it. Lily told her she could. Skye thought hard, then thanked Dr. Amari politely. Lily felt a surge of pride that she had raised her daughter well despite Rick. As the nurses drew blood from both of them, Lily stared at the stuffed animal and realized Skye could now have anything she wanted. Rick had never allowed frivolous spending. Now there were no limits. Lily was in control of their future. The thought of buying music, movies, clothes, her own underwear filled her with both excitement and overwhelm. After a simple breakfast of eggs and toast, they dozed off. Lily woke when her mother returned carrying Walmart bags filled with jeans, T-shirts, underwear, and new sneakers. Eve apologized for leaving, but said she wanted to get them a few things. Lily smiled gratefully. Her mother had sensed exactly what she needed. Lily took Skye into the bathroom and dressed her in jeans and a bright pink fuzzy sweater that Skye declared she would never remove. Lily pulled on a loose black V-neck sweater and comfortable dark blue jeans, then twisted her hair into a bun before rejoining her family. Abby had returned wearing a gray maternity dress, leggings, and knee boots. Her hair was combed and her lips glossed pink. Lily thought her sister had never looked so confident and radiant, her full cheeks glowing like a Botticelli painting of soft, glorious curves. Abby took out her iPhone and began snapping photos of Lily and Sky. Eve asked for a group shot and called Carol in. They crowded together, laughing as the pictures grew sillier. Lily marveled at how small and sleek the phone was. Eve offered to get her one, but the idea unsettled. Lily, who would she even call? Sky was mesmerized by the device, touching the buttons, posing, and saying cheese repeatedly. Lily almost forgot where she was until Sheriff Rogers arrived. He greeted them politely and introduced Agent Janice Stevens of the FBI and Dr. Linda Zaretsky. Agent Stevens would now lead the investigation. Lily noted the sheriff was no longer in charge and studied the two women. Agent Stevens was petite and immaculate with a tight black bun. Dr. Zaretsky was tall, statuesque, and athletic. Agent Stevens thanked Lily for speaking with them. The doctors had cleared her for discharge, but they needed her statement on record soon. Lily agreed at once, eager for everyone to know exactly what Rick had done. They explained they would use a hospital conference room and record the interview for evidence. Lily gave permission, though she felt awkward. Dr. Zaretsky, a forensic psychologist, would conduct it. Dr. Zaretsky asked if Lily needed anything before they went downstairs. Lily hesitated, fighting sudden paranoia about doctors, police, or strangers who might try to take her again. Part of her wanted to grab Sky and run somewhere. No one could find them. But Rick's warning echoed in her mind. She had to prove him wrong. The world needed to know who he was. She told them she was ready. Her throat tightened when she realized Sky could not hear what she was about to say. Sky knew only that Rick sometimes made Mommy cry and always blamed herself for being naughty. There were darker things Lily had hoped her daughter would never learn. Lily asked Sky to be a big girl and stay with Grandma Eve. Sky panicked, screaming and clinging to her, begging her not to leave. It was the first time Sky had ever disobeyed. Lily felt lost, as if she were failing her child in public. Eve sat beside them and spoke in a calm, soothing voice, promising they would wait right outside the room where Sky could watch through the windows. If Sky got scared, they could knock, and Lily would come out immediately. She suggested they take more pictures with the teddy bear while they waited. Lily encouraged Sky, saying she had an important job to do and needed her to be brave. Sky bit her lip, looking far older than 6, then leaned in and promised that if Mommy got scared, she would be right outside. Lily's heart swelled. She let Eve lift Sky into her arms, mouthed thanks to her mother, and they all headed downstairs in a quiet procession. Chairs had been placed outside the conference room. Eve sat and pulled Sky onto her lap. Lily lingered, peering through the windows at male FBI agents setting up video equipment. Dr. Zaretsky and Agent Stevens were briefing them inside. Lily's stomach churned, but she steadied her breathing and reminded herself this feeling would pass. Agent Stevens returned and said they were ready. Lily grabbed Abby's hand and pulled her forward. Dr. Zaretsky gently explained that family could not join because the subject matter was sensitive and difficult. Lily insisted Abby was coming with her, then checked if her sister felt up to it after yesterday. Abby said she wanted to support her but did not want to cause problems and would wait outside. Lily turned back and declared she wanted Abby with her, or there would be no interview. She stared at them, pride rising inside her. With Rick, she had never talked back, especially after Sky was born. This was the new Lily. No one would control her anymore. The agents conferred privately. Lily knew they would agree. Catching Rick mattered too much. Dr. Zaretsky soon returned and invited both sisters inside if they were ready. Still holding Abby's hand, Lily entered the large conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows. It was twice the size of the cabin that had been her prison, but she pushed the comparison away as dangerous. She sat in a hard chair while the other agents left. Agent Stevens took a nearby seat as Dr. Zaretsky closed the door. Lily fought the urge to check if it was locked. Agent Stevens expressed deep sympathy for what Lily and Skye had endured, and relief that they had escaped. They had located Rick's cabin and were gathering evidence, but they needed her statement quickly to build a strong case. They offered breaks if needed. Lily said she was ready. She had been ready for years. Dr. Zaretsky introduced herself as a child and adolescent forensic interviewer who consulted with the FBI on abuse and kidnapping cases. She had a background in social work and a private practice helping victims of abuse, then asked if Lily had questions about her role. Lily asked if her job was to listen to stories like hers about what people like Rick did. Dr. Zaretsky confirmed it. Lily then asked if there were many others who had been through the same ordeal. Dr. Zaretsky paused thoughtfully before replying that there were many sick people in the world, but also many brave children and young women like Lily. Lily thought what a grim job it must be, hearing degrading stories day after day. Lily sat in the sterile room, her focus narrowing to Dr. Zaretsky's calm voice explaining the rules. She could stop or pause any time she needed. All she had to do was say so. Lily gave a small nod, the weight of the moment pressing on her chest. Dr. Zaretsky guided her back to the beginning, asking what she first remembered about Rick Hansen. Lily's mind drifted to freshman year. Rick had been her English teacher, the kind who turned dull lessons into something lively, even Chaucer feeling engaging under his touch. He showered her with compliments. How blue suited her, how her smile brightened the room, how sharp her book reports were. She had been one of his brightest students, he said. The memory warmed her cheeks with an old flush of pleasure. Before Wes, she had daydreamed about dating Mr. Hansen, holding his hand, hearing him call her pretty. It had been a harmless schoolgirl crush, nothing she ever acted on. All the girls felt it. They piled on makeup for his class and competed for front row seats. He carried himself with easy confidence, like a movie star, magnetic, charismatic, resembling a young George Clooney. He dressed in designer jeans and concert tees, chatted about weekend parties with his wife, acting more like a friend than a teacher. Dr. Zaretsky pressed for details on what that type meant. Abby jumped in first, describing his star-like pull, his cool demeanor, the way he blended with students. Dr. Zaretsky turned back to Lily, asking if Rick had ever explained why he chose her specifically. Lily shook her head. She had no idea, though she wished she did. Abby leaned forward, insisting she had made it easy for him by leaving Lily alone that day at school. Guilt thickened Abby's voice as she blamed the fight over a stupid sweater. Lily frowned in confusion. Abby pressed on, claiming the whole ordeal was her fault. Lily cut her off sharply, refusing to let her take the blame. Abby tried to explain further, but Lily insisted he had decided months, maybe a year earlier, he had wanted a teenage girl he could shape entirely. Dr. Zaretsky leaned in, eyes soft with compassion, asking why he picked the high school girl. Lily felt the terrible truth settle in her throat. He had said she was pure, untouched, not yet ruined by the world. His wife annoyed him. Yoga pants, unshaven legs, mood swings, talking back, fluctuating weight. Lily, by contrast, would obey every request without question. She had been his perfect, obedient doll. The words hung heavy. Dr. Zaretsky glanced at her notepad, giving Lily a moment. Then she asked, how long passed between his decision and the act? Lily recalled he bought the property right after freshman year. Once he decided they belonged together. He spent months preparing furniture from swap meets, painting, wallpaper. Afterward, he collected clothes for her, vintage dresses, evening gowns, lingerie, an entire wardrobe. He soundproofed the room, installed locks. When she arrived, only bare essentials waited: a bed, blankets, hot plate. Everything else, books, music, food, became rewards or punishments during his training sessions. Good behavior earned privileges. Bad behavior brought consequences. Dr. Zaretsky asked about the punishments. Abby snapped that anyone could imagine them, but the doctor insisted on details for the case. Lily steadied Abby's twisting hands and listed them: broken bones, rape, starvation, beatings, whatever matched his mood or the severity of the infraction. Lily drew a steadying breath. She could do this. She pushed forward to that afternoon. After the fight with Abby and the unanswered voicemail to her mother, she waited in the quad on crutches from her sprained ankle. Rick approached, backpack slung over his shoulder, concern on his face. He noted how late it was and offered her a ride home since it was on his way. Relief washed over her. Midterms loomed and she had studying ahead. She trusted him completely, like everyone did. She followed him to the faculty lot without noticing the crisp fall air or fading sunlight. Later she would replay that choice endlessly. What if she had refused, or her parents arrived, or someone saw them? She climbed into his Mercedes, commenting on the impressive stereo as Foreigner played. He laughed at her unfamiliarity with the band, joking she needed music education. They chatted about winter break and her upcoming Whistler trip. She talked so much she barely noticed when he passed her subdivision. She pointed out the missed turn, but he ignored it. He began praising how pretty she was, how different from other girls. Warning bells sounded in her mind, clashing with her disbelief that this was Mr. Hanson. She suggested he turn around at the next stop sign. He stayed silent, then spoke of luck and how today was their lucky day. Her heart hammered. This couldn't be happening. He smiled, but it carried a dark promise that she had every reason to fear him. He explained that after time together she would understand. He didn't expect immediate love, but one day she would feel it. Panic surged, her vision spotted, blood roared in her ears. She yanked at the locked door, begging him to stop, clawing for her phone. He smashed it against the dashboard. She cried harder. He pulled over and backhanded her across the face. The blow stunned her. Blood poured from her nose onto her favorite cream blouse, the one she had saved months of babysitting money to buy. She kept crying while he stared, face like carved granite, utterly unmoved. He laid out his rules. No crying, no running, no leaving. He would never kill her. He loved her too much, but every broken rule would cost her. Lily knew then he meant every word. When he dragged her into the basement, the cold darkness confirmed it. She woke handcuffed to the bed, naked. He told her this was their new home. She would be reborn through training. She stayed chained there for 6 long months until he believed she had made progress and accepted their destiny. Abby trembled beside her. Lily gulped water, buying time. The true horrors of those training sessions stayed locked inside her, too raw to voice fully. She survived by retreating into memories of loved ones. 8th birthday pancakes and pink bikes with Abby, singing off-key to Wicked on summer grass, homecoming in her gold dress with Wes spinning her. Rick had stolen her future, but her past remained hers. She took another deep breath, steeling herself to continue. Lily sat listening as the words poured out of her, each one carving deeper into the exhaustion already pressing against her ribs. Rick had loved causing pain, but his real thrill came from forcing her to swallow it silently, to pretend she welcomed every twisted thing he devised. Days blurred into weeks, then months. She kept count by scraping faint marks into the floorboard with her nails, hiding them under books so he would never notice. Yet every morning she checked them like a prisoner counting time. Her family anchored her through it. Thoughts of Mom and Dad steadied her, though her voice still cracked when her father's name rose in her mind. She pictured Abby and Wes, too. Some days she imagined Wes kicking the door down like a hero, scooping her out of that hole. She clung to the memory of his gentle arms, his soft kisses. Nothing demanding, nothing cruel. He had been pure light in the darkest stretches. She never asked how he was now. It hurt less to pretend he existed only in her head than to picture him moving on without her. A glance at Abby shattered that fragile calm. Her sister was shaking hard, arms wrapped around her stomach. Cold dread flooded Lily. What if Wes wasn't alive? What if Rick had punished him for loving her? She forced the question out, voice thin. Abby answered quickly that Wes was alive and fine. Relief swept through Lily so fiercely she almost smiled. Until she caught everyone staring, she shoved the old schoolgirl daydreams aside. Once she accepted no rescue would come, she had tried to provoke Rick into killing her. Beat her to death, strangle her, anything. Other days she considered ending it herself, but he seemed to sense it and warned her daily. If she disappeared, he would simply take a replacement. Abby gasped at the words, clutching her stomach harder. Lily grabbed her hands, insisting she could never have let him touch her sister, too. Abby bolted upright, apologized in a broken rush, and fled the room past Skye and their mother. Dr. Zaretsky offered to stop. Lily refused. She would check on Abby later. She needed to finish. The doctor asked when she had realized she was pregnant. Lily answered exactly. 2 years, 3 months, and 24 days after he took her. At first she hid the changes, praying the baby would die on its own, or planning ways to end it before Rick found out. She could not bear the thought of him sharing her with anyone, even an innocent child. Then the kick came. In that instant, she knew it was a girl, and love surged through her stronger than fear. That love made her fight to survive. If he ever hurt the baby, she would fight him until he had to kill her. When Rick finally noticed, she had braced for rage. Instead, he gave the same charming smile that once made girls giddy and teachers whisper. He kissed her, then her belly, declaring it proved they were meant to be. During the entire pregnancy, he never touched her in anger. The abuse and rapes returned only after Skye was born. But those 9 months felt almost normal. He bought baby books, new clothes, small toys, and suggested names. She already knew what she would call her daughter. Skye, after the open world she had missed most in that locked room. Skye became her entire universe. Dr. Zaretsky asked if he had ever hurt the child. Lily answered firmly, never. She had made sure of it. Whenever Rick wanted time alone with her, she put Skye to bed in the small closet and locked the door herself. The lock had been her idea, her one protection. Skye never questioned it, never tried to come out when told Mommy and Daddy needed grown-up time. In his own twisted way, Rick treated Skye like a doting father, though Lily doubted the restraint would have lasted. Still, he never laid a hand on their daughter. The doctor pressed gently. Had Skye ever heard her cry or call for help? Lily shook her head. She had learned not to scream, but terror had lived in her anyway. Rick was losing interest, her body and face no longer those of a child. She had known that in a few years, when Skye began to change, he would turn to her. The thought alone would have destroyed Lily. Then yesterday he slipped up and left the lock undone. Dr. Zaretsky asked why, after all this time. Lily said she believed he had grown arrogant, proud of his double life, certain she would never disobey after years of training. The questions continued for hours, endless, horrible details about what he had done to her, about the cabin, about his wife, and whether Lily thought the woman knew. She hoped, with everything in her, that the answer was no. By the time they finished, Lily slumped back in her chair, drained in a way she had never felt before. Dr. Zaretsky and Agent Stevens called her brave, a hero. The words sat uncomfortably on her skin. She knew how weak and pathetic she had been at times in that room. They shook her hand, promised they might need to reach her again, and said they would brief her family and slip her out without the press noticing. As they reached the door, Lily called after them, asking how Rick was. The question came out too soft, too intimate, and disgust curled in her stomach. She clarified quickly. Had he confessed? Agent Stevens said he was silent. A bail hearing was set for later that afternoon, but he would not get bail. Justice was on her side. Lily prayed it was true. The two women left. Through the open doorway, she saw her mother holding a sleeping Sky. Lily sat alone, trying to steady herself, when Dr. Amari slipped inside. Abby still had not returned. Worry tightened Lily's chest. Dr. Amari assured her Abby was fine. She had just needed air and was eager to see her. Lily stood, ready to leave. Dr. Amari stopped her. There was something they needed to discuss. Lily sank back into the chair, hands gripping each other, sensing the shift in the doctor's voice. Whatever it was bad. Dr. Amari spoke carefully. They had run the standard tests, blood work, urine samples. The results were confirmed. She was sorry to have to tell her, but Lily was pregnant. Abby felt sick with guilt, yet she couldn't bear another word about Mr. Hanson or what Lily had suffered. She had bolted outside, gasping for air. Dr. Amari cornered her, steering her clear of gathering reporters while offering steady psychological support until Abby felt steady enough to face her sister again. When Abby returned to the conference room, the FBI interview had ended. Through the window, she saw Lily and Dr. Amari deep in conversation. The moment Lily stepped out, Abby sensed a quiet shift in her. Lily smiled softly, scooped up Sky, and asked if they could finally leave this place. Sky begged to go home. Lily glanced at Mom and Abby, repeating the question. Before discharge, Lily and Sky underwent one last exam with Dr. Lashley. The doctor listed problems caused by long-term malnutrition, lack of sunlight, and vitamin D deficiency. She handed them sunglasses to shield their eyes from bright UV rays and urged dental and eye specialist visits. Then she signed the papers, and they were free to go. Hospital rules required wheelchair transport. Carol wheeled Lily with Sky curled on her lap. Mom pushed Abby despite her protests. Sheriff Rogers guided them toward the employee entrance to avoid the media swarm outside. Something uneasy gnawed at Abby. Then it struck her. Lily already knew about Wes. Mom must have told her. Abby watched Lily climb into the back seat beside Sky, face unreadable. Once everyone was buckled, Sheriff Rogers told Mom he would lead the way and keep them clear of the press circus. Abby ignored her mother's lingering gaze at the sheriff and slid into the front seat. Mom drove carefully behind the patrol car, chatting about Newtown construction as if Lily cared. Lily and Sky stared out the windows like visitors from another world. Sky pointed at Amish horses and buggies, firing questions. Lily answered, but her voice sounded muted. 10 minutes later, they turned into their subdivision. Abby's breath caught. Hundreds of people lined the yards and street, waving signs that read, "Welcome home, Lily and God answers, prayers and twin powers activate." She asked Lily if she could believe it. Lily looked shell-shocked, insisting the crowd couldn't be for her. Abby reassured her it was. Lily scanned faces, searching. She recognized Mrs. Marshall and the Bakers, the elderly couple who once fed them cookies and taught them piano. The SUV crept through the throng while police cleared a path to the driveway. Abby spotted Wes standing among the people. Anger flared. She wondered why he would put them in this position. Mom called it amazing. Abby forced calm breaths. afraid anyone would notice her tension. She suggested they skip the house and get a hotel room instead. To her relief, Mom agreed. But Lily leaned forward, gripping the armrest, and insisted they stay. She had waited too long. Abby relented and told Mom to park. They would shield Lily from the cameras. The moment the car stopped, the crowd roared. Reporters shouted questions while cameras flashed. Abby draped her coat over Skye's face to block the lenses. They moved up the driveway, flanked by Sheriff Rogers and officers. Reporters pressed in, asking how she escaped, what it felt like to be home, and whether Rick Hansen was Skye's father. On the porch, Lily gasped. Skye suddenly bolted down the steps into the crowd. Lily froze. Abby tried to chase her, but moved too slowly. The crowd parted as Wes carried the screaming child back up the driveway. Skye kicked and wailed for her daddy, pounding her fists against him. Wes tried to soothe her, but she kept crying like a trapped animal. Lily's face filled with relief when Wes placed Skye in her arms. She didn't seem to recognize him. She rushed inside, cradling her daughter. Abby felt Wes's arm around her waist, guiding her in, while someone whispered for her to stay calm. Inside the foyer, grandparents waited nervously in the kitchen. Skye continued screaming for home, and Daddy Rick, each cry stabbing Abby. Mom suggested returning to the hospital. Lily refused. She just needed time to calm her. She rocked Skye, whispering soft promises that they would be happy here, that this was home now, that Mommy would keep her safe. She repeated the words like a lullaby until Skye's body relaxed and her eyes drifted shut. Lily's gaze moved across the room. Abby held her breath, waiting for the moment Lily noticed Wes. Instead, Lily focused on her grandparents. She set Skye gently on the sofa and hurried to them. Grandma and Grandpa Forster enveloped her in warm hugs and kisses, booming how much they had missed her. Lily leaned into their affection without hesitation. Next, Lily turned to Meme, their paternal grandmother. Time had worn her down, bent over her walker with an oxygen tank, face lighting up like old ballroom photos. Lily bent to wipe Meme's tears. Meme said she had missed her sweet girl and that Davy was watching from above, smiling and wrapping his strong arms around both his daughters. Abby hoped, just this once, that her grandmother was right. Finally, Lily turned and saw Wes still standing in the doorway. She brushed her long blonde hair from her eyes and stepped toward him. In that instant, Abby knew Lily's feelings had never moved forward. They remained frozen exactly where she had left them. "Wes," Lily said, voice soft with disbelief. "I can't believe it's you, that you're here. I never thought I'd see you again." Abby watched Wes step forward and wrap Lily in a hug, regret twisting sharp in her gut. She flinched, half expecting Lily to brace for the kind of blow or punch Rick had once delivered without warning. But Lily stayed still, letting him hold her, their bodies fitting together with an ease that made Abby's stomach drop. She wondered if Wes noticed how slim and lovely Lily still looked, despite everything she had survived. Abby sank onto the sofa, the weight of her own choices pressing down. She had begged Wes to kiss her all those years ago, slept with him again and again, all while insisting to the world that Lily was still alive. She had taken the one person Lily loved most. Wes finally pulled back and cleared his throat, saying they needed to tell Lily something. No one moved. Abby shot a silent plea toward her mother. Mom stepped in, telling him now was not the time. Wes insisted Lily deserved the truth. Abby wanted to kill him for forcing this. Lily glanced between them, asking what was going on. Wes reached for Abby's hand and told her they were together. Abby jerked away, insisting they were not. Wes's temper flared, and he blurted that they were having a baby. Hurt, disbelief, then quiet resignation crossed Lily's face as she looked from Abby's belly to Wes and back. Abby tried to explain, voice breaking, But Lily stepped back, scooped Sky into her arms, and said it didn't matter. She told the family she wasn't feeling well, and Sky was exhausted. They both needed rest. She turned toward the stairs. Abby whispered for her to say they were okay, but Lily kept walking without a word. Abby stared hard at Wes. He apologized, claiming he had only stopped by to check on her and never meant for it to happen this way. Now that Lily knew, they could all move forward. Abby let him pull her close, pressing her body and the baby against him so he felt strong and powerful. Then she leaned in and whispered that she would never forgive him. If he came near Lily or her again, he would never see his child. In the county jail, a guard's voice rang out that Hanson had a visitor. Rick sat up on his cot, eyeing the middle-aged guard with cool disdain. He recognized Fred, the father of 2 former students, big, unremarkable football players. Hatred burned in the man's eyes, but it didn't touch Rick. He had always known most people lived safe, ordinary lives, too afraid to reach for what they truly wanted. He was different. He took it. His real attention stayed on the female trainee guard fastening his handcuffs and ankle shackles. She was plain and squat in her uniform, bleach blonde hair frizzy, the kind of woman he would never have looked at twice. Yet she had stopped the beating that could have killed him. He owed her his life for now. As Fred and the woman led him down the corridors toward the visiting room, Rick's thoughts turned to his wife, Missy, and how perfectly he had chosen her. Marriage had always been part of the plan. His appetites were not ordinary, and a wife provided the perfect disguise, stable, trusted, above suspicion. After the Army and college on the GI Bill, he had needed someone attractive enough for normal life, but not so striking. She drew other men, book-smart but not perceptive, traditional, religious, and from a good family. Missy had checked every box the day he spotted her in his psychology class. Eager, innocent, dressed like money, sitting front row and asking simplistic questions. She volunteered with campus ministry, studied early childhood education, and came from old North Carolina wealth. He had taken his time, observed her, flirted carefully at the student union, and within months they were dating, then married. She trusted him completely, which let him live the secret life he craved. They reached the secure visiting area. Behind the glass, Missy sat waiting, face bare of makeup, eyes red and swollen, wearing a tracksuit. In 15 years of marriage, Rick had never seen her leave the house looking like this. She looked up as he sat, hand flying to her mouth. He picked up the phone, wincing for effect. Missy's words tumbled out. The FBI had raided their home, taken computers and files in her phone. Reporters swarmed the lawn. Her parents had arrived and refused to leave. The things people were saying about him were awful. Rick knew denials would be pointless once the DNA results came back. He needed her on his side right now. He admitted he was guilty of wrongdoing. Missy's eyes widened. She had expected him to deny everything. He let his voice crack with emotion and continued. The girl had come on to him, seduced him, told him she loved him and that they belonged together. He had only had an affair. Missy's voice thickened with pain. She said he had a child with her. Rick sat across from Missy, desperation tightening his chest. He explained how the girl had tricked him into the pregnancy, how it had all been her calculated plan from the start. He needed a strong lawyer, someone who could prove to everyone that he was not the villain here. He was a devoted husband, a dedicated teacher. None of this was truly his fault. The girl was the one with something deeply wrong about her. He pleaded for Missy's help. Missy shook her head, visibly trying to push away the weight of everything that had unfolded. Her parents were pressing her to file for divorce immediately, insisting it was the only path to limit the scandal and preserve her dignity. Rick fought to keep his face neutral, a surge of hatred rising for her entitled parents who had spoiled her into helplessness. He urged her not to go through with it. He admitted his terrible mistakes, but reminded her that she had also strayed during their marriage, and he had found it in himself to forgive her. Missy reacted with sharp disbelief, insisting her single lapse meant nothing compared to the despicable accusations against him, especially since he had been absent so often. He realized he had overstepped and quickly retreated, affirming that she was right and he was only making excuses. He professed his love for her, the same love he had felt since the first day he saw her on campus. He pressed further, saying he still wanted the future they had dreamed of, the children, the life they had planned, but he could not achieve it without her standing beside him. He noticed her wavering and seized the moment, promising he could prove the girl was not entirely innocent. He had evidence, but she had to commit to supporting him through this ordeal. Missy stared at him, eyes filling with tears, then said she had to leave. Rick recoiled in shock and begged her to wait, but she ended the call and walked away. He slammed his fist against the window, pleading desperately for her not to abandon him, repeating her name as the guards dragged him back toward his cell. Anger shook through him at her refusal to listen. For a fleeting moment, he thought he should have killed her. Then he forced himself to calm down, pushing Missy and her foolishness from his mind. He needed to regroup and devise a smarter plan. Everything would still work out. Eve struggled to process how swiftly her relief at Lily's return had collapsed into fresh despair. It was not Lily's muted reaction to the news about Wes that unsettled her most, but the girl's eerie lack of visible emotion, only a brief flicker of pain in her eyes. Before anyone could speak, Lily had fled upstairs. Eve felt the old instinct to follow and comfort her, yet something held her back. As painful as it was to admit, Lily wanted space right now, and Eve resolved to respect that. She also had Abby to consider. Since Wes's departure, Abby had remained frozen on the sofa, her face locked in intense concentration, as if wrestling with an unsolvable puzzle. Tension knotted Eve's shoulders. Her mother offered gentle reassurance that Lily would be fine, that they all would. But her father pushed for action, urging Eve to call the doctor immediately because Lily was clearly in trouble and might need the hospital. Eve firmly told him to stop, reminding him that Lily had asked for time. When he persisted, she cut him off sharply, declaring it was not up for discussion. His face reddened with frustration. As a longtime CEO accustomed to command, he muttered under his breath that perhaps they should not have come at all. Eve refused to engage further and agreed that maybe they should not have. He bristled, reminding her they had traveled all this way to help. She pointed out she had never asked him to come, and had in fact told them not to. Her father insisted he would not stand by while she ignored warning signs and let her daughters unravel. Anger rose hot in Eve's chest. She declared this was her house and her family, and she would handle the situation her own way. If that was unacceptable, he should go home. He asked if she was kicking them out. She clarified she was only asking for respect for their current state. After a tense silence, her father stormed from the room. His wife moved closer, touching Eve's arm kindly and agreeing they should not have intruded, but she had needed to see her granddaughter. She promised to return later and advised Eve to care for herself too, even while giving everything to her girls. Eve embraced her tightly and echoed the same advice. As her mother-in-law headed upstairs, Eve braced for more conflict with her own mother. But the woman surprised her by affirming that the important thing was having both girls safe and together under one roof. She would manage her husband, noting he simply hated losing control. Eve could hear her father on the phone, angrily demanding an early morning flight. Usually she would rush to smooth things over, but tonight exhaustion left her indifferent. She sank onto the sofa beside Abby, steeling herself for the conversation they needed to have about Wes and how she had treated him. The television played in the background. Abby stared blankly at it until a photo of Lily and Abby at 16 appeared during a story on Lily's homecoming. Eve reached for the remote to turn it off, but Abby cranked up the volume instead. The screen filled with the enlarged image from the memorial Rick Hansen had organized, then cut to recent footage of Lily reaching for Sky from Wes. Eve saw her daughter looking both fragile and fiercely strong. The camera shifted to the reporter standing right outside their house, his face etched with exaggerated concern. The broadcast noted that while friends and family supported the risers, Rick Hansen's family stood by him. The image changed to Missy Hansen in front of the jail, surrounded by reporters. She appeared delicate, yet composed in an elegant navy dress and pearls, every inch the respectable teacher and wife. Eve recognized her as the woman who had once brought a tuna casserole and sent annual cards of prayer and support. Missy stated that her husband was not evil, though he had made terrible choices. She believed unanswered questions remained about the girl he allegedly took, and she claimed to have evidence revealing a very different side to the story. Eve's breath caught as Missy displayed a photo. The camera zoomed in on an old selfie showing Lily grinning with her arm outstretched, Sky and Rick leaning in beside her, all wearing party hats and cheerful expressions. They looked like an ordinary, happy family. The sight turned Eve's stomach. She had to look away. Abby sat rigid, clutching her belly and staring fixedly at the screen. Missy continued that she understood why people might question her presence, but she had vowed to stand by her husband in sickness and health, and she intended to honor that. She asked the public to withhold judgment until all facts emerged. Eve reached for Abby, reassuring her that no one would believe such claims. But Abby shot to her feet, snatched Eve's keys, and headed for the door. Eve tried to stop her, urging calm. Abby spun around, snapped that she was going for a drive and wanted to be left alone, then burst outside into the swarm of shouting reporters and flashing cameras. Eve let her go, hoping the drive would cool her temper, and quickly called Wes in case he had seen the news and could help find her. Unable to rest, Eve cleaned the kitchen thoroughly, but soon felt trapped in the house. With Abby gone in her car, she slipped out the backyard gate and called a cab, directing the driver to a spot near the Belvedere bar. She told herself she only needed a drink to numb the worry, yet she found herself standing instead outside the Lancaster Police Department. The place stirred painful memories, but she needed to speak with Tommy and ensure Missy's claims. And that photo went nowhere. At the desk, she greeted Charlie, the kind clerk who had been there since her first questioning and had never treated her like a suspect. He smiled warmly, expressing how glad everyone was to hear Lily was safe. Eve thanked him, her voice thick with emotion. When his smile faded and he asked if something was wrong, she held herself together and asked if Sheriff Rogers was available for a few questions. He confirmed and offered to take her to him. Eve dismissed the clerk's offer and hurried down the hallway, her pulse quickening at the sight of Tommy through the office window. Hat off, hunched over paperwork, coffee steaming beside him, doubt tugged at her. She could still turn back. But he glanced up, stunned, and rose to open the door, welcoming her inside with visible concern and asking what had brought her at this hour. She sank into the chair, breath shaky, and managed to tell him she needed answers. Tommy studied her face and understood at once. He started to say the photos could never excuse the horrors found in that basement, then caught himself, realizing he had spoken too freely. Eve admitted her cowardice that morning. She had volunteered to watch Sky only to avoid hearing Lily's full confession. But if she meant to stand by her daughter and fight Hansen, she could no longer hide from the truth. She needed to know exactly what had happened to Lily. Tommy rubbed his weary face, eyes red-rimmed, and warned her that some details in the statement were things no mother should ever hear. She pleaded anyway. He hesitated, reminding her it would break protocol again, yet for her sake he weighed his duty, stood, and closed the blinds. He slid the FBI's preliminary report and evidence catalog across the desk, offering to leave her alone with it. Eve caught his hand before he could step away and asked him to stay. He settled silently behind the desk while she read the 60-page record of her daughter's repeated sexual and physical abuse by the man she had once trusted as a family friend. She paused several times, stomach churning, wondering how she would ever erase the images now burned into her mind. When she finally closed the folder, nausea rose so sharply she thought she might be sick. How could one person inflict such cruelty on another? How could she live in a world where such evil existed? Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Tommy. She asked if Rick was still here, unable to speak his name aloud. Tommy confirmed he was in protective custody after being beaten that day. When she pressed for who had done it, his silence gave her the answer. A fierce satisfaction flared inside her at the thought of the officer's hands on him. She asked how bad the beating had been. He said it was not nearly enough. She agreed. Nothing would ever be enough. Pushing the file back, she thanked him and stood. He offered her a ride home. The horrors she had just absorbed crowded her thoughts. Instead of answering, a sob tore free. Tommy pulled her into his arms and she collapsed against him, weeping for Lily, for Abby, for Dave, for her parents, and for every life Rick Hansen had casually shattered. He held her steady, murmuring that he was right there and she would be okay. In that moment, she felt the old, dangerous pull, always so decent, always kind, knowing she was once again dragging him into her chaos after he had chosen differently years ago. She felt like a runaway roller coaster, bolts flying, heading for disaster, yet she could not stop herself. The station noise faded. She wanted to stay in his arms, but knew her family needed her. He was not hers. She pulled away, grabbed her purse, and reached for the door. He asked if she would be all right. She hoped so. Before she could leave, he drew her back, his heart hammering against hers, and asked what they were going to do. Eve stared at him and admitted she had no idea. Abby sat in her mother's car outside Missy Hansen's mansion, analyzing every angle of her plan. The media horde here was even thicker than the one at home. Lily's silence, Wes's betrayal, and now Missy's televised defense. It was all too much. She still could not believe the claims. Allegedly abducted. Another side to the story. A wife standing by her husband. Anyone looking at those photos had to see Lily's terror and hopelessness. How could anyone believe her sister had cared for Rick Hansen? But if people bought the lie, Abby refused to let it stand. That was why she had come, to force his wife to understand. The stately house in the wealthiest subdivision had been easy to find. Everyone at school knew the Hansens lived there. The mansion, a gift from Missy's parents. Abby shoved through the shouting reporters and pounded on the door until a flustered Missy appeared, ordering her to leave or she would call the police. Abby warned that she would make a public scene right there on the porch. Let the cameras watch a pregnant woman collapse. Missy's polished features looked strained. She glanced at the mob, then reluctantly opened the door and let Abby slip inside. The muted earth tones, expensive art, and flawless parents at the dining table felt like stepping into a catalog. Missy's father rose, demanding to know what was happening. Her mother wrung her hands in protest. Missy forced a tight smile, assured them it was only a quick chat, and led Abby into the study, closing the door. She asked directly what Abby wanted. Abby told her the stupidity of defending him ended tonight. Missy tossed her head, eyes flashing, and said she would not be insulted in her own home. Her father was right. Abby should leave. Abby seized Missy's arm and held it hard. She described the visions that haunted her. Lily begging the beloved English teacher for freedom while he raped and beat her again and again. No news interview or fake photo changed what he had done. He was a man who tortured girls and destroyed families for sport. Missy tried to protest. Abby squeezed tighter until she whimpered and demanded whether Missy had truly never glimpsed the monster. Missy hesitated, then admitted she had suspected something. His long absences, the lie about writing a book, the website she had seen, but she had chosen to ignore it for the normal life of sweaters, cologne, neighbor barbecues, and weekly intimacy. Abby cut off the beginning of an apology, calling it worthless and powerless to erase the damage. Missy broke into uncontrollable sobs, snot running down her face. Her father burst into the doorway, red-faced, ordering Abby out. Abby leaned close and whispered that if Missy ever went on television again and called Lily a liar, she would kill her. Ignoring the father's shouts and threats, Abby walked out, climbed back into the car, and felt a sharp grin spread across her face. Lily might not speak to her and might never know how much she cared, but Abby would do whatever it took to make sure these people never touched her sister again. Lily lay motionless in bed, the words, "Tears are for the weak," echoing in her mind, Rick's constant preaching. Before him, she had cried at everything: country songs, Hallmark movies, silly kitten videos. Her father had called her his little softy, yet the news about Wes and Abby brought no tears, only stunned silence and a searing ache. Wes, her first love, the boy whose single glance once made the entire world disappear. She could not stop picturing Abby's swollen belly, sad eyes, scarred wrists. How had they ended up together? They had once despised each other with irrational force. Abby had mocked him as a cliché jock whose only skill was hitting a ball and whose silence passed for brooding depth. Wes had called Abby a stuck-up bitch and resented her constant presence as a third wheel. Their bickering had driven Lily mad, forcing her to choose sides. And now they shared a baby. She wanted to scream at Wes for not waiting, yet she knew it was unfair. No one had imagined she would ever return. Rationally, she understood, but the pain still burned. Hours passed with Sky sleeping soundly beside her, while Lily's thoughts spun. She had never allowed self-pity or the question, "Why me?" There had been no energy for what she could not control. Now it consumed her. Why had she received Rick while Abby got Wes's love, devotion, and child? Why had Abby earned a kind man? Because she herself was unworthy, Lily thought bitterly. Abby carried Wes's baby. Lily carried Rick's. The realization turned her stomach as memories flooded back of Rick whispering twisted fantasies while he violated her night after night. She was pregnant again with his child. At the hospital, she had asked Dr. Amari how far along she was. "Only 6 weeks," the doctor replied, adding that termination remained an option. Lily had recoiled at the word kill, but the doctor gently insisted there were choices if she wished to discuss them. Lily refused discussion. She wanted nothing more that would tie her to Rick. Yet when she pictured the baby, her child, Sky's sibling, she froze. This life was also hers to protect. In the basement, she would have fought fiercely for it, the way she had for Sky. Down there, Sky had been a pure gift, proof that hope could survive darkness. Here, uncertainty paralyzed her. What if it was a boy who grew to resemble his father? What if evil lived in him? What then? She closed her eyes. Abby and Wes had been together. The thought sickened her. One of her deepest regrets was never giving Wes her virginity. Rick had stolen that too. She had often imagined tender mornings in his arms, the sweet romance she had read about or seen on screen, mutual discovery, respect, gentle kisses. None of that existed once. She became Rick's property. Sleep would not come. Lily slipped from bed, kissed Sky softly, pulled on a sweatshirt and wrapped a blanket around her shivering frame. Dr. Lashley had warned she would feel cold until she regained weight. She was right. Downstairs, the quiet house felt strangely comforting. In the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator to an overwhelming array of food: casseroles, lasagna, chocolate pie, brownies, milk, beer, wine, vodka. In the cabin, Rick had controlled every bite, enforcing his no fatties rule and denying all treats. She snatched a piece of fudge and devoured it, savoring the rich sweetness, ready for more until movement outside caught her eye. Someone sat on the back porch swing, rocking slowly. Fear spiked. She nearly screamed for help. Then the figure turned. It was Wes. What was he doing here? She considered fleeing upstairs to lock herself away with Skye, but curiosity won. She slid open the glass door. Wes looked up, cigarette in hand, and quickly stubbed it out as if sensing her disapproval. The old Wes would never have smoked. He had guarded his body for training. He stood, apologizing for startling her. She asked what he was doing outside. He explained that Abby had stormed off after their argument, so Eve had asked him to find her. Abby had returned an hour ago but remained furious. He had meant to leave but could not bring himself to go. He realized how late it was and started for the gate. Lily studied him. He was still attractive, yet not quite as she remembered. His nose a little large, hair too short, heavy stubble shadowing his jaw. But his deep gray eyes remained unchanged, piercing as ever. She had missed those eyes. "Wait," she called. "Don't go." He turned, surprised. She waved him back and sat on the swing, still shivering. Wes shrugged off his heavy down jacket and draped it over her shoulders. His warm, woodsy scent mixed with spicy aftershave flooded her senses. He stood a few feet away, waiting. She had grown accustomed to long silences, always letting Rick speak first. Now she wondered what Wes thought of her damaged skin, hair, and thin frame. No longer the toned, tanned athlete he once knew. His opinion should not matter, yet she desperately wanted him to see her as beautiful. He broke the quiet, saying his relationship with Abby had not happened overnight. Lily gave a small smile and teased him lightly about skipping awkward small talk or baseball chatter, assuring him she still knew how to joke. He smiled, and for a moment she saw the sophomore boy leaning against her locker. She refused to let anyone treat her like fragile glass anymore. She would reclaim who she had been. She apologized for her earlier reaction, admitting she had never truly considered what returning home would mean. She had spent every day surviving and dwelling on the past, never imagining the present. She told him she had loved him deeply. He winced. She realized how foolish she sounded and tried to stop, but he insisted he had loved her too, and still. She cut him off, begging him not to continue. He pressed on, saying she could not blame Abby. It would destroy her. He needed Lily to understand. Forgetting his earlier restraint, he lit another cigarette and inhaled deeply before speaking. Abby had driven him crazy at first. Romance had never crossed their minds. Their only obsession was finding Lily. They posted flyers, joined searches, combed the woods for hours. Then the searches ended. Her father died, and Abby fell apart. By senior year, everyone else had moved on. Wes tried returning to sports but lost interest without Lily cheering him. He quit the team. Somehow, he and Abby began spending time together after school. They could tease each other, listen to music, and talk about Lily without the world treating them as breakable. One night, watching a movie, they recalled the time Lily had crashed into a parked school bus. Lily finished the memory with him, a giant yellow school bus. And they shared a brief laugh over her blind spot excuse before the solemn mood returned. He said he did not even know who initiated the kiss. They had both panicked and avoided each other for days. But by then, Abby had become his best friend. She was not Lily, and never could replace her. Less lighthearted, far more intense, but she understood exactly how losing Lily had changed him. Lily asked if they had been together ever since. He said no. He went to Penn, and they agreed to test life beyond constant grief and guilt. Later, he returned to care for his father, and they fell back into familiar patterns. She pressed whether that was all. It was now old patterns. He evaded, and Lily noted he had never once said he loved Abby. He added that Abby had never stopped believing Lily was alive. She would do anything for her, even leave him or give up their baby if Lily asked. Lily called that crazy. She would never demand such a thing, and Abby would never agree. Wes insisted she did not yet know the new Abby or how deeply Lily's disappearance and return had affected her. Lily stayed silent. What could she say? Leave Abby. Choose me. Raise Rick's children together. Reclaim the life they were meant to have. Being this close while knowing he had moved on felt almost unbearable. Rick's voice whispered in her head, "Make them suffer, baby doll. They deserve it." Wes had not just chosen another woman, he had chosen her twin sister. By Rick's logic, destroying them both would make perfect sense. But Lily was grateful. Rick had not fully broken her. She could still think and act for herself. Wes seemed to sense she had heard enough. He wished her good night, apologized for everything she had endured, and said he was truly glad she was home. Then he vanished into the darkness. Lily remained on the swing, wrapped in Wes's jacket, breathing in his scent. Clarity settled over her. She could not keep this baby. She would call Dr. Amari tomorrow to schedule the termination. Once that was done, she would prove Rick wrong. She was worthy of love from someone good and kind. She would make Wes love her again. Whatever it took, she would make it happen. Abby jolted awake as the baby kicked hard inside her. The rich smell of coffee and bacon pulled her from bed. She grabbed her robe and hurried down the hall, anxiety spiking at the thought of Lily seeing those photos. The bedroom door stood open, bed already made. She quickened her steps, heart pounding with worry. She burst into the kitchen and froze. Lily wore their father's old kiss-to-cook apron, flipping food at the griddle. Eve sliced strawberries while Skye perched on a stool beside her, eyes wide with fascination. The scene felt unreal, as if Abby had slept through days or the nightmare of last night had never happened. Eve spotted her first and offered a reassuring smile, asking if she was hungry and explaining that Lily had insisted on making breakfast before the grandparents left for the airport. Abby admitted she was starving and asked what she could do. Lily's face lit with a genuine smile and waved her over to butter the toast, saying the eggs were nearly ready. Abby stepped beside her sister and said they needed to talk. Lily brushed it off, explaining she had been overwhelmed yesterday, but now saw clearly that the past no longer mattered. It had always been the two of them, and they were fine. Relief washed through Abby. Her sister did not hate her. She pulled Lily into a fierce hug, pouring out how much she loved her. Lily returned the embrace and said she loved her too, more than Abby could know. Abby searched Lily's face and found only sincerity. When Lily squeezed her arm and suggested they eat before everything cooled, Abby felt a rare, easy warmth settle inside her. Lily carried plates into the dining room to her grandparents' applause, Skye trailing happily behind. Abby pulled Eve aside and asked if Lily knew about the photos yet. Eve said no and admitted she had planned to tell her, but Lily seemed in such a good mood. Abby urged her to wait a little longer so Rick could not ruin the day. Eve hesitated, then agreed. Abby grabbed the jam and butter, surprised and pleased that her mother had actually listened. The family gathered around the formal dining table for the first time in years, piling plates high with eggs, bacon, toast, pancakes, and fresh berries. They swapped stories about Lily and Abby as children, painting them as double trouble for Sky's delight. The darker realities hovered in the quiet moments. But today, everyone chose to let the meal feel ordinary and bright. As the grandparents rose to pack and Sky skipped after them, Lily looked across the table at Abby and Eve. She announced that she and Sky needed haircuts and new clothes. Eve began to suggest waiting until the reporters lost interest, but annoyance flashed across Lily's face. She insisted it had to be today. Abby tried to reason gently that it was chaos outside, and Lily's face was everywhere on the news. Lily toyed with the long braid over her shoulder and explained that Rick had never allowed her to change her hair or wear anything he did not approve. She needed to look like herself again, not the way he had forced her to appear. The words sent fresh rage spiking through Abby, but she pushed it down and pulled out her phone. She asked if Lily remembered Trisha Campbell from the track team. Lily's eyes brightened at the name. Abby explained that Trisha was now a stylist at City Styles in the Park City Mall and offered to call her for an appointment. Lily agreed eagerly, adding that they could shop afterward. Eve offered to drop the grandparents at the airport in return for the girls, giving them time to get ready. By midday when she came back, the three of them had disguised themselves. Lily in a ski hat and sunglasses, Sky hooded and blanketed in her car seat. Once on the road, they shed the coverings, and Lily pointed out familiar sights for Sky, her voice light with excitement. At the Park City Mall, no one seemed to notice them. Clerks chatted behind counters, elderly walkers circled the halls. Eve carried Sky, pointing out displays, while Abby and Lily walked arm in arm a few steps behind. The store stirred sharp memories for Abby, Forever 21, and Claire's for school clothes, the food court where they had once dissected crushes and Wes. Now they passed them like any other day. Inside the bright salon, their anonymity vanished. Eyes turned toward Lily. Abby fought the urge to flee, but Lily acted as if she noticed nothing. Trisha approached, still tiny purple streak in her black hair, face serious instead of laughing. She struggled for words, then asked for a hug. Lily opened her arms and introduced Sky as her daughter. Trisha greeted the little girl warmly, guessing her age playfully, until Sky giggled and corrected her to 6. When Lily asked about a haircut, Sky refused at first. Lily coaxed her gently, promising just an inch and curls so she would look like a fairy princess. Sky's eyes lit up at the idea of being Princess Sky. Trisha settled Sky with another stylist, then guided Lily to her chair. She combed out the long blonde hair and asked what Lily wanted. Lily stared at her reflection and said she wanted it all gone. She pointed to Abby's short red bob and declared she wanted the same cut and color. Abby touched her own hair self-consciously, but smiled when Lily said it would be nice to look alike again. Eve agreed she would look like $1 million. Lily gave Trisha the go-ahead. While Trisha worked, red dye saturating Lily's hair, Sky watched mesmerized as her own locks were trimmed and blow-dried, giggling at the tickling air. Abby's phone buzzed with an urgent text from Wes. She ignored it and told Eve not to answer if he called. Eve protested that he was only concerned, but Abby insisted they were having a good day and he would ruin it. When Eve reminded her not to threaten him about the baby, Abby shot back that she would accept relationship advice from her mother the day Eve explained who she had been seeing when Lily returned. Eve flushed and silenced her phone. Abby felt a small, sharp victory. An hour later, Trisha spun Lily's chair around. Abby stared, stunned by the transformation. The deep red bob softened and sharpened Lily's features at once, making her pale skin glow and her green eyes sparkle. She looked ethereal, breathtaking. A hot rush of jealousy surged through Abby, old twin-weight obsession flaring, before she shoved it aside. This moment belonged to Lily. Lily studied her reflection as if meeting herself for the first time and asked what Abby thought. Abby told her she was the most radiant person she had ever seen and wrapped her arms around her sister from behind. They stayed like that. Mirror, showing their uncanny twin resemblance. Trisha lifted her phone to snap a picture. They posed, but at the last second, Abby pulled away. Lily watched as Abby complained about her good side during the photo. She laughed softly at the familiar ritual from their childhood, then patiently let her sister reposition herself while Trisha took several shots. Sky's makeover was finished, her dark ringlets swept into a high ponytail crowned with a pink bow. "What do you think, chicken? How do we look?" Abby asked. "We're so pretty, Mommy," Sky replied. "Yes, we are," Abby agreed, clapping her hands. "Who's ready for some shopping?" Lily lifted Sky and spun her in a joyful circle. "Princess Sky and I are ready to go." After hugging Trisha goodbye, they left the salon. Lily guided them through Macy's, JCPenney, and Gap Kids. Eve pulled out her Amex card and bought complete new wardrobes for both Lily and Sky. Abby waited outside the dressing rooms, observing as Lily tried on endless jeans, t-shirts, sweaters, and boots. Sky strutted around in her fresh outfits, giggling while Lily struck playful poses. The delight on Lily's face spread to everyone. Once they had spent a small fortune and carried heavy bags, they headed out. On the way back to the house, Lily declared it was time for chips and salsa. Eve smiled and made a U-turn at the next light, declaring Lily's wish her command. They settled into a back booth at El Rodeo, their favorite Mexican restaurant. Despite the doctor's warnings to ease into foods carefully, Lily craved the real dishes she had missed. They ordered a feast, and Lily let Sky taste everything from warm tortillas to cheesy enchiladas and sizzling fajitas. Laughter filled the meal along with the rich food. Abby believed they had avoided notice until the owner approached, insisting the entire dinner was complimentary. He gripped Lily's hand firmly, praising her remarkable courage and offering free meals anytime. Lily thanked him gratefully. As he left, she dove into a bowl of guacamole, giggling while she ate. She wondered aloud if he realized what he was committing to. Abby laughed, predicting the man would soon go bankrupt. The evening felt perfect until Sky's shaky, excited voice cut through. "Mommy, that's us! We're on the TV! That's you and me and Daddy Rick!" Abby glanced at the corner television where the family photo with Rick dominated the news. Lily froze completely, avoiding eye contact with Abby or Eve as she focused on Sky. "Mommy, why are we on TV?" "It's hard to explain, chicken. Daddy Rick did something that upset people, so now he has to go away for a while." "Is he mad at us?" "Not at all. I spoke with him, and he said he misses his best girl." "Will I get to see him soon?" "It may take time, but he loves you very much." Sky nodded as if processing it. Abby fought the urge to rage at the idea of Rick deserving any love, yet she stayed silent, amazed again by Lily's composure. Lily finally looked up at Eve and Abby, bracing for judgment. Eve met Abby's eyes, and for once they aligned perfectly. Eve suggested Sky walk with her to the front for some candy. Sky sensed the tension and asked Lily if she could go with Grandma. Lily agreed with a steady smile that held until they turned the corner. Then Lily's breathing grew heavy, her face turning ghostly pale as she stared at the red tablecloth, avoiding Abby's gaze. "Why do you call Sky chicken?" Abby asked. Lily seemed caught off guard, but explained the fairy tale of Chicken Little she used to read. Sky would laugh wildly at "The sky is falling," and loved hearing her name, so the nickname had stuck. Lily's breathing gradually calmed. Abby felt a small satisfaction that her distraction had worked, drawing from lessons learned in therapy. "He made me take that photo," Lily said suddenly. "He was prepared for this. He knew he would use it one day." "No one's going to believe him," Abby assured her. "No one's going to believe him," Abby assured her. "Are you sure?" Lily asked, doubt lingering. Abby wished she could confirm it fully, but couldn't. There was no telling how others might react. She regretted not doing more against Missy. By the time they left, the sun was setting and the mood had shifted. Abby's back ached from the pregnancy, and Lily's eyes drooped as she cuddled the sleeping Sky. Eve drove quietly, lost in thought. They reached the house, where reporters still waited, now shouting crude questions, calling Lily a cocktease and asking if she loved Rick Hansen to provoke a reaction. Abby urged Lily to ignore them as they hurried inside. But in the living room, Abby froze at the sight of Wes on the sofa and Sheriff Rogers across from him. "How'd you get in here?" she demanded of Wes. He sighed that Eve had given him a key. Abby resolved to confront her mother later. She told Wes she had made it clear she didn't want to see or speak to him. Eve asked her not to start a fight, sounding exhausted. Lily focused on Sheriff Rogers. "Is this about that photo? Rick's photo?" He seemed startled and dismissed it as nonsense from Hansen. Eve pressed for what was happening. With regret, Sheriff Rogers said he needed to take Abby to the station. Lily gasped, carefully shifting Sky, and asked why in a low voice. "Missy Hansen filed harassment charges," he explained gently. "I'm sure it's a misunderstanding, but you still need to come with me, Abby." Eve stepped forward angrily, insisting Abby hadn't harassed anyone and questioning when it could have happened. Then realization hit her, and she turned on Abby with frustration. "Jesus Christ, Abby, what were you thinking?" Abby ignored the implied criticism, her mind fixed on Missy Hansen. She turned to see Lily staring at her. "She called you a liar, Lily Pad," Abby explained. "She went on TV saying Rick's actions were your fault, that you wanted it, and showed that photo." Sheriff Rogers raised his hand, warning Abby not to say another word. Lily clutched his arm in anguish, her voice rising as she described how Rick manipulated and controlled everything. Sheriff Rogers patted her arm reassuringly and promised he would stay with Abby through processing and bail, assuring Lily she was safe now and Hansen couldn't reach her. Wes told Abby he had already called a lawyer who would meet them at the station. Abby barely heard him, focused instead on Lily's tear-streaked face. She locked eyes with her sister. "Don't worry about me. I won't let that fucker hurt either of us." As Sheriff Rogers led her to the door, Abby glanced back to see Lily watching them leave. Wes beside her, taking her hand and leaning in to whisper. Abby wanted to shout at him to leave, but pushed it aside, her thoughts centering on making Missy pay for destroying their perfect day. That woman would regret it. Lily sat beside Wes in the pickup, willing herself to stay calm while reminding herself that Abby had acted out of love for her. She had left Sky with their mother and climbed into the truck without hesitation, desperate to reach the station and make sure her sister was all right. The hope lingered that this sacrifice might ease the way for her and Wes to reunite. 10 minutes into the drive, though, he kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, as if she were invisible. She wanted to shout at him to look at her. She was the one he had always wanted, prettier and thinner than Abby. She had counted on the new hairstyle and clothes to make her irresistible. Yet he had noticed nothing. She knew she should have told Abby about her lingering feelings for Wes long ago. But it wasn't wrong. He had been her first love. Once they were together again and Abby saw their happiness, forgiveness would come naturally. Wes tapped the steering wheel, glancing at the pack of cigarettes. Lily told him to go ahead and smoke. It didn't bother her. He seemed surprised, noting how it always set Abby off. Lily urged him to light up, already promising herself she would never lay down rules once they were a couple. He gave a quick smile, lit a Marlboro, and took a deep drag. Then he complained that Abby never thought before acting and was recklessly impulsive. Lily insisted the outburst had been for her sake. Wes shook his head, saying Abby pulled stunts like this constantly. He reached over and squeezed her hand. The touch carried her back to their innocent days riding together. When he returned his hand to the wheel, an aching emptiness settled over her. He went on criticizing Abby for being too emotional and headstrong. Irritation flared in Lily, but she gently touched his hand instead. He smiled and kept holding it. That small gesture was enough for now. She would rebuild slowly. She loved Abby and would do anything for her, but when it came to Wes, every old claim was back on the table. Abby paced the holding cell, fighting to keep her breathing steady and cursing her own stupidity. This was the last thing Lily needed, the last thing any of them needed. Nearly 5 years had passed since her last brush with the law, yet the metallic, urine-tinged smell, the distant shouts, and the air of hopelessness felt exactly the same. As a teenager, she had landed here repeatedly, punishing her mother and the world for Lily's disappearance, watching her mom arrive each time with checkbook and disappointment. The lectures had never stopped her, but she had straightened out. She did not belong here. Missy Hansen did. She repeated to herself to stay quiet and avoid more trouble. After fingerprinting and the mug shot, she met the lawyer Wes had sent, Dan or Doug something. He called the charges a desperate sympathy play, but Abby knew she had made the threats in front of witnesses. Harassment and trespassing, both misdemeanors, she was ready to fight them anyway. She had been naive to think Missy would back off. Anyone who stayed with a man like Rick Hansen had to be twisted herself. By the time Lily and Wes arrived, only bail remained. Wes paid without discussion, and for once Abby let him. Her endless morning sickness had already cut her hospital shifts. She would need every dollar once the baby came. She also agreed, however bitterly, to stay at least 500 feet from Missy and her family. Outside, Wes tried to shield them from the swarm of reporters that had multiplied since earlier. Questions flew at them. One voice rose above the rest, clear and brutal, asking Lily if she planned to kill Rick Hansen's baby. Abby froze in confusion, thinking first of Sky. Lily stood motionless. The reporter pressed on, demanding whether Lily was pregnant with Rick's child and intended to abort it. Silence swallowed the group. Shock slammed through Abby. Lily, pregnant with another of Rick's babies, and she had never said a word. Anger surged at the way they were humiliating her sister instead of Rick. They had to reach the truck now. Wes shoved through, trying to open the door. Abby shouted for them to stop and leave them alone. A reporter pushed forward. She stumbled, gasping as she instinctively protected her belly. She demanded what was wrong with them. The frenzy peaked until Lily suddenly came alive. She pulled Abby into a tight hug, faced the cameras with calm certainty, and declared that yes, she was pregnant with Rick's baby, that the decision was hers alone, and that they were finished answering questions. Then she told the reporters to go fuck themselves. Pride cut through Abby's shock. Seconds later, they were inside the truck. Lily in the middle, Abby by the window. The weight of the secret filled the cab. As they drove, Wes glanced between them but kept silent. Abby began to ask about the baby. Lily cut her off sharply, refusing to discuss it. Abby tried once more. Lily repeated that the subject was closed. Abby promised not to say another word. Lily's shoulders eased a fraction as she turned back to the road. Wes reached over and patted her hand gently. Exhausted. Lily sighed and rested her head on his shoulder. Abby's stomach twisted. She blamed the pregnancy and hormones, told herself to stop being stupid. Lily needed a friend right now, and Wes had always been good at that. Besides, she told herself firmly she did not care about Wes at all. Eve watched the girls refuse to speak about what happened at the jail. Abby led a dejected Lily upstairs, telling their mother they were going straight to bed and that she should do the same. Eve glanced at Wes, who stood with hunched shoulders and shook his head. It's bad, Eve. Lily's pregnant with Hansen's kid. The press found out and blindsided her at the station. Blindsided all of us. Eve stared at him in disbelief. No one could catch a break. She poured Wes a scotch and one for herself. He wanted reassurance that everything would be okay, but she could not give it. After finishing his drink, Wes left reluctantly. Eve sat alone in the dim kitchen and finished the bottle. The thought of Lily carrying another of Rick's babies consumed her. She felt like a bomb technician who had just defused one device only to find another. Eve hated Rick with every fiber of her being, yet she did not want Lily to end the pregnancy. Lily had already endured too much. Eve no longer considered herself religious, but a lingering fear remained that Lily's soul might suffer. Still, the choice belonged to Lily alone. Eve would support whatever she decided. What tormented her most was her helplessness against the outside world. The reporters camped on her porch, and the need to shield Skye and her daughters. She downed the last of the scotch and looked outside. The media had quieted for the night. Eve picked up her phone, telling herself not to do it, yet she texted him anyway. The reply came quickly. He would be there in 20 minutes. 15 minutes later, Eve sat in her car at the Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, heater running, already regretting the decision. Then she saw Tommy step out of his cruiser, and all reason vanished. They leaned against the warm hood of her car. Being near him still felt familiar and comfortable. I heard about Lily and the baby, he said. Are you holding up? By the thinnest thread, Eve replied. You're strong, Evie. You'll get through this like you always do. She thanked him for everything. He insisted it was just his job, but she reminded him it had always been more. He bristled with annoyance. Before he could finish, she leaned in and kissed him deeply in the empty lot. He responded, hands tugging at her clothes. She pulled back first. We can't do this here, she said. There's a motel 5 minutes away. He paid for the room without hesitation. Inside, he locked the door and turned to her. Up close, she noticed how much he had aged, though she had too. He stroked her cheek with his calloused hand. She closed her eyes and leaned into the touch. He kissed her again, unrestrained, pouring in all the sorrow and anguish of the past days and 8 years. All that mattered was the heat of his breath on her neck, his hands on her breasts, and her bare skin pressed against his. He had walked away once for the right reasons, but tonight Eve refused to care about right or wrong. All she wanted was this moment in the room, in the bed. To hell with everything else. Missy had delivered. She hired one of the country's top defense attorneys and appeared on national news proclaiming her faith in Rick. Flanked by reporters in a navy dress with a fresh blowout, she looked young, sweet, and trusting. She had visited him, and he told her about the hidden photo. She was not offering a free pass. I think you need psychiatric help, Rick, but after 15 years of marriage, I can't just walk away. His story about Lily had not fully convinced her, yet Rick felt optimistic about Missy and his chances of getting out. Days later, she returned trembling and on edge, glancing around as if followed. Missy, what's wrong? I think you're right, Rick. Those girls are unstable. Rick leaned back, intrigued. She told him Abby had come to their home and threatened to kill her. It was perfect. He could not have planned it better. He reminded her he had warned her about them and urged her to protect herself. She worried no one would believe him, since everyone treated the girls like saints. He asked if there were witnesses. Her parents and the press had been there. He coached her to tell the lawyers she feared for her safety and needed a restraining order against the unstable girl. By the end of the visit, he had convinced her to fight back. A part of him wondered what else Abby had said, but Missy never pressed for details. She clearly wanted to believe him so she could return to her ordinary life in ignorance. He had chosen well. Rick regretted missing Abby's arrest and Lily's reaction. but the news still lifted his mood. He even managed a few private words with the guard Angela he had been watching. She warned him to keep quiet, or she might not be able to stop the others from coming after him again. Her concern pleased him. It felt like another small victory. That evening, while eating the poor excuse for dinner, Fred approached the cell. Rick braced for another beating, but Fred only leaned against the bars. "I heard congratulations are in order," Fred taunted. Rick played along and asked what he had to celebrate. "Heard your demon seed spawned another kid." Rick's body went rigid. "Lily's pregnant?" Fred chuckled that it was good. She was smart enough to get rid of it, calling it fair payback for Rick stealing her childhood. As Fred walked away, Rick turned aside to hide his fury. He paced the tiny cell, cracking his knuckles, seething at Lily's deception. She had claimed she was happy. That was why he had let her keep the first child. Now she would murder this one. His decision formed quickly, even if it complicated things with Missy. She had served her purpose. He could not allow Lily to kill his child. He rushed to the bars and began banging, shouting for a guard. Fred returned, annoyed, and demanded what he wanted. "I need to speak to whoever's in charge," Rick said. "And what the hell do you have to say?" "I want to confess." Fred's teasing vanished. He reached through the bars, grabbed Rick by the throat, and squeezed. "You're going to tell him what you did to the Riser girl?" Rick paused, then shook his head, savoring the power. "No, I want to tell him about the others." Eve clutched the phone, warning the hospital CEO that ignoring the leak of Lily's confidential blood test results would force her to bankrupt the place. She despised his familiar clucking and his past indifference after her husband's death, when he had grudgingly granted her one extra week off before questioning her future at the hospital. Now his staff's mistake gave her the chance to make him pay. He claimed they suspected a lab tech and were investigating, offering only an apology. Eve cut him off, reminding him of the abortion protesters outside holding fetus dolls and screaming that her family were baby killers. She threatened to sue and hung up, fury still burning. She had left the motel before Tommy woke to avoid any morning awkwardness, and arrived home to find the protesters camped on the porch, waving signs that read "Defend Life" or showed grotesque images of the devil. She called Tommy for more officers, but public sidewalks meant they could do little beyond contain the hate. Abby sat silently at the dining table, absorbing the hostility without mentioning Eve's early return. They went upstairs to check on Lily, who sat watching Sky sleep, and said only that she would figure out the pregnancy but needed time. Eve suggested they leave until the storm passed, yet Lily refused to be driven from her own house. They spent the day in Eve's bedroom with shades drawn, playing board games and watching movies while pretending they were not prisoners. By nightfall, everyone went to bed hoping tomorrow might bring something close to normal. Eve stepped into a hot shower, letting steam fill the room as water rushed over her, feeling overwhelmed, exhausted, and far older than 51. She stayed until the water turned cold, then wrapped herself in her favorite robe and stood in the empty bedroom, still feeling the ghost of Tommy's weight and arms around her. She texted him that she was thinking of him and how he made her feel, but the screen stayed blank. She changed into old flannel pajamas, stared at her weathered hands and the sudden lines and veins, terrified of what lay ahead, then sank onto the bed and dropped into a deep, dreamless sleep. A shadow near the bed startled her awake. Abby stood there in an oversized t-shirt and sweatpants, clutching her belly. Eve switched on the lamp and asked if something was wrong with the baby. Abby shook her head and said Sheriff Rogers was downstairs with the FBI woman, and they needed to speak to Lily. Eve followed her down and found Tommy and Agent Stevens seated across from an anxious Lily who had curled her arms protectively around her legs in an old-school sweatshirt. Abby hovered nearby, hand resting on her stomach. Tommy apologized for the early hour, but said time mattered. Lily asked at once if Rick had sent them. A chill ran through Eve. Her daughter knew exactly how Rick operated. He confirmed it. Abby cursed and demanded what he wanted now. After a long silence, Tommy revealed that Rick had confessed to kidnapping Lily and holding her for 8 years and to fathering her child. Abby exhaled in relief, but Eve noticed Lily showed no emotion at all. Eve pressed that they would not have come at this hour for a simple confession. Tommy said he was sorry, more sorry than she could imagine, but Lily had not been Rick's only victim. There were more. Lily asked how many. Agent Stevens, her makeup smudged and hair disheveled, answered that he claimed 2 more recent girls. Lily rose slowly and said she would get dressed. Abby blocked her path in confusion, asking why. Lily explained that Rick wanted to see her in person, and this was how he would force it. Sheriff Rogers confirmed it was against every procedure, but Rick refused to reveal the girls' locations any other way. Agent Stevens added that lives were at stake. Lily told him to give her 5 minutes and moved toward the stairs. Abby tried again to stop her, saying Rick had done enough and this was just another mind game. Lily insisted the other victims were teenage girls with families waiting, fathers, sisters, brothers, boyfriends, and she could not let them die because she was afraid. Her body trembled, yet she would not back down. She slipped from Abby's grasp and went upstairs alone. Lily pulled on the baggiest sweatshirt and oldest jeans she owned, grabbed her father's worn Phillies cap, and studied herself in the mirror. She looked as unfeminine as possible. He would hate it. Time blurred. One moment she was staring at her reflection. The next she sat in a small, windowless interrogation room at the jail, hands shaking as she fought to steady them. Normal visits happened through glass, but Rick had demanded face-to-face, so they used this room. 3 deputies stood behind her. Agent Stevens had explained she would bring him in and would end the meeting instantly if Lily tapped her hand. Lily knew Abby watched from behind the 2-way mirror with Sheriff Rogers and the other agents, and she drew what strength she could from that knowledge. The metal door opened. Rick entered in shackles at wrists, ankles, and waist, his face bruised and mangled from a beating. Lily felt sharp satisfaction that he could bleed and bruise like anyone else. He gave her baggy clothes and cap a dismissive glance. She sat up straighter, thinking she was no longer his, but stayed silent, letting him believe he still held control. Lily sat rigidly in the interrogation room as the guard shoved Rick into the chair opposite her. He took his time settling in, his gaze fixed on her with deliberate calm. He shook his head slowly, like a disappointed father. His low, almost friendly voice noted that she looked exhausted. She gestured at his bruises and orange jumpsuit, forcing a tight smile. She returned the observation right back at him. He attempted to rest his hands on the table, but the shackles stopped him short. Then his lips curled into a grin. Lily recognized that expression instantly. If they had been alone, without restraints or armed guards nearby, he would have struck her hard across the face, again and again, until she bled and begged. Here, all he could do was smile. He offered a single word of acknowledgement, calling her by that hated pet name. Inside, Lily fought the urge to shout back that she was not his baby doll and never would be again. She knew any outburst would only feed his satisfaction, so she held her emotions in check, denying him the reaction he craved. She pressed him directly for the location of the missing girls, reminding him that was the sole reason she had come. He shook his head, clearly disappointed, and told her they would get to that later. He claimed he had missed her and simply wanted to see her. Lily suppressed a violent impulse to smash his already battered face. She cleared her throat and repeated her demand about the girls. Instead, he asked about Sky, ignoring her question entirely. He stared at her with that familiar, sick, twisted look of false adoration. He expressed how much he missed her and hoped Lily would pass on that Daddy Rick missed her terribly. Lily shot back that he had never truly cared about the child. He insisted he cared deeply, and that he had always loved her mother with everything he had. She demanded to know why he had done all of this to them and to the other girls. He paused, brow furrowed in apparent thought, then described a horrific childhood of abuse at his mother's hands, being locked in closets, subjected to terrible violations by strangers she brought home. He claimed it had shaped him into who he was. Lily stared at him, shaking her head. She told him flatly that he was lying, that this was all just another performance. He smiled, visibly pleased by her insight. He praised how well she still knew him, then explained that people did things simply because they wanted to and because they could. He dismissed future labels like borderline, narcissist, or psychopath, insisting his upbringing had been normal. His mother, decent, competent, and loving. He had been popular, successful, everything had come easily. Society simply needed reasons where none existed. The only truth, he said, was that he had wanted her, needed her to be happy, and that she had needed him too. He believed she had been genuinely happy once, no matter what she told herself now. Lily's stomach twisted with revulsion. Sweat slid down her back. This was exactly what he sought, a stage to manipulate her once more. She pressed again for information on the other girls. He told her she had been his favorite, but there was always something intoxicating about a new girl at the start, so full of life. She asked if he planned to tell her, or if she should simply leave. Annoyance flickered across his face. He said he had one condition before revealing their names. She nodded, the same compliant gesture she had made countless times before. She was too close now to refuse his games. He required her solemn promise that their unborn child would remain unharmed. She must carry it to term. If she agreed, he would give her the names. Lily stared at him, realizing this had been his true purpose in demanding the visit. She waited, wondering if he would ask for a lawyer or written proof. He sighed. He asked simply if he had her word. She drew a steady breath and nodded. Of course he had it. She reminded him how much she loved Skye and insisted she could never harm their baby. He leaned back, studying her face closely for any sign of deception. He questioned how he could be sure she was telling the truth. She reminded him of their second anniversary, the photos he had shown her of Abby and Wes, the way she had torn them apart and declared her past dead, that he was her future, and he could do whatever he wanted to her. She admitted not everything between them had been a lie. Lily reached across the table and took his shackled hands in hers. The guards and Agent Stevens moved to intervene, but she held up her free hand to stop them. She felt Rick's visceral reaction to her touch. It still held power over him. She was so close. She told him that no matter how much she wished to erase him, she could not, and she would never hurt his child. She spoke as the baby doll he had named her. His eyes softened with satisfaction at hearing the name. He leaned back, ready at last. He said he needed those assurances and would now tell them where to find the others. Agent Stevens leaned in sharply and ordered him to start talking. Rick nodded and began speaking in a casual, confident tone, as if giving a casual tour. He named Bree Whitaker, 16, and Shayna Myers, 14. They were being held at an old, abandoned farmhouse off Highway 12. Lily repeated the names silently in her mind. Bree and Shayna, 16 and 14. 2 more lives shattered, 2 more families destroyed. Agent Stevens asked how he had taken them. Rick eagerly explained. Bree had been a chatty waitress at a diner in Philly. He had visited several times, brought her books by Hemingway, Fitzgerald, and Dostoevsky, offered college counseling, and given her his number. When she had boyfriend trouble, she had called him for coffee. For the 14-year-old, he clicked his tongue at Lily's judgment, calling her mature for her age. She had been a runaway he picked up hitchhiking. It had been almost too easy. Neither, he added, had possessed Lily's spirit. Agent Stevens curled her lip in disgust and urged Lily to leave, saying the information was enough to imprison him for multiple lifetimes. Lily rose, but her legs trembled and she swayed. Rick instinctively reached out to steady her. She jerked away. Agent Stevens slapped him hard across the face. He barely flinched, only gazing at Lily with wounded eyes. He told her it had been good to see her and to give his regards to her family, especially Abby. As Agent Stevens raised her arm to strike him again, Lily caught her wrist and said it was all right, that she was fine. She turned back to Rick, voice low and controlled, and told him she had lied. She was going to end the pregnancy, to destroy it without hesitation. She would erase everything he had created. For a split second, his calm mask shattered. His face twisted with raw fury as he realized the betrayal, especially seeing the paper in Agent Stevens' hands with the names he had freely surrendered. He lunged forward, but the guards restrained him while Agent Stevens rushed Lily from the room. His furious screams of betrayal echoed down the hall after them. Lily knew it was irrational. He could not reach her. But she still ran toward the corridor's end, breath coming in sharp gasps. He had trained her well in deception and manipulation, stripping away pieces of her humanity day by day. Now every lesson would become his undoing. After all this time, she had finally beaten him. Sobs racked her body in painful waves. "I win, Rick. I win." Abby hated the waiting. Waiting for Lily to return, waiting for answers, waiting to learn whether Mr. Hansen had been lying. The baby kicked violently inside her, as if feeding on her rising anxiety. Watching her sister through the two-way mirror, trapped with that monster, had been pure torment. The police had already rushed out to search for the missing girls. Sheriff Rogers had thanked Lily for her bravery before leaving, warning it might be some time before they had news. Lily refused to leave until she knew the girls were safe. So they waited together in the cold, sterile lobby. The remaining officers kept stealing curious glances at the identical twins. Abby felt a quiet satisfaction that people still noticed. What haunted Abby most was seeing Rick, Mr. Hansen, for who he truly was. She had watched Lily shrink under his presence, heard her speak of anniversaries and old photos. Abby wondered how her sister had survived such control. She herself would have broken. When Lily had coldly announced she would not keep the baby, Abby had felt a surge of admiration for the deception mixed with deep unease at her sister's calculated manipulation. Lily had later asked proudly if Abby had seen his face when he realized the trick. Abby had confirmed he had been stunned, unable to believe Lily would lie to him. Lily had explained how he once claimed to read her every thought, knowing when she thought of their father, of running, of Abby herself. But not tonight. They sat talking quietly about the past, about Sky, and about the future. Once this ended, as hours passed with no word, Abby sensed something had gone wrong with the rescue. Her phone buzzed with a text from Wes saying he was on his way. She cursed inwardly, certain their mother had called him in a panic. Lily noticed her tension and asked what was wrong. Abby smoothed her sister's hair, recalling how they once shared a bed during thunderstorms as children. She explained it was Wes coming to check on them. Lily's body stiffened. She asked pointedly if he was really coming to check on Abby. Abby stayed silent, hoping to drop the subject. Lily did not. She remarked that she had always pictured Wes leaving for New York or Boston, since he had hated their small town. She could not believe he had stayed. Abby replied that his father had fallen ill, so Wes had returned to be near family. Lily asked innocently if it was really to be near Abby. Abby shifted uncomfortably in her seat, the baby pressing on her bladder, and insisted it was not like that. Lily noted that Wes had said the same thing. Abby braced for more questions, but instead, Lily rested her head on her shoulder and closed her eyes. Abby relaxed into the familiar rhythm of their breathing and let her own eyes drift shut. Abby jolted awake in the sterile lobby, Lily still dozing against her shoulder. She had no idea how long they had slept, minutes or hours, but her body throbbed with stiffness. She stretched carefully, not wanting to wake her sister. Across the room, Wes stood huddled with Sheriff Rogers and the FBI agents. Abby's stomach sank. She read the grim tension in their shoulders and knew the news was bad, really bad. Lily stirred beside her, sitting up and brushing hair from her eyes, blinking fast. Lily demanded answers at once, voice edged with panic. Had they found the girls? Were they all right? Abby admitted she had just woken too and had no idea. Lily shot to her feet and strode toward the sheriff's office. Abby hurried after her on half-numb legs. Lily pushed through the door and pressed for reassurance that both girls were safe. Sheriff Rogers cleared his throat. Shaina, the 14-year-old, had been found beaten, dehydrated, and disoriented, but alive. She was already at the hospital with her parents. Bree, however, had not survived. She had taken her own life after suffering severe abuse. Lily whispered the question whether Rick had killed her. The sheriff confirmed it had been suicide, not direct murder. Abby stared at her own feet, willing herself not to crumble. Beside her, Lily stood motionless, absorbing each blow in silence. Lily asked how long he had held them. "A month or two," the sheriff said. They were still confirming. Hanson had grown bolder and sloppier, which was likely why Lily had managed to escape. Lily barely seemed to hear him. She announced she needed to see Shaina right away, to tell the girl she was sorry. Abby protested sharply. It was time to leave. This was enough. Lily ignored her and declared she would walk to the hospital if necessary. Wes offered to drive them both. Abby took her sister's hand in solidarity, even though her gut warned this was a terrible idea. Lily had already endured too much. At the hospital, Shana's parents enveloped Lily in grateful hugs, thanking her tearfully for sacrificing so much to bring their daughter home. Bert drove a city bus in Philly. Tina worked reception at the local Toyota dealership. They kept repeating they were just an ordinary family. Tina described the last months of moodiness, thinking teenage years were simply hard. Bert choked up recounting their final evening. They had refused Shania's request to attend the homecoming party because her grades were slipping, eaten dinner with Tina's homemade strudel, and gone to bed. In the morning, she was gone. 47 days. Lily asked if she could see Shanana. Tina hesitated, but Bert agreed as long as Lily went in alone. Abby and Wes stayed in the hallway. Lily followed the parents into the room and stopped at the sight of the girl. Shaina looked far younger than 14, face heart-shaped but covered in dark bruises, both eyes blackened, lips split, one arm in a sling and the other scraped and burned. This was Rick's training period, Lily realized. She drew several steadying breaths. Tina introduced Lily as the woman who had saved her daughter and ensured the monster could never hurt her again. Shayna's hollow eyes darted around the room, scanning for Rick, waiting for the next punishment. Lily stepped closer and tried to reassure her. He was gone. He could never touch her again. She understood exactly what Shayna had been through and was deeply sorry, but the girl would survive this. When Lily reached for her hand, Shayna slapped it away and erupted in screams. She sat bolt upright, clawing at Lily's hair and clothes, begging her to tell Rick she was sorry, that she still loved him and would do anything to avoid punishment. Nurses and parents rushed in to restrain her. Lily accepted every scratch and blow without flinching. She knew this terror intimately from her own early months. They ushered her back into the hallway while the team sedated Shana until she finally lay still. Abby pressed a tissue to the bleeding scratches on Lily's cheek and insisted they were finished here. Lily ignored her and walked back down the hall to the waiting room. She sank into a chair and murmured, half to herself, that she would try again once Sinead had rested. Abby's voice rose, demanding they leave now. The girl did not want to see her. Lily jerked away from her sister's touch and refused. She was not going anywhere. Abby's face flushed with anger, cheeks puffing out. She asked what Lily thought she could fix here. She could not mend that girl and needed to fix her own life first. The words landed hard. Lily absorbed them, then leapt up, exhaustion and fury stripping away restraint. She demanded what life Abby meant. Their father was dead, and she had never said goodbye. Their mother was sleeping with strangers. The whole world knew she carried a monster's child. And if she ended the pregnancy, they would brand her a murderer. But the worst part, the part Abby had to see, was that Lily no longer had a home or a life at all. Abby had stolen it. Abby backed away, eyes wide with shock. Lily advanced until they were nearly nose to nose, refusing to stop. She repeated the question, did Abby understand why she could not simply go home and rebuild? Abby began crying harder, insisting she did not understand. Wes tried to step between them, but Lily spat that she did not need him and glared back at her sister. She told Abby the truth. She had no life left because Abby had taken it. Devastation flooded Abby's face. Sorrow, regret, horror. The exact reaction Lily had wanted. The moment she saw it, Lily's legs buckled, and she dropped to the scratchy carpet. Someone called for a nurse, but she could only sit there staring at her twin, who was sobbing and clutching her pregnant belly. This was what Rick had always done, Lily realized. He found the weakness and kept pressing until he broke you. Now she had done the same to Abby, and it could never be undone. Abby pushed Wes aside and crawled closer. In a broken whisper, she offered to give up everything. If Lily wanted Wes, she could have him. It had always been about the two of them, the twins. When Lily disappeared, Abby had disappeared too. 3,110 days. She apologized for blaming Lily over the stolen sweater. She had taken it herself. She apologized for wasting her life, for being fat and gross, for being unable to erase any of the pain. She would change everything if she could. What Wes and she had done, what Rick had done to Lily and the girls, she would do anything. Lily felt fresh tears rise. How could she possibly help Shayna when she herself was this shattered? Ashamed, she stood and walked out of the hospital. She owed Abby an apology. She owed Wes one too, but she lacked the strength for it now. The only thing that mattered was getting back to Sky. It had been just the two of them before. It would be the two of them against the world from now on. Rick had miscalculated badly. He had looked into Lily's eyes and believed her solemn promise. But she had lied to him without hesitation. Once she left the room, he lost control completely. The officer seized the moment. Pepper sprayed to his face, kicks and punches to his body, even after he was down. All he could think about was stopping Lily from ending his child. He planned to ask Missy for help when she visited, certain they could file an injunction so she could even raise the baby herself. The instant Missy sat down behind the glass, Rick knew he had lost her. It was not her flawless makeup or tailored black pantsuit that gave it away. It was the cold, vindictive look in her eyes. She told him she had heard the news. One of the other girls had killed herself, and he was now being charged with manslaughter. Rick guessed it was the older one. She had been difficult from the start. He had known the risk of keeping 3 girls at once. It had been greedy. He still loved Lily, his baby doll, but he had needed someone younger, a fresh challenge. He had intended to train both new girls and choose his favorite. The older one's suicide seemed ridiculous. They had barely begun. Missy told him he would rot in prison for the rest of his life, a small smile playing on her lips. She was clearly enjoying this. Rick felt a flicker of arousal at her unexpected vindictiveness. She continued that her parents had put the house on the market. It would sell quickly because people loved the novelty of living in a monster's home. She had considered moving back to North Carolina with them, but she knew people would never stop gossiping about how stupid she had been to live with him, to sleep with him, without realizing what he was. Her voice dripped pure hatred. Rick almost felt sorry for her. She asked whether the other girls had also trapped him. Had the 14-year-old hitchhiker claimed to love him? Had the 16-year-old who hanged herself with a bedsheet been madly in love with him too? Rick realized there was nothing left to say. He shrugged, leaned back, and gave a dismissive wave. He told her Lily had been a wonderful companion, brilliant mother, and generous lover. The other girls had shown real potential too. All of them had been better than Missy. The words were hollow, but he owed her the truth about who he really was. He expected her to crumble. Instead, she leaned closer to the phone. She hoped he would burn in hell, then laughed and said she knew he would for everything he had done. She hung up and walked out of his life. Rick felt disappointed, not over losing her, but over losing the expensive attorney her parents had been paying for. Now he would be stuck with a public defender. He should have made Lily sign something instead of trusting her. Love had made him careless. He needed a new plan. Over the past few days, he had turned his attention to Angela, the plain-faced guard. He had noticed her watching him, curious whether the stories about him were true. She kept her distance, but he had begun breaking the ice with harmless talk about the weather. He had asked why she had stopped the beating the day he was arrested. She had shrugged and said simply that it was not what they did. Rick respected her sense of right and wrong, but hoped it was not unbreakable. He needed an angle to get closer. The other inmates had told him she was a single mother, vulnerable and starved for affection. Something about her felt familiar, a darkness beneath the surface. If he played it right, she could become his way out. Planning was his specialty. Once he escaped, he would pay Lily a visit. She needed serious punishment for what she had done. "Don't get too comfortable," he thought. "I'm coming for you, baby doll." Lily's mantra became simple. Leave me alone. For 22 days, she stayed locked in her bedroom, telling her family she just needed space from Rick, the media, and everything else. In truth, after the cruel thing she had said to Abby at the hospital, shame kept her hidden. She had drafted a long apology email to Wes on Eve's laptop, explaining what he had meant to her and wishing him and Abby happiness. But in the end, she deleted it and sent only 2 words. "I'm sorry. Lily." She had tried to talk to Abby about it, but her sister insisted it was already forgotten. Lily could not forget. She feared she might lash out at Abby again, that Rick had permanently broken something inside her. It felt safer to stay in her room with Skye. Her daughter's cuddles made her feel almost normal. Eve brought meals 3 times a day. The flat-screen TV offered endless cable channels, something Lily had not seen in years. She became hooked on reality shows, their petty fights over roses, clothes, and drama. The ridiculous problems let her escape thoughts of Rick, the other girls, and the pregnancy growing inside her. It was the perfect hiding place from the terror lurking in her mind. Then one morning she woke to find Skye gone. Panic surged through her. Maybe Rick had sent someone. Anything was possible. She fought back a scream, scanning the room while forcing her breathing to steady. Skye never left without permission. Lily jumped out of bed and nearly reached the door when she spotted the edge of her grandmother's blue knitted quilt sticking from the closet. She opened it and found Sky curled up asleep inside. Relief flooded her. She lifted the girl back to bed, telling herself it was a one-time thing. But it became their new routine. Night after night, Lily woke to find Sky sleeping in the closet. She tried to ignore it, convincing herself the girl would recover with more time. On the 40th day of her isolation, Lily woke with sharp stomach cramps. She carried Sky back to bed and felt something wet on her legs. Blood. She rushed to the bathroom. No test or doctor was needed. The baby was gone. She wanted to mourn, but the pregnancy had never felt real. Staring at her thin, scarred body, she realized it was hers again. Completely hers. Deep, wrenching sobs tore from her. Rick no longer controlled her emotions. She collapsed onto the bathroom rug, crying louder and louder. She did not know how long she lay there before Eve and Abby appeared. Eve grabbed a towel and told Abby to call 911. Lily stopped them. She begged them to wait. She reached for both of them, and they held her until the tears finally stopped. When she could speak again, Abby brushed her hair back and asked what she needed. Lily thought of Sky and the sharp memories returning daily. She forced out the words she had feared since coming home. "I need help. Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas" played softly in Dr. Amari's plush office a few miles from the hospital. Eve sat beside Lily, waiting for the session to start. Lily said softly that she had not heard her mother sing in years and had forgotten how beautiful her voice was. Eve laughed, surprised she had even been singing. She promised to teach Sky all her favorite carols. The girl would become their little Christmas songbird soon. Lily squeezed her mother's hand just as Dr. Amari appeared. The doctor asked if Lily was ready. Lily nodded, putting on a brave face. Eve knew how hard it was for her daughter to discuss everything she had endured, but Dr. Amari had been a godsend. Eve allowed herself to believe they might all heal one day. Lily hugged her tightly, there were always hugs now, and reminded her that Abby would pick her up, but to call if she needed anything. Eve watched Lily disappear into the office. Over recent weeks, they had settled into a gentle routine. Eve drove Lily to therapy while Abby watched Sky. Then Eve ran errands, followed up on her hospital lawsuit, or visited Bree Whitaker's family. She felt grateful to have Lily back, but the Whitakers would never get their daughter home. She sometimes brought food, but mostly she sat and listened as Mrs. Whitaker talked about who Bree had been and who she might have become. While she was out, Abby and Sky would collect Lily. Some nights they ate out. Others they gathered at home where Eve cooked her specialties. It was still early, but Lily was improving. She spent less time hiding in her room and more in the den with Eve or Abby. Sometimes she even slipped outside for neighborhood walks with them. Eve could never thank Dr. Amari enough. She had guided them through the press and protesters. When news of Lily's miscarriage broke, Dr. Amari had released a medical record showing the severe abuse, making clear the pregnancy complications stemmed from Rick's violence. Any remaining doubt faded when a school shooting in Texas killed 6 children and pushed Lily's story out of the headlines. Eve tried not to dwell on Rick or his other victims. She focused instead on the future. In 3 days, they would celebrate their first Christmas together as a family. Holidays had once represented everything Eve had lost, but now they would create new traditions. Her parents and Meme were coming. Abby had invited Wes for dinner. Eve would roast a turkey while Lily and Abby baked enough desserts for a bakery. If she had her way, the house would overflow with presents. All her Christmas wishes had finally come true. Of course, she still had a long list of errands before the mall. Eve pulled into the motel parking lot, spotted Tommy's car, and hurried up the stairs. They had agreed to wait until after the holidays, but he had insisted on one last night together before leaving for Boston with his family. Eve slipped the key into the lock and pushed the door open, then froze with a sharp gasp. The room glowed with dozens of red poinsettias, her favorite holiday plant. White lights twinkled from every surface, and a small Christmas tree stood proudly on the makeshift desk. But the real surprise waited on the bed. Tommy, wearing a ridiculous green sweater with a fuzzy kitten, holding up a sprig of mistletoe. He greeted her warmly, his face beaming with joy. Eve could hardly believe what she saw. She asked what all this was, her voice unsteady. He explained it was their first Christmas together. Tommy reached for her and kissed her gently. The kiss still carried heat, yet she sensed a deeper promise beneath it. She had convinced herself their stolen moments were enough, that nothing more could last. Now she felt the shift for both of them. He pulled back first. He promised they would return to that soon. But first came her gift. Eve swatted him playfully, reminding him they had agreed on no gifts. Tommy laughed, admitting he had made no such promise. He handed her a small package. She unwrapped the gold and red paper carefully and lifted out a delicate gold locket. He suggested she would find the perfect picture to place inside. Tears rose in her eyes. She leaned in and kissed him, pouring everything she felt into it. He wrapped his arms around her and held her close as they sat side by side on the bed, the twinkling lights dancing shadows across their faces. She knew they were walking a dangerous path, one that could hurt others. Yet after everything she had endured, Eve didn't care. She deserved to be selfish. She deserved this. She deserved him. Lily sat across from Dr. Amari, the holidays weighing heavier than she had expected. The therapist asked how she felt, what color described her mood, and how she might express herself. Questions that forced Lily to confront emotions she had long suppressed. When Dr. Amari gently pressed her to explain why the season felt so difficult, Lily stayed silent at first. She remembered joyful fragments, watching Sky rush downstairs to a tree full of presents, late nights wrapping gifts with Abby, and helping Meme bake her famous pecan pie. Yet something darker lurked underneath, something she had told no one. Dr. Amari guessed it centered on Sky. Lily hated how easily she had given herself away and refused to discuss her daughter. She insisted Sky was doing fine now, reading at a third-grade level according to her tutor. The therapist reminded her that she could not deny Sky's suffering. Lily tried to argue that she had kept her safe, but Dr. Amari persisted, praising how brilliantly she had raised her daughter, while pointing out that Sky was intuitive enough to sense something had been wrong. Finally, under steady pressure, Lily confessed about Sky's habit of sleeping in the closet. She explained she had done everything possible to shield her from harm. Dr. Amari noted that Sky knew Rick had hurt her mother and must carry some of that terror. She urged Lily to recognize that her daughter needed therapy soon, just as she did. Lily left the office with those words echoing in her mind. That night, after prayers and goodnight kisses, Lily curled up in bed with Sky, holding her close and breathing in her sweet scent. She asked if Sky understood why she could no longer see Daddy Rick. Sky answered simply that he had made Mommy sad. Lily confirmed it and added that he had hurt her too. When Sky admitted she knew, Lily explained how Rick had kept her away from family and friends. Sky unleashed a flood of questions. Did Daddy Rick still love her? Could she still love him? Was she bad because he was her father? Lily realized she lacked the answers. She pulled Sky into a tight hug, determined to make things right and get her the help she needed. With Dr. Amari's guidance, Lily and Sky began sessions with a skilled child psychologist. Sky thrived in the playful therapy, enjoying games with Dr. Dobson each week. Beyond sleeping in the closet, other issues surfaced. Fear of crowds, public spaces, food hoarding, and suppressed emotions. Dr. Amari worked with Lily to prepare her for Sky attending school one day, emphasizing the need for normal childhood interactions with peers. Lily still wasn't ready, but she hoped the day would come soon. Over time, Lily began looking forward to her own sessions. She spoke freely about hating to drive past the high school, the pain of her father's death, and her worries for Abby. She never mentioned her feelings about Wes. Some days she wished he would simply disappear. She knew it was unfair. He treated them so well, dropping off dinners or ice cream from friendlies. Sky adored him, giggling at his piggyback rides and wild fairy tales. Lily treasured those joyful moments and captured them endlessly on the phone she had received for Christmas, reviewing the videos late at night as proof she had done something right. Yet her gaze always drifted to Wes's dimpled smile, and she forced herself to stop watching, determined to bury any impossible fantasy. As spring arrived, Lily grew stronger. She laced up new running shoes and jogged with her mother or Tricia. She spent hours staring at the neglected garden until a quiet urge stirred inside her to restore it. Though she had once resented her father's endless hours tending it in his old U-Pen shirt and tilted gardening hat, now she found peace in the moist soil, working from dawn to plant blooms and vegetables, feeling closer to him with every passing day. She loved the sunlight during the day, but at night, shadows appeared where none existed, and phantom noises haunted her. She knew the fears were irrational. She had been taken in broad daylight, yet years in darkness had left their mark. One beautiful spring afternoon, Lily stayed home to plant her remaining tulip bulbs, while Abby, her mother, and Sky went shopping in Philly. Near 6 o'clock, Abby called to say heavy traffic would delay them by at least an hour, maybe 2. Lily fought rising panic as she watched the sun sink lower. She assured Abby she was fine and asked her to tell Sky that Mommy loved and missed her. Alone again, her hands shook as they dug into the dirt. Her breathing grew rapid. She kept glancing toward the street, terrified that Rick or some new threat might appear as darkness fell. The fear overwhelmed her. She grabbed her phone and dialed. Wes answered quickly. She admitted it was silly, but explained the others were stuck in traffic, and she couldn't bear being alone as night approached. She didn't even finish the plea. He told her he was finishing at work and would be there in 10 minutes. She had known he would come. He would do anything for Abby, and by extension for her. Wes arrived exactly 10 minutes later, still in his coat and tie. Lily watched him step into the garden, strip off his jacket and tie, and roll up his sleeves. He clapped his hands toward the waiting tulip bulbs and urged her not to let him stand idle. She suggested they call it a night and finish tomorrow. He refused, insisting they had work to do. He picked up a bulb, cradling it carefully, and followed her directions as she pointed out the rose she wanted. His brow furrowed in calm concentration while he planted. Lily finished her own section and sat back on her heels. When he turned and caught her staring, he asked if he was doing something wrong. Without thinking, she reached out and brushed dirt from his cheek. Their eyes met. Lily leaned in, breath catching, and their lips touched. The kiss started soft, then deepened with the warmth and tenderness she remembered. She pressed closer, body flush against his, overwhelmed by how perfectly he smelled and tasted. She wanted him more than she had ever wanted anyone. She whispered that she still loved him. Wes jerked back as if struck. Lily panicked, desperate to make him understand she was the one he needed. She offered to do anything he wanted, reaching for his belt. He pushed her away sharply, telling her no. She cowered, arm flying up to shield her face. Wes stepped closer, his expression stricken, insisting he would never hurt her, but that they could not do this. Lily heard the pity in his voice and felt the old hospital night crash over her. Horrified, she stumbled backward into the dirt. When he reached to steady her, she shoved him off and fled upstairs. She stayed in her room until she was certain he had gone, then texted Dr. Amari for an emergency session. An hour later, Lily sat across from the therapist and haltingly described what had happened. When she finished, she sighed that she was an awful human being. Dr. Amari leaned back, asking without judgment why she believed that. Lily admitted she had kissed Wes. The doctor asked why that was wrong. Lily answered that he belonged to Abby now and that they were having a baby. Yet she confessed she thought about him constantly, wanting to be the one he poured water for, imagining him reading to their own daughter instead of Sky. She knew it made her horrible, especially after he had been so kind to her and Sky, but she had wanted the kiss. She had wanted him. Dr. Amari reminded her she had simply made a mistake, that she was human. Lily rejected the idea, insisting Rick had turned her into someone who took what she wanted without caring who it hurt. The therapist pressed gently, refusing to let her equate herself with Rick. She pointed out that Lily's daughter was wonderful, and that Lily herself was a wonderful young woman who could never be like him. When Lily stood, chest tight, and listed every dark fantasy she had about seducing Wes, Dr. Amari remained calm. She reminded Lily that Rick had stolen her innocence, her sexuality, and her life with Wes, but that sitting here confessing made her nothing like him. Good people made bad decisions. It did not make her a monster. Those words echoed in Lily's head as she left the office. She promised herself they would become her mantra until she finally believed them. Rick stood under the icy shower spray in the jailhouse, fury still burning through him. He could not accept that his baby was dead. They called it a miscarriage, but he knew better. That disobedient bitch and her lies had killed it. The guards had made sure he felt the loss, slipping newspaper clippings and decapitated dolls into his cell to taunt him. What truly enraged him was not the baby itself. It was Lily's betrayal and the proof she could not even care for herself. When Angela called that his time was up, he shut off the water, dried quickly, and changed into his uniform. She cuffed him, her fingers lingering on his wrists. Rick smiled, feeding the connection he had been building for weeks. Isolation kept him away from other inmates, so Angela, working the late shift, handled his escorts to showers, visits, and recreation. He had won her trust the simplest way possible, by listening. He asked about her mother, who called her a loser, her deadbeat ex Nick, who skipped child support, and her 3-year-old son Caleb. She feared she was failing. Each night he checked in. How was Caleb's first day? Did Nick buy the diapers? Until she forgot he was the man who had confessed to his crimes and treated him like a confidant. She complained about the other guards' abuse. He told her not to risk her job. When she quoted scripture about forgiveness, he thanked her and mentioned it might help pass the time. The next day, a Bible appeared on his cot. Soon novels, chocolates, and treats followed. Now, out of camera range, he stopped, pressed her against the wall, and kissed her hard. She responded with desperate hunger, her body clinging to his. He let his hands roam, knowing he was scraping the bottom but needing this first kiss to seal the alliance. When he pulled back, she was breathless and warned it was not safe if they were caught. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, but she clung tighter and whispered they would be careful. Rick stroked her cheek with his cuffed hand. She leaned into it, insisting the others were wrong about him. He winced at Ricky, but smiled and guided her hand to the front of his pants. Even if she disgusted him, he had needs that had gone unmet. Far too long. He told her she had made him very happy. Angela promised to look out for him and do whatever he needed. She kissed him once more, then led him back to his cell. Her hand shook as she removed the cuffs. When the door slammed and she disappeared down the hall, Rick knew he finally had an ally inside. He settled onto his bunk, mind already racing with plans. Lily was out there celebrating with her pathetic sister, both of them believing they had beaten him. He would plan carefully. He had not come this far to lose. Lily and her entire family would regret underestimating him. They would all pay. Abby leaned against the porch railing as rain poured down in steady sheets. Movers carried her boxes in and out of Wes's house. Since she had been staying at her mother's, Wes had moved back in, and now she was returning home for good. She sighed, a sharp ache stabbing through her back from the baby that felt like it was killing her. The nesting instinct had made her restless. The baby would arrive soon, and she needed to fully separate from Wes. She noticed him watching her, soaked and sweaty in his black hoodie. For once, she felt only sympathy. She was leaving the house he had tried so hard to make theirs. Hormones made her grateful for his steady presence lately. He entertained Sky and made them all laugh, even Lily. Abby knew her sister was still wrestling with everything they had endured. Lily had apologized for the hospital night, but Abby saw no need. They had moved past it and were growing closer again, though she feared it would never be the same. Lily put on a brave face. Yet Abby sometimes watched darkness swallow her. One moment she gardened or teased Sky over breakfast, or watched TV with them. The next she vanished into her room, or books, into the abyss Rick left behind. Every disappearance left Abby on edge, waiting for another breakdown, but Lily always reappeared as if nothing had happened. Abby followed her lead. Everyone tried to move forward and forget Hanson. Some days it almost felt normal, yet Abby could not shake her simmering rage. She wanted to match Lily's kindness and optimism, but keeping up the facade exhausted her. Still, she tried. She had made real progress with Wes, accepting he was not the enemy. She shared the guilt for their relationship, but he remained an outsider trying to get in. A mover told her they were finished and asked if they should meet at the new house. She thanked them and said yes. Turning to Wes, she offered a weak smile. He stepped beside her, pleading for her to stop the movers and unpack everything. It was not too late. Abby's stomach twisted with an emotional pull she blamed on the baby. She said Lily needed her and turned to leave. He grabbed her, insisting he needed her too. She pushed him away, begging him not to. He pulled her back, holding her tight, and asked when she would stop giving up her life for everyone else and start living for herself. When would she have her own life? What about him? She answered that he was the baby's father, and moving out changed nothing. He replied bitterly that he was just a sperm donor with visitation rights. They had discussed this, she said. She could not be with him because of Lily. Anger flashed in his eyes. He shook his head and laughed with smug knowing, as if hiding a secret. When she demanded to know what was funny, he told her Lily had kissed him. Did she know that? Abby stared, unmoved. It did not matter, she said. He grabbed her arm again, describing how much he had liked, loved, the kiss, how easy it would be to choose Lily, how she would laugh at his jokes and be grateful without punishing him for loving her. But they were not interchangeable. He loved Abby, even though she was a total bitch who drove him crazy. He loved her, not Lily. This mattered. They mattered. He would not let her go until she admitted it. Abby pushed him away and walked down the sidewalk, nauseated and dizzy, the image of their kiss burning in her mind. A sharp pain ripped through her abdomen. She grabbed a nearby car to steady herself. Wes rushed to her side, asking if she was okay and if it was the baby. Another contraction hit. She gasped and told him yes. He needed to call Mom and Lily. She wanted them at the hospital. Wes promised he would. He carried her to his pickup, holding her close and whispering how much he loved her and their baby. Abby could not believe he stayed after everything she had done. A new contraction hit. She closed her eyes, took his hand, and held on. She asked him not to leave her. He swore he would not. Breathe, Abs, Lily coached calmly, clutching her hand, wiping her sweaty forehead and feeding her ice chips. You're so brave. The contraction passed, and Abby laughed weakly, pointing out she was in a top hospital with the best doctors and would soon demand drugs, so bravery seemed crazy. Lily wiped her brow again and said she could think Abby brave if she wanted. Abby smiled, then sobered and asked how Lily had managed when she had Sky. How hard it had been. Lily grew quiet. Sky's birth had been her own rebirth. Feeling the baby kick had changed her desire to survive. She had still challenged Rick, but grew less reckless, becoming the obedient doll he wanted. Rick had left for a teachers' conference in New York. In the middle of the night, her contractions began. After 11 agonizing hours, her water broke. The pain had been nothing compared to the relief of knowing she would no longer be alone. She pushed and cried, telling the baby she was ready. When Sky landed on the blankets and towels, she cried loudly, the first human sound Lily had heard besides Rick's voice in so long. Her eyes looked so wise. Lily believed Sky had been sent to keep her going. Abby squeezed her hand, calling Lily the brave one. Lily smiled and wiped Abby's tears, joking that they were twins, so it was genetic. They fell quiet. Abby did her Lamiz breathing, while Lily rubbed her back and fed her ice chips. As night wore on, Wes returned and took the other side of the bed. The three of them should have felt awkward with all their history, but instead they took turns coaching and soothing Abby. At dawn, the contractions intensified. Doctors and nurses arrived. It was time. Lily and Wes held Abby's hands as she pushed, screaming and begging for it to end. She had refused drugs, determined to stay clear-headed. The baby arrived as the sun rose over the horizon, wailing loudly. "It's a boy, Abby. It's a baby boy," Lily said. Wes wiped his eyes, smiling with pure joy. Abby stared at her son with overwhelming love. Lily saw the same look she had felt and realized they were identical again, both mothers now. The doctor placed the newborn on Abby's chest. Wes kissed the baby, then kissed Abby with tender care. For a moment, Lily hated her sister for delivering in this warm, safe room surrounded by love. She hated herself for the feeling and hated a world where this child might one day suffer. She forced the darkness away. Rick had programmed it into her, but she had a choice, to fight it or let it win. Lily kissed Abby and the newborn, offered Wes a quick congratulatory hug, and slipped out of the hospital room. She had told them she wanted to share the news with Eve about her healthy grandson, but the truth sat heavier inside her. She needed distance. She needed to see Sky to hold the proof of how far they had come. Abby, Wes, and their baby formed a complete family now. The jealousy still burned, but Lily would fight it down. She had Sky. Sky was her family. That had to be enough. It was real. 7 pounds, 3 ounces, with lungs loud enough to rattle the walls. No longer an alien invader. Abby stared at her son and felt something crack open inside her. She had tried so hard not to love him, believing life would hurt less if she never loved anyone again. Yet here he was. Tiny pink toes, tiny fingers, miniature nails, bright gray eyes like Wes's, and a soft tuft of blonde hair. Perfect. She cried without control, hormones turning her into a mess she barely recognized. Her mother visited, cooing over the baby, then left with Lily and Sky, promising to return in the morning. Abby felt secret relief at the quiet. She wanted this time alone with her son. More than that, she wanted it with Wes, too. He stayed beside her on the bed, arm brushing hers, both of them watching the infant. She could not imagine giving him up now, not even for a second. The thought of anything harming him terrified her more than anything ever had. Wes rubbed her aching back in slow circles and asked what they should name him. She leaned into the touch, soothed, and suggested David Joseph after their fathers. He kissed the baby gently, as if sealing the name. Abby pictured her own father striding the halls, bragging to every nurse and doctor, snapping endless photos. Sadness washed over her. Wes leaned closer and spoke of giving David the family he himself had never had. They could leave behind all the pain Rick Hansen caused and be happy. The baby wailed as if agreeing. Abby turned to Wes and saw for the first time the depth of his devotion. She had been blind to it all these years. She leaned in and kissed him. Maybe he was right. Maybe they could be happy. She had tried everything else. Abby suggested they hire a firing squad and end it. Lily shot her a stern look, but Abby refused to soften when it came to Rick Hansen. They sat in District Attorney Elijah Foster's office, Eve on one side, Abby on the other, while Wes watched the children. Lily wished he had not agreed. The tension already pressed on her. She told Abby to let the man speak. Elijah, tall and bald, with the quiet power of a former Notre Dame linebacker, had always calmed her. Over the past 6 months, he had kept her informed on every motion Rick's lawyers filed, stalling tactics that dragged the case out. Today, he had called them in with news. After lengthy negotiations, Rick had agreed to plead guilty and accept life in prison without parole. No trial needed. Elijah explained the risks of a public spectacle, Rick's cult following, and the media frenzy. But the final decision belonged to the victims' families. He had already spoken to Breeze and Shayna's relatives. He would only accept the plea if everyone agreed. Abby erupted, demanding why Rick still called the shots and why the sudden change made sense. Lily ignored her, weighing what life without parole would mean. She asked if he would ever get out. Elijah assured her only in death. Lily turned to Eve, who said the choice had to be Lily's and they would support it. Lily confirmed she would not have to testify or relive everything on the stand. A victim impact statement at sentencing was optional. Her decision settled inside her. Life in prison was enough. She took Abby's hand and told her it was good. He would spend the rest of his days in a cage, exactly what he deserved. She asked Elijah what came next. He would notify Rick's lawyer, then the judge would schedule sentencing. Hopefully it would move quickly. The three of them left the courthouse in Eve's car, each lost in thought. As they neared the subdivision, Lily asked her mother to watch the children that afternoon. She wanted to take Abby somewhere. Eve agreed without question. Abby asked where they were going. Lily only said she would see. Back at the house, Lily lifted Sky, who had turned 7 last month and grown strong, her body now that of a budding athlete who lived for soccer. Wes often spent hours in the backyard kicking the ball with her. Lily covered her daughter with kisses until Sky wriggled free, more interested in play than hugs these days. Letting go stung, but Lily knew it was the only way forward. Abby sat on a blanket beside Wes and baby David, covering the giggling infant with kisses, while Wes watched her with open devotion. Lily looked away and focused on Sky. Months of soul-searching and sessions with Dr. Amari had clarified it. She did not want the man Wes had become. She wanted the lost high school feeling, the optimism and simplicity. The longing still lingered, but she hoped time would dull it. Abby and Wes were not officially together, yet their glances and body language said otherwise. Whenever Lily asked, Abby changed the subject. Lily left it alone. They would figure it out when ready. The afternoon grew late. Lily clapped her hands and told Abby it was time to go. Abby gave David one last kiss and told Wes they would be home later. He squeezed her hand gently before turning back to the baby. Lily drove the SUV with Abby in the passenger seat, heading down Highway 12. Abby stiffened, guessing their destination and protesting it was a bad idea. Lily kept going. She needed to see the cabin in daylight to prove it was only a building with no power over her. It had become a tourist draw for the morbidly curious wanting a look at the infamous basement. But she would face it once and never return. She pulled into the driveway, shut off the engine, and climbed out. She could not go inside. She was not that strong yet. Instead, she sat on the hood, knees drawn up, staring at the cabin. Abby settled beside her. Abby said she had been so close all that time and no one had known. Lily admitted she had not known either. She closed her eyes and remembered the day they passed their driving tests, sitting on the hood at Dairy Queen, eating chocolate-covered cherry blizzards. Abby asked what a spectacular day looked like now. Lily smiled at the easy mind-reading between them. She considered it seriously. Every day free of Rick already felt spectacular. But she had been imagining her future. In a perfect world, Sky would be healthy and happy with no memory of Rick or those early years. Eve would find something fulfilling. Abby and Wes would be married with another child for David. Lily would return to school and run competitively again. And Rick Hansen would simply be gone, erased as if he had never existed. Abby said she wanted that for her more than anything. Lily knew Rick could never truly be erased, yet she was tired of handing him power. She told Abby she would speak at the sentencing, not for herself, but for Shania and Bree. Abby promised to stand beside her. Lily gripped her sister's hand and kept staring at the boarded-up windows, the police tape, the graffiti covering every surface. She asked if everything was going to be all right. The question felt strange after how far she had come, but a quiet sense of foreboding pressed in that she could not explain. Abby sprang to her feet on the hood of the car, her heart soaring with pure hope. She shouted into the open air, calling on the world to listen, declaring that only spectacular days lay ahead for the Reiser twins. Lily joined her with a joyous yell. Together they kept shouting, their wishes rising like prayers into the sky. Rick kept pressing the barbell, pretending to focus on his workout, while the empty yard finally left him alone with Angela. She maintained a careful distance, yet her eyes never left him. As he lifted, she inched closer. He asked how she was feeling. She answered that she was good, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Rick sensed her unease immediately. Their limited time together this week, tangled in transfer paperwork, had left too many gaps. He needed to steady her before doubt took hold. He told her that if she had second thoughts, she should say so, and he would understand. She insisted she did not, then faltered. He reassured her that fear was natural. She tried to laugh it off, but the sound came out strained, admitting perhaps a little nervousness. Rick reminded her that as long as the plan stayed in place, they had nothing to worry about. Everything was ready. Once sentencing ended, the transport would begin, and her cousin could not be late. Angela assured him Brian would not fail them. She confirmed he had the weapons, and that the money waited in the safe deposit box exactly as instructed. After giving Brian his cut, they would have around $60,000. Satisfaction settled in Rick's chest. He had wisely hidden funds over the years, while Missy left the finances to him. A portion had gone to Lily, the rest saved for moments like this. The only uncertainty remained Angela's cousin Brian, an ex-con with a lengthy record. Brian would ram the transport vehicle, eliminate the guards, and deliver Rick to the family's remote hunting cabin. They would lie low for months before slipping into Mexico. Rick weighed whether it might prove simpler to dispose of both Angela and Brian later, but he could improvise that part. For now, he did not mind keeping her close. Her enthusiasm compensated for what she lacked in beauty. He studied her carefully and praised her efforts, telling her he felt proud. Positive reinforcement mattered now. Her response showed it was working. She confirmed everything was set. Rick moved to her and allowed the shackles. He spoke of how he could not wait to hold her freely, without bars between them. He knew she ached to believe every word, imagining a life where he lifted all her burdens. Any rational woman would have questioned the crimes he had pled guilty to, but Angela was not rational. Lonely, uneducated, and desperate to be saved, she clung to the fantasy he offered. She led him back inside and down the dim gray hall toward his cell for one final night. As they walked, he whispered that he loved her, and urged her not to forget it. The words made her falter, exactly as he intended. She promised she would not let him down, then quickened her steps, opened the cell door, and left him alone. Rick could not sit still. He began shadow boxing, his mind fixed on tomorrow's sentencing and the freedom that waited beyond it. After Lily's betrayal, Rick had refused to wait passively for any reprieve. Escape ideas involving hostages always ended with him dead. Angela had emerged as the perfect tool. He had eventually taken her into showers. Though he had dreaded it, the act had not been unbearable if he kept his eyes closed. During one such encounter, still catching her breath, he had told her they could not continue, that this was their last time. She had begged him not to say it, claiming those moments were all that kept her going. He had explained that once sentenced, he would transfer to maximum security where visits and letters would end, especially if she wished to keep her job. Nothing more could be done. Her hesitant question, what if there was a way, had told him everything. From that instant, he knew success was assured. He simply needed to direct the plan and ensure she did not falter. Entrusting details to a high school dropout had been difficult, yet he had no choice. While she worked outside, he had deliberately slowed the court process with outrageous demands, firing lawyers and insisting on self-representation. It had all been misdirection. Once her preparations were complete, he had accepted the plea. His young public defender had barely concealed his relief at the outcome. Rick had nodded along, keeping his true intentions hidden. All of it traced back to Lily's betrayal. He thought of her daily, the laughter, the music, the way she had responded to his touch. Her deceit still burned. At first, he had planned to punish her immediately upon escape. Kill her mother, then her sister, then Skye, forcing Lily to watch before ending her life. But the risks of returning so soon were too great. Better to vanish, let time pass, and strike when she had grown complacent. Every future day she would wake wondering if he was near, always looking over her shoulder. In that way, she would still belong to him. He had made mistakes these past months, but now he was correcting course. Rick smiled at the thought of cold beer, sunshine, and music. He would find a better girl than Lily, one who truly appreciated what he offered. Fatigue finally washed over him. He sank onto the cot, closed his eyes, and prepared for sleep. In just a few hours, this place would fade into memory. It was midnight the night before sentencing, and Abby lay awake, the house thick with tension. Reporters had been calling for weeks. Stories about Rick, Lily, and the other girls filled every screen. Everyone felt the strain, but Abby's nerves stretched tightest. She sighed, slipped from bed, and crossed to David's crib. Her little boy slept soundly, arms flung out, chest rising and falling in gentle rhythm. Leaving him tonight weighed heavily, yet she had to do this for Lily. She brushed his soft cheek, whispered her love, and moved to the bathroom. Abby dressed carefully, curled her hair, and applied makeup. She left a note for Lily and her mother explaining she had gone for a drive and hoped to return before anyone noticed. In the car mirror, she checked herself, pleased with the result. The baby weight had melted away. Her cheekbones had sharpened again, her green eyes sparkled, and color warmed her face. She looked almost like her old self. She drove straight to Wes's house and knocked. He answered at once, concern crossing his features, as he asked if something was wrong with David or Lily. Abby kissed him. They had not kissed since the night David was born in the hospital. She had wanted to 1,000 times since, but guilt and Lily's presence had held her back. Tonight, none of that remained. This felt like their true beginning, free of shadows. She pushed him inside, confessing how badly she had treated him and declaring her love for him and for David. Wes pulled her clothes, returning the kiss with hunger. They shed clothes in a trail across the house and fell into bed, exploring each other as they had in their teenage years, only now no ghosts lingered between them. Hours later, spent and wrapped in his arms, Abby listened as Wes spoke of the future. He had bid on land to build them a home. He wanted travel, a trip to Disneyland for David's first birthday, and perhaps a honeymoon if she played her cards right. For the first time, Abby allowed herself to imagine such days ahead. The possibility made her feel vibrantly alive, even if certainty still lay out of reach. When Wes drifted to sleep, she studied his face, marveling at how someone so good could love her. She rose quietly, wrote him a note, kissed him once more, and dressed. In the garage, she took a gas can from his pickup and drove away. Moonlight bathed the highway on the crisp winter night. Abby kept her focus sharp on the road and the task waiting ahead. Abby climbed from the car and seized the gas can, methodically soaking the cabin's exterior walls while steering clear of the surrounding brush. She wanted only this place erased, nothing more. When the can ran dry, she pulled out a book of matches, struck one, and hurled the flame at the weathered timber. It caught with a roaring whoosh. Flames leapt and crackled, splintering the wood that had once held her sister. In Abby's mind, every cruelty Rick had inflicted burned with it. She longed to watch until only ash remained, yet she knew she could not stay. Smoke already billowed skyward. She had to report the fire before it spread. Back in the SUV, she dialed the prepaid phone, kept her voice low, and told the dispatcher she had spotted flames off Highway 12 near the interstate. The moment the call ended, she tossed the phone into the woods and sped away. It was nearly 5 a.m. when Abby slipped back inside. She tore up the note she had left, checked on the sleeping household, and confirmed David was safe. After a quick shower, she pulled on pajamas and paused at his crib once more. He lay wide awake, kicking happily at his circus mobile as if it were the greatest discovery in the world. She greeted him softly. He squealed, reaching for her with flailing limbs. Abby lifted him, carried him to bed, and held his warm, sweet-scented body close while birds began to chirp outside. Exhaustion pulled her under. When she woke again, Lily stood at the changing table fastening a fresh diaper on David. Her sister looked polished and steady, red bob sleek, silver beret in place, gray pants and white silk blouse crisp. Abby sat up sharply, realizing she had overslept, and asked Lily to feed David while she dressed quickly. Lily agreed with a playful tickle that made the baby giggle, then carried him downstairs. Alone, Abby scanned her closet and chose the black V-neck sweater she had once wanted to burn. It had symbolized everything they had lost. Now, after all the weight she had shed, it fit perfectly. She told herself it would serve as armor today. Downstairs, she found Lily and their mother fixed on the morning news. The report showed the charred remains of Rick's cabin. Lily turned in disbelief, asking if she had heard. Abby kept her face neutral and answered that someone must have grown tired of it becoming a tourist stop. Their mother muttered darkly that if the fire let Rick escape the plea deal, she would kill whoever was responsible. Abby stared at her, stunned by the one risk she had not considered. She moved beside Lily and reassured her that the video, the physical evidence, and both statements made escape impossible. Skye appeared, reminding Abby about the swear jar. Abby pulled a $5 bill from her purse and handed it over with a grin, joking that Skye's college fund was growing fast. She shut off the television. The morning passed in a rush. Wes arrived at 8:30 to watch the children. As Lily and their mother headed to the car, he drew Abby aside, telling her last night had been unexpected and that her note had meant everything. She promised they would talk about the future after today. He pulled her close and kissed her. Abby leaned into him, wishing she could stay there forever, yet she broke away to keep her focus. They reached the Lancaster courthouse through the back entrance, dodging the crowd of reporters and spectators. The courtroom was packed. Abby watched Missy slip in beside her polished parents. Missy looked years older, gaunt, hair short and gray-streaked, dressed entirely in black. Lily whispered that she looked terrible. Abby shrugged and answered that guilt destroyed people. Missy had to live with her choices. She felt no pity. Next came Rick's mother, Agnes, fragile and dabbing her eyes as she took the front row behind her son. Abby had expected something harder, yet Agnes looked like any decent single mother who had believed she raised a good man. A murmur rose as deputies led Rick in. He appeared calm and polished in a crew neck, white shirt, and striped tie, hair perfectly styled. His mother began to weep. He shook his head and spoke soothingly, telling her he was fine. Abby felt only disgust that anyone could still feel sympathy for him. Judge Crabtree entered and called court to order. After the legal exchanges, the judge asked if the victims were ready to speak. Missy went first. Voice soft but resolute. She described once believing she was the luckiest woman alive, then admitting she had ignored every warning sign of Rick's evil and how he had used her money. She apologized directly to Lily, her family, Shayna's family, and Breeze, saying she could never undo her blindness or the pain he had caused. Abby appreciated the words, yet felt her own resolve harden further. Bree's mother, Elizabeth Whitaker, followed, tiny and lost inside an oversized floral dress, eyes haunted behind thick glasses. She spoke of her honor student daughter, who had worked to pay for her own prom dress and senior trip, a girl who only wanted to make others happy. She said the only comfort was knowing Bree was with her savior and that Rick would finally pay. Shayna's father, Bert Myers, stood next, sweating and trembling as he read from a scrap of paper. He described a house once filled with non-stop laughter that had vanished. Though his daughter lived, the joy was gone. She barely slept or ate. No punishment, he said, could ever be enough. The judge then turned to Lily. Abby fought the flutter in her stomach, gave her sister an encouraging nod, and told her she had this. Lily rose slowly, smoothing her slacks with steady hands while her body trembled beneath the surface. She appeared composed as she fixed her gaze on Rick. He stared back without blinking or showing any remorse. Abby clenched her fists, fighting to stay silent and let her sister have this moment. Lily spoke clearly, stating she had lost 3,110 days. During that time, her father had died, her sister had battled addiction and nearly ended her own life, and her first love had moved on. She listed the ordinary moments stolen from her: prom, graduation, sunrises, sunsets, and 8 birthdays without her twin. She explained she had considered describing every physical and emotional torment Rick had inflicted, but realized that was exactly what he wanted. Instead, she declared that Rick Hansen meant nothing to her. He was nobody, despite his efforts to reduce her to the same. She expressed relief at the court's harsh punishment for what he had done to her, her daughter, and their family, yet added it would not truly matter because he lacked any conscience. She finished by telling him he could never hurt them again. Rick's face stayed blank. Abby swelled with pride and leaned close to whisper that Lily was incredible. Lily smiled through welling tears but held them back, remaining strong. Abby pulled her into a tight hug, silently cursing Rick. The judge asked if Mr. Hansen wished to address the court. Rick scanned the packed room, noting his mother's tear-streaked face. He had told her not to come, but she had insisted she would stand by him until the end. He felt pity for her denial. Missy looked wrecked, pale, gaunt, and unkempt. Yet his eyes kept returning to Lily. Her red hair struck him as ridiculous, but she still took his breath away until she spoke. Then anger rose. He wanted to punish her for omitting the good times, the education and books he had given her, and Sky, and the fact that he had been a devoted father. He had hoped she might realize she had loved him too, but she was lost. He felt fortunate Angela had come through. She had passed him a note confirming the plan remained on schedule. Her cousin waited at the rendezvous. She had left her child with her mother, and she had prepared clothes and supplies. Rick had ignored the guard's taunts about prison life, dressed in the suit his mother delivered, and savored the knowledge that he would soon escape while they remained trapped. Now came his moment. He stood, bowed his head, and projected remorse, claiming he was a sick man rather than a monster, accepting his punishment and promising he would disappear into oblivion while hoping his victims found peace. Satisfied, he sat. The silence pleased him. Lily stared ahead, avoiding his eyes, while Abby glared with open hatred. Rick noted how attractive Abby looked now in her fitted black sweater. Perhaps he had chosen wrong. He glanced back at the judge, eager for the proceedings to end so his real escape could begin. Abby nearly laughed at the weak performance. She listened as the judge delivered the sentence, citing depravity, monstrous acts, vicious disregard for life, and a complete lack of empathy that made Rick a danger to all. The final words declared he would spend the rest of his natural life behind bars without possibility of parole. Cheers erupted. Abby rose with her mother and the attorneys hugging and celebrating. Lily remained seated, staring at Rick. When Abby reached for her hand, Lily pulled away and walked toward him. Abby followed quickly. A guard moved to block her, but Lily asked calmly for 1 second. The guard stepped aside. Rick looked at Lily with tender expectation. She told him she forgave him for everything, her voice steady. He smiled smugly and replied that he forgave her too, calling her baby doll, saying he would miss her and always love her, and urging her to take care of their girl. Lily turned away without another word. As she did, a fleeting look crossed her face that sent a chill through Abby. Despite Lily's earlier words, that expression suggested she still felt something for Rick, some twisted, broken attachment. The thought horrified Abby. As long as he lived, Lily would remain bound to him. Lily reached the back of the room. Abby stepped forward, gripping the small ceramic blade she had slipped into her pocket that morning. She had always intended it as her gift to Lily, though she had doubted her own courage. That single look on Lily's face erased all doubt. Abby raised the blade and drove it into Rick's chest. Blood spurted. He staggered, but the cuffs held him. A deputy lunged for her, yet adrenaline and rage made Abby unstoppable. The courtroom sounds faded as she focused on the spreading red stain. For the first time, Rick was not in control. He panicked and moaned, collapsing to the floor. Abby leaned over him, stabbing repeatedly, determined that her face would be the last thing he ever saw. Abby hated Rick with every fiber of her being, yet the thought of killing him had never crossed her mind until that day at the cabin with Lily. Seeing how desperately her sister needed him, erased to claim the spectacular future ahead, Abby understood she held the power to make it real. She had driven to Philly for the ceramic knife, certain it would slip past any metal detector. After Lily's statement and the verdict, a fleeting part of her had considered letting him rot forever in a cell, but then she caught that look on Lily's face and knew she had no choice. She drove the blade into him again and again, blood slicking her hands, the sharp metallic tang flooding her nose and mouth. The knife was finally ripped away, and she was slammed to the cold tile floor, a boot pinning her down. She kept her eyes locked on Rick as his body twisted and he whimpered in pain. A wild laugh escaped her. Watching him suffer felt better than she had ever imagined. Time blurred until cold handcuffs snapped around her wrists. Officers hauled her upright. Her gaze met Missy Hanson's across the room. Abby thought, "You're welcome. This is how you finish it." They rushed her out. She caught a glimpse of Lily and their mother clinging to each other in tears. The sight stung, but Abby felt no regret, only a fierce, electric joy. Rick lay crumpled and bleeding, helpless at last. As they led her away, one clear thought rang through her. Good riddance. Chaos erupted across the courtroom. Screams, shouts, pure panic. Blood spread across the floor while Rick gasped for air. Sheriff Rogers materialized, joining the bailiff to pull Abby down. Lily heard Rick's broken pleas not to die. His mother wailed, straining toward her son as a deputy held her back, begging anyone to save her boy. Lily stood frozen amid the shell-shocked faces, understanding their terror completely. This was the nightmare she had lived every single day with Rick, a horror so unreal it could not possibly be happening. She had not even noticed Abby leave her side until the first gasp and the flash of the knife. By the time she turned, Abby was already stabbing him over and over, hatred carved into her face. Deputies dragged Abby out. Sheriff Rogers appeared beside Lily and her mother, wrapping an arm around them both and guiding them quickly into Judge Crabtree's chambers. Sirens wailed closer outside. Someone pressed bottled water into their hands and draped blankets over their shoulders. Lily shook, replaying months of therapy sessions with Dr. Amari and realizing she had missed the storm building inside Abby. No one had seen it. Maybe she herself had not wanted to. Her mother gripped her arm, eyes wide, and whispered about the cabin. Did Lily think Abby had done it? Lily silenced her with a sharp look and a nod toward Sheriff Rogers, who stood nearby talking quietly with the judge. She knew without question that Abby had burned the cabin. The knife, the stabbing, everything confirmed it, but she would not help the police build any case. Lily stood, directing her question at the sheriff. Was Rick dead? He confirmed it. The aorta had been punctured. Rick had coded in the ambulance and been declared dead on arrival at the hospital. The weight of it settled over Lily. Her sister had killed a man. Abby had killed Rick. She told the sheriff she needed to see her. He glanced at their mother, who sat staring blankly, then knelt and promised to stay with her. He assured her he would tell Abby that her mother loved her no matter what. Sheriff Rogers led Lily through the swarm of officers and investigators gathering evidence and questioning witnesses, shielding her as they moved toward the holding cells. He spoke low, warning her he could give her only a minute before Abby was transported for booking. Nothing they said could be discussed. Every word could be used against her sister. At the cell, Lily saw Abby sitting on the bunk, blood still staining her hands where they rested in her lap. She wore the same gray pants and the black V-neck sweater. Lily realized with a jolt that it was the sweater from years ago, the one Abby had kept all this time. One more thing she had never noticed. One more thing that had brought them here. Abby's face showed fresh bruises from the struggle, yet a strange calm had settled over her, a peace Lily had never seen before. The guard stepped aside at the sheriff's word. Abby rose as Lily entered the tiny cell. She wrapped her arms around her sister and held on tight. Fury should have surged through Lily. Abby had David and Wes waiting, but it never came. All the therapy, all the careful parenting of Skye, all the effort to build a good life had not truly freed her. Only this moment, only the sight of blood leaving Rick's chest and the sheriff's flat confirmation of his death showed her how wrong she had been. This was not what she had wanted. It was what she had needed. And Abby had given it to her. They stood nearly identical now, especially with matching haircuts, yet life had shaped them into different people. The world would forever see Lily as the victim and Abby as the murderer. But none of that mattered. Lily knew exactly what her sister had done and why. This was the ultimate sacrifice, Abby's freedom traded for Lily's. Sheriff Rogers cleared his throat. Time was up. Lily pulled Abby close one last time. No words were possible with police listening, but she knew her sister would hear every silent thought. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Abby faced an endless stream of questions in the psychiatric unit. Why had she done it? When and how had she planned it? Had she been thinking clearly? What triggered the violence? Did she think about hurting herself or others? She answered exactly as expected, though none of it mattered to her anymore. Lily had forgiven her. That alone was enough. Now she was inmate J70621, held in the county jail psychiatric unit. Her lawyer, the same one Wes had hired, explained they were building a not guilty by reason of insanity plea, but for now she remained locked up. She missed home, missed her mother and Lily, missed Wes and David most of all. Yet Sheriff Rogers checked on her daily, and both guards and inmates treated her with quiet respect. She was getting by. What gnawed at her most was Wes's fury over what she had done. He visited the day after the murder, unshaven, anger rolling off him in waves as he sat across from her. He spoke of that night she had come to his house like a fever dream. He had hoped it marked a new beginning, but realized she had been saying goodbye. Abby stayed silent, mindful the visits were recorded and her lawyer's warning still fresh. She told him she had meant every word she said that night. She would always love him and David, and she was deeply sorry for how everything had gone wrong. Wes slammed his hand on the table. The guard stepped forward, but Abby assured him it was fine. She nodded for Wes to continue. His anger poured out. She had ruined them all. Abby absorbed every word without flinching. He had been too kind for too long, and he was right. She might have destroyed everything. Still, it didn't frighten her. Whatever came, she would survive. She reached to hug him goodbye, but he stormed out. He needed this anger now. She understood. Time dragged in jail. Lily and her mother visited every other day for the allotted hour. Wes stayed away for over a month. Worry began to settle in Abby that she might never hear from him again. Then Lily arrived one day and handed her a letter. Abby recognized Wes's handwriting instantly. She asked how he was, voice tight with need. Lily said he was hurting badly, but missed her. Abby could hardly speak. The silence between them had stretched longer than ever before, threatening to unravel her. She said goodbye to Lily and returned to her cell. Settling onto the bunk, hands trembling, she opened the envelope. The letter carried Wes back to a Wednesday, April 10th. They had been spending time together since he moved back to town. That evening, at his place, she wore her old gray t-shirt under the purple hoodie. They lounged on the sofa, watching Tommy Boy for the millionth time. During the scene where the deer woke up and tore the car apart, she had laughed so hard she snorted Dr. Pepper everywhere. The embarrassed, blushing look she gave him then, adorable, one of a kind, had sealed it. That look, and a million others, made him love her. Not Lily. Their youthful relationship with Lily had been shallow. They had never faced real loss together. He wished he had seen what she planned at the courthouse so he could have stopped her. Part of him still couldn't understand why she threw everything away. Another part saw it made perfect sense, and he hated himself for missing the signs. He was furious, hurt, scared. His friends called him a pushover and urged him to walk away. He wished it were that simple. But she was it for him. She was the one. He would wait. When she was ready, he would still be waiting. Abby read the letter 6 times. She had hardly cried since her arrest, but these words shattered her. As she lowered the pages, she noticed her own note tucked inside the envelope, the one she had written the night before Rick's sentencing and left for Wes. "We matter. Love, Abby," she wrote back immediately, pouring out her heart, begging him to visit and try to begin again. He came the next week, and every week after. She asked him not to bring David. She didn't want this place staining her son's earliest memories. Instead, he brought videos and stacks of photos. Some visits they talked without pause. Others they sat in comfortable silence, both sensing that despite everything, they remained bound together for life. When each visit ended, sadness swallowed Abby at the separation. Back in her cell, once the door locked, she curled up with one of the bestsellers Lily brought and began writing long journal entries to David, filling pages with how deeply she loved him. The court's decision still loomed beyond her control. She told the doctors what they needed to hear. She was sorry. She had snapped, slipped into some kind of fugue state. In truth, she felt no regret. She had not simply snapped. Rick Hansen had needed to be removed from the world, and no one else would act. Knowing he was gone, and Lily would never fear him again, gave Abby the peace she required. For now, this cell was enough. Lily was finally free. Eve stared at Amber, the perky realtor handling the sale. The house would soon be demolished. Eve, with Abby and Lily's full agreement, preferred it razed rather than let anyone live in the place where so much horror had occurred. "I'm sure," Eve said, handing over the keys. She took one last look around. Memories flooded in. Dave carrying her, laughing over the threshold, nearly tripping. Dave bringing their tiny newborn girls home, one in each arm. The squeals of toddlers, the excitement of middle school, the shouts of teenagers. The house held so many joyful moments, yet for Lily it had become only a reminder of loss. To the outside world, it was now a grim tourist draw. She had already bought a new house across town with a big yard for Lily to garden and enough rooms for everyone. Starting over was painful but necessary. Eve checked her phone, then stepped outside. Across the street, she spotted Tommy leaning against his cruiser. Her breath caught. He looked strong. 3 months had passed since Rick's death, 2 since they last spoke. She had ignored his early calls and texts, finally replying that she needed space. He had honored it and stayed silent. Now he waited. Eve crossed to him. He read the surprise on her face. He apologized for blindsiding her. She assured him it was fine. Good to see him. He asked if she really meant it, tension thick in his voice. She said yes, that she had been meaning to call. He pressed gently, sensing it wasn't entirely true. Eve managed to smile. So much had been happening. He nodded. He had seen the news about the foundation. It was good work. She would do a lot of good. She hoped so. She had just closed on downtown office space for the new Riser Foundation. Her hospital career was finished after the legal battles with Lancaster General. Donations had poured in from strangers moved by Lily's story and the twins' ordeal, $2.5 million so far. Book offers and interview requests kept coming, along with the likely hospital settlement. The money exceeded anything they would ever need. After supporting Bree and Shayna's families and guiding her own girls through the nightmare, Eve wanted to help other victims of sexual assault and their loved ones. She wanted something positive to rise from the darkness. The foundation would fund rescue searches, medical bills, mental health care, and recovery costs for survivors. Eve admitted she didn't fully know what she was doing yet, but she would figure it out. Tommy told her she would do great. He had no doubts. There was an awkward pause. Tommy broke it by mentioning he had seen Abby and heard her hearing was set for next week. Eve kept her reply measured and positive, though the forced politeness grated on her. He apologized regretfully, saying he wished he could have stopped Abby if only he had known. Eve stared at him, stunned, and shook her head. She told him firmly that none of this was his fault. None of it. He stayed silent, and in that silence she understood he carried the guilt anyway. She insisted he could not have known. No one could. He asked why she had pulled away then, what had changed between them. He had believed they would work it out together. The question hung between them, the one Eve had turned over in her mind every day while piecing her family back together. What were they to each other? Could they ever be anything real? She explained that she and Dave should have divorced years earlier, long before Lily was taken. They had both been unhappy, reduced to strangers by the time their daughter vanished. Then Tommy entered her life. The way he made her feel, the connection they shared, had led her believe she could survive it all. He admitted he should have stayed beside her after Dave's death, but fear had held him back. He was not afraid anymore. Eve realized exactly what he was offering and cut him off. She owed him, his wife, and his daughter an apology. He tried to speak her name softly, but she pressed on. This between them had never been real. He reached out and pulled her close. His voice dropped thick with feeling, telling her it could become real. All she had to do was say the word, and he was hers. Before the courtroom, before Rick's death, Eve had spent countless hours imagining a future with him. Traveling Europe, South America, Asia, taking the cruises David always refused because he got seasick. She had pictured them as that enviable older couple with the best restaurant reservations, season theater tickets, country club membership, golf and tennis lessons, building a fresh life free of the past. 8 years ago, even 8 months ago, she would have said yes without hesitation. But not now. Too much had shifted since that day in court. She had changed. This was her chance to become the strong, self-made woman her daughters and future grandchildren could admire, the woman she had once been before years of self-loathing had worn her down. She stepped out of his embrace before her resolve could weaken. She told him she could not do it, and deep down she believed he could not either. Hurt flashed across his face as he stepped back. Eve offered nothing more to soften the blow. Easing his pain was no longer her responsibility. She crossed the street, climbed into her SUV, and drove away with her head high, refusing to let the tears fall. She would always love him, but she had made her choice. She would not be that woman anymore. 5 months had passed since Rick's death, and Lily still dreaded every visit to the Oakwood Behavioral Center. She arrived for her weekly hour, cleared security, and waited at the assigned table, trying to ignore the sharp antiseptic smell while medicated patients shuffled past with vacant, glassy eyes. The media storm after the stabbing had been relentless. It only intensified when word surfaced that Rick had a new fiancée, a guard at the jail, who now demanded justice for her murdered lover. Investigators uncovered that the woman was no deluded outsider. Rick had actually been planning an escape with her, the love letters between them, proving he had orchestrated the entire scheme. The woman appeared on every morning news show, pleading for public support, but most people treated her as comic relief. Lily was relieved no one took her seriously. Public opinion had swung firmly behind Abby, yet the law still required consequences. Abby had taken a life. The district attorney accepted the plea of temporary insanity. Abby was committed to a mid-level psychiatric facility for an indefinite period. Some violent offenders served a year or two before release. Others never left. Lily burned with outrage that her sister had to serve any time at all. She had thrown herself into overturning the sentence, meeting doctors, lawyers, and elected officials. Today she carried news that the governor had finally agreed to see her. She told Abby it was promising. She was almost certain the governor would listen. Once she explained the parallel to a California case where a woman had killed her abuser. Abby took her hands and asked her to stop. Lily asked what she meant. Abby insisted everything, the meetings, the interviews, had to end. Lily argued that if she could just meet the governor and show he could safely release Abby, then she could come home to David and Wes. Abby's voice rose sharply as she struck the table. She was not leaving. Lily recognized the look in her sister's eyes at once. the same pure terror Abby had worn for 8 years. Abby drew a steadying breath. For so long, she had lived in constant fear of school, work, even the grocery store, filled with a dread she could never name. She had been angry, lonely, and lost. She had hoped Lily's return would fix it, but the turmoil still churned inside her. She wanted it gone. She was learning to be strong again, waking some mornings feeling almost like the old Abby, the one before Lily was taken. She wanted to laugh freely, hold her son, sleep beside Wes without dread. She was facing what she had done. She had killed a man and now had to live with it completely. She could not half-measure her recovery. She owed it fully to Wes, to David, and especially to Lily. Lily sat silent, unsure how to respond. Ever since the day in jail when Abby embraced her and she understood what her sister had sacrificed, all Lily had wanted was to set things right. If this was what Abby truly needed, she would honor it. She agreed to stop fighting, for now, but made Abby promise not to give up, to do whatever it took to come back to them. Abby promised. Lily exhaled, fighting tears. Abby changed the subject, reminding her that their mother had mentioned some good news on the phone. Lily hesitated, saying she had asked their mother not to bring it up, but Abby pressed, teasing that she was holding out. Lily smiled and pulled the letter from her bag. Abby scanned it quickly. She had been accepted to Bucknell on full scholarship. Abby beamed, calling her sister a genius and waving the letter toward the nearby orderly to share the news. He grinned and gave a thumbs up. Lily snatched the letter back, cheeks warming. Abby studied her. The smile faded as she asked why Lily looked so downcast. This was wonderful news. She should be celebrating. Lily rarely spoke of her own struggles, especially not in their limited time together. She admitted she was not sure she was ready. She would be older than the other students. Abby laughed wryly, reminding her she was the expert on crazy and that Lily was more than ready. Some people started college at 50. This was her chance at something normal. Didn't she want that? Lily did want it, almost as much as she wanted Abby out of this place. She had talked it over with Dr. Amari, who saw it as a major step in her recovery. Money was no obstacle. She had considered NYU or UCLA, the schools she once dreamed of at 16, but she needed to stay close to Abby and her mother, and Skye needed stability. Bucknell was the nearest strong option, with an excellent sustainable design program. Gardening had begun as a way to remember her father, then blossomed into a true passion. The idea of turning chaos into beauty as a landscape designer felt right. Abby told her they could not rewrite the past. Not the day Rick took her, not the 8 lost years, not the courtroom, but the future belonged to Lily. Lily promised to think about it. There was always more they wanted to say, but visiting hours ended. She hugged her sister goodbye. Abby whispered in her ear not to let Rick steal one more thing from her. Not one more thing. As the orderly led Abby away, Lily remained seated, frozen by indecision. If she turned down the opportunity, every sacrifice Abby had made would mean nothing. Yet moving forward meant accepting that this was now Abby's life. After everything they had endured, they were more alike than ever and still worlds apart. Lily slipped into the empty locker room, nerves bubbling inside her. She craved the brief solitude to steady herself before the other girls arrived. She sat on a bench, changed into her blue track shorts and tank top, then jumped lightly to loosen her limbs. Her first race of the season had finally come. It still felt unreal that she had made it this far. Abby had pushed relentlessly until Lily enrolled at Bucknell. Her arrival on campus stirred immediate media attention, with reporters camping out and students bribed for inside details. Security escorted her the first week, but within a month, she became just another student. Now she stood here preparing for her debut track meet. When she first considered trying out, doubts had flooded her. She was 4 years older than most teammates and already a mother. Abby had called her out again, refusing to let her back down. Lily showed up at the last minute, gave everything she had, and posted the second fastest sprint time. Seeing her name on the roster became one of her proudest achievements. A teammate, Heather, approached with a bouquet of sunflowers. Lily took it and read the card. The faster she ran, the sooner she would see him. It was a win-win. "Love, Scott." She burst out laughing. Heather grinned and gave her a playful hip bump before heading to her own locker, teasing that someone was clearly smitten. Lily flushed and quickly tucked the flowers away before the rest of the team arrived. She finished dressing. She had once believed love was impossible for her. Her days were filled with being a mother to Sky, helping Wes with David, visiting Abby, and balancing classes and practice. Then her literature and the American Revolution professor assigned partner projects, a 12-page research paper and presentation. Lily dreaded group work, already imagining intrusive questions about her past. She needed an A to keep her scholarship, so she was paired with Scott Sandoval. He greeted her simply, saying Lily was a nice name with no flicker of recognition. As they worked, she learned he was 23, had joined the Army at 18, and completed 2 tours in Afghanistan. He treated the class as seriously as she did. She tried to stay focused on the project, but found herself drawn to him. Beyond his dark olive skin, black hair, hazel eyes, and dimples, he was easygoing and rarely serious. His humor had carried him through combat and now through college. During study sessions, he did impressions of their professor, classmates, and celebrities, leaving Lily laughing until her stomach hurt. When he asked about her life, she said only that she had taken time off to sort herself out. They finished the assignment early and were relaxing in the student union when he told her about his father's obsession with diapering a rescued baby squirrel. She laughed, their eyes met, and in that brief pause he leaned in and kissed her. It felt different from anything with Wes, sweeter, more tender, yet deeply passionate. She pulled back, flushed, grabbed her things, and told him the truth. She had an 8-year-old daughter and had been kidnapped at 16, held captive for years. She confessed partly to scare him away. Instead, he said calmly that he already knew who she was. She stared in disbelief. He explained he had wanted to know the real her, not the media version or the victim label. He had his own burdens he preferred not to discuss. What mattered was that he liked making her laugh. If he had brought up her past, she probably would not have been rolling on the floor laughing. Speechless. Lily let him take her hands. He apologized for kissing her without asking, but admitted he liked her. He suggested they could still be friends. There was no darkness in his eyes, nothing like Rick. She kissed him back. Soon they were inseparable. This was her first real adult relationship. When Scott grew quiet, Lily's old fears surfaced. Had she done something wrong? Would he lash out? He reassured her repeatedly that silence did not mean anger, and even in disagreement, he would never hurt her. He was endlessly patient with her trauma around intimacy. She hated bright lights, felt uncomfortable in her body, and sometimes could not bear touch. Dr. Amari assured her it was normal. She simply needed space. Scott gave it without complaint. She now understood real love, not teenage crush or Rick's perversion. It was lying in Scott's arms, studying together on the quad, playing soccer with Sky in the park, backyard barbecues and stargazing. Everyone knew it was serious when she introduced him to Abby, who gave him 2 thumbs up and called him gorgeous and clearly head over heels. Marriage and more children still made Lily anxious. When she voiced her uncertainty about serious commitment, Scott laughed and said they had time. They should enjoy what they had and take things as they came. For someone who had once planned only day-to-day survival, letting go was difficult, but she was determined to try. The locker room door swung open. Coach Polk's voice boomed, ordering the team onto the track in 60 seconds. The girls dressed in focused silence. Lily slipped on her jersey, number 8 for Sky, then checked her reflection. Her hair, now longer in a soft auburn, was pulled into a ponytail. Her skin glowed with a tan, and she had gained 20 pounds of muscle she loved. She was no longer the girl who felt weak. She was strong, healthy, an athlete. She pulled on her lucky blue socks and headed out. The track buzzed with competing teams and excited spectators. Coach Polk gathered his runners near the starting line and reminded them that true separation came from focus. Start fast, finish first. He did not care about rankings. They had trained hard and overcome heavy odds. Winning lived in the head and the heart. They had more heart than any team here. The girls cheered, "Go Bison!" and broke for warm-ups. Lily moved toward the starting gate, jumping lightly. She heard Sky's voice calling, "Let's go, Mommy!" Scanning the bleachers, she saw Scott holding Sky, who waved a sign reading number 8, "Is my mommy." He flipped it to reveal number 8, "Is my hottie." Lily laughed and blew kisses. Her mother held waving David beside Wes. Then she spotted Abby in a Bucknell sweatshirt, beaming. Lily's heart swelled. She had never expected Abby could attend, yet here she was, facing the crowds and noise for her. It meant everything. Lily placed a hand over her heart. Abby mirrored the gesture. Strength surged through her just knowing her sister was there. One day, they would not be separated by walls and guards. One day, Abby would live nearby, and they would raise their children together and share holidays. But today was a start, a good start. Lily refocused. Her strongest event, the 400-meter, was first. She was not the quickest off the line, but excelled at building speed and surging past others. At the starting line, she adjusted her laces, kept her breathing steady, closed her eyes, and offered a silent prayer of thanks. She inhaled the scent of fresh-cut grass and coconut sunscreen, anchoring herself in the moment. The crowd murmured. Other runners whispered strategies. She quieted her mind to the steady beat of her heart. "Runners, on your marks." She stepped forward, staring ahead. Silence fell. The gun cracked. Lily exploded forward, blocking out the runners beside her. She pumped her arms, legs driving. Her family chanted her name, and it felt as if the entire stadium urged her on. She pushed harder, lungs burning, passing more competitors. She did not know if she would win, but that was not the point. She was not whole yet, but she would be. One day, all the broken pieces would fit again. She told herself to keep going as the finish line drew nearer. Just keep going. The end. Thank you for staying with the story until the very end. Your patience and curiosity allowed these characters to live and breathe in this space, and I'm truly grateful you chose to walk this difficult path with them. Hollie Overton wrote Baby Doll during a turbulent time in her own life. She was unemployed, anxious about the future, and planning a wedding she wasn't sure she could afford. While scrolling through the news, she became haunted by the Ariel Castro case in Cleveland, where 3 women had been held captive for a decade. As an identical twin, Overton couldn't stop imagining the devastation of one sister vanishing and the other being left behind. She drew deeply from her own childhood. Growing up with an addict in the family, the complicated love and pain of family bonds, and the lifelong struggle for identity that twins often face. What began as raw, personal questions about trauma, reunion, and what normal even means afterward became this powerful novel. She approached the writing with the freedom a novel allows. No rigid episode structure, just the emotional truth of what happens after escape. The book explores how survival is only the beginning. The real battle is reclaiming a life when everyone else has moved on. Themes of sisterhood, resilience, The hidden cost of love and the long shadow of abuse run through every page, delivered in a taut, intimate style that keeps you locked in the characters' fractured hearts. Overton later continued exploring dark family secrets and moral gray areas in novels like The Walls and The Runaway. The story found new life on screen with the Paramount Plus series Girl Taken, which premiered globally on January 8, 2026. While the adaptation stays faithful to the novel's emotional core, the unbreakable yet strained twin bond, the aftermath of captivity, and the quiet horrors that linger, it makes some changes for the television format, a slightly restructured timeline, a British setting, and condensed inner monologues turned into visual tension. These shifts help the story reach even more people, though the book still holds deeper layers that only the written word can fully reveal. Bringing Girl Taken to life came with its own challenges. The production shot in the Basque region of northern Spain, standing in for a quiet English town, a creative solution that sparked some discussion among viewers about authenticity, yet allowed the directors Laura Way and Bindu Dastapani to craft a visually atmospheric thriller. Alfie Allen delivered a chilling, nuanced performance as the captor Rick Hansen, drawing on the intensity he's shown in roles like Theon Greyjoy in Game of Thrones. Jill Halfpenny brought raw maternal pain and strength as the mother Eve, while real-life sisters Tallulah and Delphi Evans portrayed Lily and Abby with haunting authenticity. The entire cast and crew worked to translate the novel's psychological depth into gripping visuals under tight schedules and location constraints. One fun detail: the decision to cast actual twins for Lily and Abby added an extra layer of realism and chemistry that couldn't be manufactured. If this retelling moved you, I gently encourage you to pick up Hollie Overton's original novel. The book offers intimate access to thoughts and feelings that even the best adaptation can only suggest. If you enjoyed this cinematic journey, liking the video and subscribing helps me continue creating more thoughtful story experiences like this one. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What stayed with you most? Did the ending change how you see survival and forgiveness? All perspectives are welcome. And if the story touched something in you, feel free to share it with someone who might need it. Stories like this remind us we're not alone in our questions about love, pain, and what it means to come home. Thank you again for listening. May these characters linger with you gently, and may we all keep asking the hard questions that make us more human. Until the next story, take care.